This young man suddenly opened his eyes wide, standing still as if about to fall, looking around nervously. In front of him is Renault, the old man who he always called master in his previous life, his former swordsmanship teacher and also the one who asked him to stay in his past life. The anger rises strongly, but everything still feels vague. Did not he just cut him down? How is it possible to be back here? With confusion all over his face and his mind blank, unable to understand what is happening, at that moment, a surprising notification from the system appeared in his mind, guiding him to punch Renault in the face. And Theo, utterly stunned, looked at the system as if it was mocking him. Punch Renault in the face. I wonder to myself whether this is some kind of cruel joke from fate, but the suppressed fury from my past life won't let me ignore it. The chance to avenge the one who killed me is right in front of me. Do I think transform into action? Even if it is raining, I have to smash his damn face. Then without hesitation, I rush forward with all my strength and punch straight at Renault's face. But life is not like a dream. That punch, which seemed to be a powerful blow, was nothing more than a scratch to Renault, who even blinked not and looked at you with surprise. Suddenly, he punched back with a force 100 times stronger than yours, sending you flying hundreds of meters away and crashing to the ground. The real pain actually made him feel pleasure. Then he wondered if this was not a dream. Why was he feeling such real pain? Renault stepped forward and sighed. I understand your disappointment. The coming-of-age ceremony is near, but you have not made any progress. That makes you frustrated, but there is no reason to hit your teacher. I slowly realized the situation, recalling Renault's words about the coming-of-age ceremony, which is happening in 2 days. But the strangest thing is that I am living again in this very moment. It is unbelievable, but I can't help thinking about it. I really have gone back to the past. While your mind was still spinning with thoughts, the system suddenly appeared again. Congratulations. You have completed your first mission. The reward is the activation of the Ragna clan's talent. The system asks if you want to accept this reward. Of course, you are going to take it. What kind of idiot would refuse after defeating that old man? I am not very talented, but I am still clever. As soon as the notification disappeared, powerful light burst from my body, filling me with strength like never before. I can clearly feel my stats increasing, my strength engulfing my entire body, and I am so amazed I almost can't believe what is happening. What is this? What is this power? Although I still do not fully understand everything, I can't deny the change in my body. The system continues to announce the next mission, but he no longer cares. In the Rose Palace, Randall was now casually chatting with Theo's mother about how he punched that old man today. Even though it did not do much, he has never met anyone as rude and useless as Theo before. He does not even realize how shameless he is when he promises to teach him thoroughly, making my skin crawl just thinking about it. I will make him strong enough to participate in the love ritual in less than 5 months. I am over 70 years old this year, but I have never met anyone as shameless as this. Theo's mother also trusted him completely, giving him proof of evil, and even prepared a big bag of gold to send to that stunned old man, hoping he would pay more attention to Theo and supervise him closely. Randall did not hesitate and quickly reached out to accept it, fearing that if the lady changed her mind and took it back, he would be doomed. After accepting the gold, the old man left the room and then cursed Lady Funan for her status as a concubine. Normally he was not easy to please, but he was truly greedy and insatiable. It seems he already had a plan in mind. The mysterious person promised to ensure a bright future for him so he could monitor and cut off the development of the Ragna family elsewhere, recalling the memories of his past life when Lady Cecilia Ragna was brutally murdered by Raiden. That pain, that hatred, all like a dagger stabbing deep into my heart, making it impossible to forget even after death. But this time everything has changed. I have returned to the past, and with this new strength, I will not let it happen again. In a moment of intense emotion, he rushed quickly to his mother's room to find her. When he arrived, he could not hold back his feelings and embraced her tightly, tears streaming down his face. Mom, his voice trembling with emotion. He had truly come back. The warmth from his mother, the familiar feeling he lost in his previous life, now returned stronger than ever. Your mother, Lady Cecilia Ragna, was surprised by her son's unexpected action. She smiled gently and stroked his hair. Son, you must be very tired, right? Looking up at your mother, your heart is full of determination. No, this time I won't let my mother die again. I tell myself I will definitely become stronger. He won't let Redden take his mother away again. Tears streamed down his face, but this time not from helplessness, but from determination. He knew he would do everything to change the future. This time, I will protect my mother and avenge my past life. I won't let anyone hurt my family again. Silently, I vow to myself that I must change the future. You realize that you are still too weak and have nothing in your hands. But if that mysterious notification window is true and the system has activated the Ragna clan's talent, then you will have a chance to become stronger. The Ragna talent has finally been activated, and you can now start living a new life worthy of your potential. This time, I finally have the power I could never achieve in my previous life. I imagined the day I become Superman, making everyone from my past life bow down at my feet, though it is just a fantasy. Maybe someday it will come true. The system reappeared with a new mission to push the body to its limit. Outside the Rose Palace, the weather became extremely harsh with brutal conditions, but he still kept training his swordsmanship skills tirelessly. He silently told himself that even if he wanted to take revenge on Rendon immediately, he could not, because with this weak body it would be too difficult. First, he had to focus on becoming stronger. The memory of being demoted to an undercover agent for the Dark Organization due to his lack of talent only fueled his determination further. He clearly remembers the mysterious potion capable of boosting strength beyond limits, the precursor drug of the Blood Sword Emperor that he gathered information about in his previous life. But this time, not only does he remember the potion, he is also determined to train his body rigorously to reach the peak power he once dreamed of. It was getting light outside, but still kept running at full speed with no sign of stopping. The system announced that the body training mission was at 27 out of 100. He silently thought that everything he was doing now could happen, because he possessed Ragnar's talent. His determined gaze lit up like an unstoppable flame. The people around started to notice him, looking at him with surprised eyes and beginning to whisper, "How many laps has he run already without stopping?" He told himself to run more and swing his sword more to become truly stronger. The system continues updating progress. 65 out of 100. Day after day, he continued to train tirelessly without knowing what fatigue was. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl named Evelyn Nero appeared somewhere. She is the manager of Training Ground 4, and she watched him from afar. Also feeling surprised, she yawns deeply, tired from staying up all night watching him, and keeps muttering to herself, "Is this Ragnar's fool really still training nonstop, or is he truly as useless as people say?" However, after many days of nonstop training, Theo's body started to show signs of fatigue, and he was about to reach his limit. At this point, the system also announced that the training task had reached 97 out of 100. Theo, who had pushed himself to the point of collapsing, was startled when the system announced his training level had dropped to only 90% after just lying down for a short rest. What? Just because I took a short break, all my efforts have been drastically reduced? Theo silently blamed himself and could not accept that his progress had dropped just because of a brief rest. Not willing to accept failure, he stood up with a cold gaze and even greater determination than before. "I won't stop until I complete the mission. Keep training, hold your sword tightly, and strike with all your might." The system also reports that the progress has reached 98 out of 100. "Don't lose heart. Keep encouraging yourself. Just a little more. I can do it. My body is tired. My legs feel like they might give out, but I still rush forward as fast as I can. Just one more minute. I have to finish." Finally, after all the effort and perseverance, the system announced that I had scored 100 out of 100. Seeing this, he continues to try hard. Evelyn can't believe her eyes. She has never seen anyone persist to this extent, as if they have surpassed their limits, pushing themselves until their last breath. The system announces, "Congratulations on completing the mission to push the body to its limit." And this time the reward is a dragon's heart. Overjoyed beyond belief, he could not quite believe what he had just achieved. The system was very considerate, even giving an extra reward for completing the mission quickly. "You received 10 years of magic from your previous life." Too exhausted, Theo collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. But before passing out, he tried to select his reward so he would not miss out, or else tomorrow morning he would wake up crying all over the palace. While unconscious, the 10 years of magic from the previous life was transferred into his body, causing a shockwave that enveloped the surrounding area. Evelyn stood there witnessing everything, and he could not hide his surprise at what had just happened. After being taken to the resting room and gradually regaining consciousness, he opened his eyes and looked around, still feeling dazed. "Where am I?" At that moment, Evelyn appeared and told him not to worry. This is the training room's resting area. And then she kindly reminded him that even a Ragna would fall if pushed beyond their limits. After looking at her for a moment, he asked, "Are you Evelyn?" The girl smiled and nodded. "Yes. You still remember me, right? I'm Evelyn Nero, the manager of Training Ground 4. This morning, you fainted after overexerting yourself, so I brought you here." Theo nodded gratefully and thanked Evelyn, who hesitated before asking if he knew that the Ragna family strictly forbade opening mechmana before the awakening ceremony. "Obviously you also know about this, but why is Evelyn bringing it up now? Why is she suddenly mentioning that?" Evelyn told Theo that before he fainted, he had a mana connection to the mechmana gate, then asked with a serious look, "So you've already unlocked your mechmana? Right? I still do not understand what is happening. If it is true, then how can you still sit here calmly right now? Remember what happened yesterday before you fainted. The system rewarded you with a dragon's heart and an extra reward. Thinking about this suddenly makes me break out in a cold sweat. The dragon's heart in this world is like finding a needle in a haystack because mechmana can be replaced with a dragon's heart. Replacing mechmana in the heart can make it function more effectively, but for non-dragon creatures like humans, it must be placed in the lower abdomen because the human heart cannot handle mech mana. That is why every Ragna clan warrior longs for that dragon heart. It is the simplest way to become truly powerful, but humans cannot surpass their own limitations. The system's gift is also very generous to you. Now that you possess a dragon's heart, this gift is pushing you into an extremely difficult situation. You are facing a woman who is not only powerful but also incredibly principled. Evelyn Neville. Evelyn was once an outstanding swordswoman but retired after losing her left arm and became the manager of Training Ground 4. Evelyn is also famous for not caring about status or power, which many believe are everything in this world, but instead she always lives by strict principles, refusing lies and demanding absolute honesty. I remember once when you acted too spoiled, she decided not to teach you directly anymore. This makes him more careful in hiding his secret. At this moment, Theo is worried that Evelyn might discover his biggest secret, the mana storage inside the dragon's heart. This is not an ordinary mana storage that everyone knows about. It can be hidden and controlled at will by the user. This allows tracking of one's true power, but if Evelyn discovers the truth, the consequences will be devastating. Just one small mistake could make your whole body go cold with fear. In the tense moment, Theo suddenly thought of something, then sneered and asked Evelyn with a challenging tone, "Do you dare to take responsibility for your suspicions? If what you think is wrong, this could be considered insulting the Ragna family, so you also realize you can seize the opportunity to turn the tables." And you continue to press on. Do you know what the punishment for insulting the Ragna family's honor is? Evelyn fully understood the seriousness of the rules and responded decisively with execution. Theo seized the opportunity and continued to manipulate Evelyn's mind even more intensely. All right. You understand, so why do not you try checking for yourself? Although suspicious, Evelyn was confused by Theo's confidence. She had never seen him with such an attitude before. She decided to check his body by placing her hand on his stomach, but after a thorough examination, she found no signs of mana. Evelyn was stunned and could not believe that he had no mana reserves at all. This made her hesitate, unsure whether to trust her instincts. But it was just too surreal. He asked her with more confidence, "How did it go? Is there nothing wrong?" Evelyn immediately kneels down and apologizes. "I was wrong. Please execute me. I am willing to pay with my life." Deep inside, "I am very happy that you know my dragon heart is different from any other mana storage. With the ability to fully control the mana storage, she can easily hide it, and since the existence of the dragon heart was only discovered later, how could Evelyn possibly uncover this truth?" But instead of punishing Evelyn, Theo gently placed his hand on her shoulder and said softly, "There is no need. You are just doing your job. Few people dare to risk their lives to do that." Then he slowly left the room, leaving Evelyn alone with her wandering thoughts. But I can't stop wondering who exactly he is. I can feel that he is not an ordinary person and there is something very special about him. A few days later, he returned to the training ground and continued practicing with Master Rendon. But this time he found Rendon's guidance increasingly confusing and strange. The old man kept giving vague instructions as if teaching him to dance around a pole rather than swordsmanship, leading to suspicions that someone was pulling his strings behind the scenes. During training, he constantly looked at Rendon with a bullet-like gaze, secretly thinking about the one who had killed him in a past life. "I have decided that things won't go on like before. Old man Rendon better get ready for some real action instead of just talking fast and mumbling. I am telling Rendon directly I do not understand what he is teaching at all. It is all just nonsense." And without hesitation, he broke the sword in front of him, then did not forget to mock him for being as inexperienced as a cheap, low-quality tire, making him so angry he trembled uncontrollably. "What did you just say? This guy just went bald a little while ago and already talks like that. No need to repeat myself. Tell him to open his ears wide and listen properly. His skills are all just sensory perception. Only by deliberately making sarcastic remarks like this to make the fake guy unable to stand it and give up can you then find the clues. Based on your guess, if things do not go as he planned, he will definitely contact the mastermind." At Cilia Palace, a panicked student rushes in to call his friends to come see the scene. As in, "Have you heard the news? Ragna's son will have a match against my master next week." Aizen appears to be a powerful and cold person, sitting silently in a large room, clutching a glass of water with an expressionless face. But inside, clear discomfort is visible in every tense feature. Even without looking at him, you can feel the nervousness in his heart upon hearing the news about the match. As the spy continues to speak with a sarcastic tone, "I heard he blames the master for his own uselessness. This match will definitely be his downfall." Before he could finish his sentence, Aizen suddenly threw the water glass directly at the spy. The glass shot straight through the air and directly hit his face. The water glass shattered into hundreds of shards that pierced his face, making him scream in agony, his face grotesquely disfigured. In an instant, Aizen killed him without hesitation. His rage reaching its peak and spiraling out of control, he grits his teeth and scrutinizes every word, his scared and terrifying face gradually revealed. "So what? A prince's bad luck has anything to do with me?" The person standing beside Aizen is Raminton Natio, one of the 4 hounds of the north, the Silver Sea Tiger. He looked at Aizen with surprise but remained silent, as if he was already used to Aizen's fury. Suddenly, a man approached from afar. It was Edtroven, also one of the Celestial Dragon Gates. He spoke in a calm yet commanding tone, reminding Aizen to pay more attention. It should have been crippled long ago. If you are careless, it won't end well. Aizen looked at Edtroven and replied with a faint smile. I only respect those with talent. You are overthinking it. Why do you care about that prince's son? Edtroven looked at Aizen and said, with Vecna, even things that have never happened before can occur. Just a spark in the wind is enough to ignite a fire. Aizen sneered, that is fine. That old mentor will handle this for us. The scene shifts to a week later at Training Ground 4, where the match between Thiva Rendon is taking place. The entire training ground is now crowded with warriors gathered to witness this confrontation, including Evelyn Neville, once a renowned swordswoman, and beside her stands a giant man resembling a general, observing the fight. Theo, standing in the middle of the field with a resolute look and sharp eyes aimed directly at Rendon, secretly acknowledging that initially he only intended to humiliate him and get him dismissed. But things have gone too far now, and there is no turning back. The system in his mind announces that his current mission is to defeat Rendon and secure victory. Deep down, Theo decided to face Rendon to settle the debt from his past life. A few days earlier, while Rendon was training, he looked directly at him and said, I told you, your skills are no better than a beast. You are fired. Rendon shouted angrily in frustration, I won't accept this. I still have plenty of time left in my contract. Ragnar replied coldly, so what if I say you are fired? It does not mean anything. Although he wanted to kill Rendon immediately, he knew he was not strong enough, so he decided to keep his distance and gather more information. Rendon clenched his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself, no, if I get fired like this, my mission will fail. I must persuade him at all costs. Rendon shouted, please wait a moment. This is a violation of the rules. At that moment, Evelyn suddenly appeared and said, then we will settle this the way Ragnar would. Both of them turned to look at her, both surprised by her confusing words. Evelyn replied with a sharp gaze, that is the rule of the strong. We will decide in a sword fight. There is no need for a court. Just follow the will of the winner. Rendon laughed loudly, looking pleased. That is a good idea. The match will take place in a week. If they fight with swords like this, it is as if heaven is favoring him. But on the other side, after hearing this, sweat started to beat on his forehead. Your heart sinks as you silently realize this is impossible. With your current strength, you can't defeat Rendon. Evelyn still smiles brightly and asks if this plan is better. Better only for that old fox, but for you, it is just asking for trouble. A week later at the arena, the warriors were buzzing with talk, until someone from the crowd spoke up. Apparently, he can't even swing a sword properly, so how could he possibly fight against a peer-level swordsman? Another person eagerly added, if he were just an ordinary guy I would not say anything, but he is Ragnar's cripple. Meanwhile, Rendon stepped forward confidently and said, if you bow your head and apologize now, I will pretend nothing happened and let everything go. But to his surprise, the 17-year-old kid just smirked and laughed. Ragnar coldly retorted to the imposter, I should have been the one to say that. If you do not want to become a one-handed swordsman, it is best to accept the truth. Rendon gritted his teeth and glared with a hungry look as if he wanted to devour him alive. He pretended to be a gentleman and suggested that they attack him first since he was a master and should give his students some advantage. Ragnar responded without hesitation, then I won't refuse. Saying that, you brandish your sword and charge straight at Rendon, and the battle officially begins now. Look, he is about to lose. How can someone like him dare to fight a peer-level swordsman? Rendon, with a smug face, kept provoking Theo. What is the matter? Young master, can't do anything. You are no different from an apprentice. Theo felt a surge of anger rising inside but knew he was not strong enough to defeat Rendon right now. The match continued and everyone was waiting for the final result. Rendon also realized that lately Theo's skills had indeed improved a bit, but these moves were really not significant compared to him. At least, he would need to reach the level of the Northern Four Dogs to stand a chance. Looking back a few days, right after Evelyn's proposal was made, Theo went to find her to question why she had made such an unreasonable suggestion, but she simply sat calmly drinking water and said that everything she did was just to help him. Evelyn also realized that there was a powerful force behind that fake fox, which was why he was so cautious, and Theo was extremely surprised that Evelyn knew this. How did she find out? Evelyn realized that Vandon kept teaching him all sorts of tricks and nonsense, so she secretly sent someone to investigate, and sure enough, this was not normal at all. In her previous life, Evelyn never noticed this. Maybe in this life, you attracted this girl's attention because of the Mabana incident, which is why she started investigating that fake guy. According to Evelyn's findings, all traces of that old man lead to the Camellia Palace. Hearing the name of this palace, Theo felt a bit awkward. This is where the Northern Officials faction resides. Could all of this be related to that pointless throne war that took you away in your previous life? But looking at the reality, it is pretty pathetic. Theo also admitted to Evelyn that he knows his limits and is sure he can't beat that guy. But Evelyn encouraged him and told him he could definitely do it. Returning to the fight with Rendon, the fake is still fiercely battling, continuously launching deadly attacks. But now is the moment for Theo to strike. He easily counters Rendon's previous sword strike, Catching him off guard, the fake named Rendon suddenly stiffened because he usually did not teach Theo these moves, so how could he easily counter him now? Theo kept responding to Rendon's attacks. And unexpectedly, the ugly fake Rendon was not the Ragna he knew at all. Up in the stands, everyone looked confused, but Evelyn's face remained calm because this was not beyond her expectations. The girl has long since been fed up with that old man, lacking experience and always acting so disgusting. Turns out, what Evelyn felt indebted for was actually something beneficial, but maybe everything is not as simple as it seems. She asked Evelyn if her kindness was because of what happened last time, and Evelyn did not deny it. But there was another reason. She also knew someone who would definitely be interested in him, because he was a talent collector. The battle continues to be extremely intense, with each strike causing Rendon to fall into deep thought. Clearly. At first, Theo was just an incompetent kid, so why can he now wield a sword so skillfully? Or was he just pretending to be a fool all along to lure him in? While fighting intensely, Theo suddenly asked Rendon a question that froze him in place. Who is the person backing you? When pushed to his limit, Rendon, furious, swung his sword with all his might as if to reveal everything. But his actions only made it clearer that he was hiding something. Theo has now officially laid all his cards on the table, revealing that he always knew he was only taught to dance with a fan. Not swordsmanship. Just as he promised his mother, truly not cut out for a teacher's role, Rendon still stubbornly refused to admit guilt, so Theo asked another question about the Camellia Palace. Hearing this, his face suddenly became uncontrollably tense, which was also very much in line with Theo's intentions. He sneered at the fake. It is good that you are being honest. The more you speak, the closer you get, and now your aura is overpowering Rendon, making him retreat in fear, as every word from Theo carries a threatening edge. Do you know what it feels like to have your hand cut off? Without saying another word, he swung his sword fiercely and cut off one of the fake fox's hands. And finally, he stood tall before you. With just one slash of Theo's sword, Rendon's arm disappeared completely, floating in the air before falling down. The spectators in the stands, witnessing this, started to sweat and were speechless. This useless guy in their eyes had opened their eyes wide. It was truly a spectacular scene. At this moment, Rendon finally realized that one of his 4 limbs had been abandoned, and only now does he feel the pain. While earlier he was too busy thinking about what Theo said to notice he had lost his arm, now he falls down, hugging someone and crying loudly. Even though his arm was cut off by a former student risking his life, his mouth is still rebellious, muttering insults like a fool, and he himself is already finished but still thinks he is being supported, truly old and losing his mind. After bringing down this guy, Theo also felt himself changing, even capable of becoming stronger, no joke for a player like him. He then approached the old man and asked if he still remembered what he said the other day. But Rendon was in too much pain to recall anything now, and Theo did not hesitate to strike again, cursing at him. The man had not even had a chance to deny himself before he disappeared from the scene. At the moment, Rendon bids farewell to his body and flies away. The system also displays a message that he has successfully completed the mission today. The system also awards you a bonus for overcoming your opponent, and of course, there is no reason to refuse this invitation. The people in the stands who witnessed what just happened could not believe their eyes. And now Theo is in a different position where no one can bully him anymore. The system shows that the observation reward from earlier has been activated. But currently, he still does not fully understand this observation. A giant beam of light from Tan Vlog started to surround him, indicating that energy was beginning to flow into his body, just as he was savoring his success. He was suddenly startled when a loud voice from Dang called out, making him break his concentration. It turns out that was Demon Dragon Julius leading the White Armor Dragon squad. As a commander, his sudden appearance could never be ordinary. Startled, I realized I had no idea when Demon Dragon had been watching from here, and the crowd in the stands was shocked to their core, because no one expected such a notorious figure to be here. Evelyn is utterly helpless with his appearance, as this kind of entrance has ruined the entire tournament today. Julius approaches him with a furious face full of hostility and sharp eyes as if he wants to swallow him whole, and just by looking at this person, anyone facing him would tremble in fear. While Theo, confused, wondered what kind of chaos was happening. What he had done to make him look at him like he was about to send him to hell, and as he was lost in these thoughts, Julius suddenly changed his attitude and burst into loud laughter that echoed throughout the arena. Ha ha, that is really interesting. Truly entertaining. At the same time, he patted Theo hard on the back, almost causing him to fall to the ground, and the sudden pain made him feel like he was about to meet his end. Julius continued to laugh loudly, speaking teasingly but clearly excited. I am really surprised you brought this. Huh. The disciple surpassing the master. Huh. Though I guess it is a bit disrespectful since you already killed him. Right. Anyway, from what I heard, that guy deserved it. She told me to stay calm and turn to Julius, but before I could finish my sentence, he just waved his hand dismissively and kept talking nonstop. Come on. It is in the past now. Join my White Dragon Armor Battalion. This sudden offer surprised everyone present and those who overheard. Evelyn, who has been watching from the beginning, also feels happy for these achievements of yours. The other warriors can't help but discuss excitedly. No way. Ragna the Fool is actually invited by Julius to join the White Dragon Guard team, a helmeted warrior asked the person next to him. Have you ever seen someone who has not undergone the awakening ceremony be chosen for the guard team? The person pondered for a moment, then shook his head, saying that had never happened before, but it was hard to believe. The entire group of soldiers was stunned by Julius's decision. Even Julius, known for his keen eye for talent, was uncertain about Theo's potential, but it seemed he had decided to push hard on his hidden abilities. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Theo appeared contemplative. He thought for a long time, then looked at Julius with a determined expression. I really appreciate your offer, Julius, but I have to decline. This answer shocked everyone, and even Julius could not hide his surprise. He stared at Theo as if he could not believe his ears, looking helpless in front of this kid. Eveline, who understood Theo's dreams from his previous life better than anyone, could not hide her surprise. He declined to join the White Dragon Guard. Why? Theo just smiled softly and said, I am not yet skilled enough to join the White Dragon Guard team. Joining now would limit my path. I need time to grow and prepare for the love ceremony. This rejection disappointed many, but Julius only smiled and gently patted him on the shoulder to encourage him. That is a truly admirable humility. Very well. I will wait until you are ready. The scene shifts to the Cilia Palace where the situation has become tense. Lady Imanjagna of Cilia Palace is discussing with her brother, Qianlong's. Choivan is involved in the incident that led to his master's death. Her brother seems quite worried, and Amin continues to speak. The demon's influence has reached him. We can no longer intervene. If he stands out, controlling the Red Flower Palace will become even more difficult. Amin is worried. But Azin, who is eavesdropping nearby, voices his opposition. He can't become as strong as Mother thinks, so the plan can still go on. Qianlong's Choivan advised Azin, but Azin remained firm in his opinion. All right, if Mother and Uncle are so worried, I will teach him a lesson to make him understand his place. The scene shifts to the training ground where Evelyn and Theo are practicing. Evelyn praises Theo for his good work today and suggests he join the White Armor Guard unit. Theo just smiled faintly, thinking that even if he was frustrated, now was not the right time. He needed to wait until the awakening ceremony to attain ultimate power. He responded to Evelyn, I am satisfied with the training for my awakening ceremony. While they are talking, a stranger appears. He introduced himself as Sibin from the southern checkpoint and wanted to talk to Theo. After careful observation and sensing from the system, Theo realized that Sibin truly admired him and wanted to fight him. After the fight with Jandon and Julius's attention, Theo realizes that those who were oppressed or betrayed often come to challenge him and follow him, and he vows to gather his own people to become the head of the Ragna clan. The story ends with Theo making a crucial decision, and the system displays the final mission notification. Eliminate the Ragna trash. Progress 28 out of 100. Sibin's name starts to act like a fan, saying he really wants to become someone like Theo. He even honestly admits that he has never paid attention to him before and only saw him as a useless member of the Ragna family. Even though it is praise, I can't help but feel itchy and want to curse at Tran to show him what real tact and eloquence are because he is so rude. Sibin keeps talking about his journey to become a true fan of Theo. Watching him diligently train every morning and witnessing the results of his relentless efforts, he keeps showing his deep love for Theo. Please give me a chance to speak directly with His Grace. Usually Theo would immediately suspect their intentions, but after observing, seems like this guy is genuinely sincere. I never expected that after defeating Rendon, the rumor that Lord Julius values me would spread widely, and many would come to provoke me. But among them, there are still some who are truly sincere. You need to build your own power base to sit firmly on the throne. Otherwise a single blow could send you flying at any moment. This mission the system assigned is also the final guiding mission. After finishing the mission, you will have to say goodbye to the system that has always been by your side to support you. Just hearing that makes me want to cry. Swept away by the storm of Jijiti, as Theo and Sebin prepare for their battle before the arena, promising to meet Evelyn again at night to continue training. Obviously she had no reason to refuse you. As soon as Sebin charged forward like a dog off its leash at Theo, he quickly dodged the attack. Sebin seems to have broadened his horizons. Indeed, his speed is as fast as a demon. Although he is called the useless one of the Northern Investigation Team, he is very confident in his abilities but still has to acknowledge Theo's skills. As for Theo over here, he could not help but praise Sebin. If this is called trash, then in a past life he must have been nothing but scrap. If it were before, you would not even be able to withstand 3 moves. But now it is different. This Sebin guy is no longer worth mentioning to you. He swung his sword a few times, making Sebin stumble and fall like a big bang explosion. Despite being beaten badly and covered in wounds, he still showed respect and admiration. I lost. Thank you, sir. You are very modest, and you also praised Sebin for fighting well. Indeed, humility makes everything more agreeable. Suddenly, Theo looked at himself in the mirror and realized something, wondering if he could use the observation skill on himself. Surprisingly, when he tried, it actually worked. The system begins analyzing the self, and with the useless title from Ragna, you only have 3 innate talents. Player, Ragna, and observation, with 4 more talents still locked. currently waiting for the awakening ceremony. Other stats like health, agility, vitality, or magic power are nothing special, but the luck stat stands out with a low 49. What kind of person has such terrible luck? The system notification has officially started unlocking the stat sheet. From now on you will be able to see your combat power through your stats. If you keep going like this, just completing the mission will allow you to unlock 4 more skills and even see your own stats. Your magic power stat is very high, even reaching 190. Probably accumulated from your previous life and the dragon heart, which is why it is so high. But I still do not understand why your luck stat is so low. It must be because of that, causing all sorts of nonsense to happen around you. Suddenly, a crowd of people appeared out of nowhere, looking at him as if they were about to marry him and take him home to love. Evelyn had noticed this problem for a long time. Even though the fake Rendon was weak, he was still an intermediate swordsman. Defeating him would bring many new experiences, and besides the envious weaklings, there are also many who admire him. That crowd seems to be fans at a meet and greet, constantly discussing Theo's display of strength. I was just thinking that if it had been me, I would have been cut down by the old man Rendon and gone forever, so there is no reason to complain. Among the crowd, there was a young man eager to fight and learn from Theo. His name is El Nalan. He is 19 years old this year, actually 2 years older than Theo, but he still calls him Master Guy. He looks a bit streetwise, but in reality he is well behaved and nothing special. After observing for a while, Nalan was called out, which surprised him a bit. You know me, knowing his true intentions. I called him up here for a fight. Nalan was overjoyed because opportunities like this do not come often. This was his moment of honor. Hitting exactly where Nalan itched, the two began to fight fiercely, swinging their swords wildly. During the battle, the system also notified that your swordsmanship skill had increased significantly, and in an instant, you easily knocked Nalan's sword aside and sent it flying away. With his weapon gone, there is nothing left to fight or compete with, and Nalan's face was so stunned that his mouth was wide open. But seeing Theo defeat Brandon firsthand made him realize how powerful this man truly is. Nalan concedes defeat, and the system notifies that you have received El Nalan's approval, along with an increase of 1 point in your luck stat. Realizing something, you understand that gaining others' approval can boost your luck, so maybe your luck depends on your reputation. Once you understand this, you have to decide to run to PA battles often to gain more luck points. Otherwise, constantly stepping on the constraints of life will make it very boring. Keep fighting everyone here today, and your luck will keep increasing proportionally until no one else wants to step in and face the fight. Then you will finally have time to stop. I opened the system menu but saw that the progress to escape the useless title of Ragna had only increased by 1%. I wondered if it was because they were all fans of mine, so they were holding back. Then I started to feel proud inside. Or maybe I need to find a tougher opponent or be strong enough to face a mountain of stones thrown at me. Then suddenly a voice echoed from afar. Hey, you are like a dying lame chicken. Are you okay? According to him, there is no need to rest yet. He will take a break only when he feels the opponent is strong enough. Right now these things are just minor scratches for you. The man suddenly stepped forward and said he would fight, and as he did, a glow like a celebrity appeared around him. He is the Silver Lion Remington Asia, one of the renowned figures here. Seeing Remington, Theo also starts to feel a bit nervous. Anyway, he is not an ordinary person like those others. He is a member of the Northern Hound Hunting Squad. You know, this squad has 4 members. Huk Ozlank, Zazakna, Remington Nazio, finally Yasin Zakna from the Camilla Palace. This is the title given to the 4 strongest figures of their generation during the awakening ceremony, under the Zakna family's witness. And this time it seems both a celebration and a nightmare. Theo uses his observation skills to watch Remington, and as he observes his state, he can't help but feel a bit surprised because he never imagined that one day someone like him would become his opponent. The two of them began to prepare for battle, and I have admired Remington's talent for a long time. Fighting someone like him is also one of my honors because just one person like him is enough to defeat all the others. Even Theo himself is not sure if with his current strength he can defeat one of the 4 northern dogs. But just this fight alone, his task of escaping the label of useless has already shown signs of accelerating beyond earlier. The 2 men began fighting, but before long, just a few strikes from Remington's sword split Theo's sword in 2. The outsiders watching in shock could not believe their eyes. To them, Theo was like a shining sun who could never be defeated so easily. Some said the outcome was obvious from the start because even though Theo had grown a lot, Remington was still the strongest of the 4, and if he lost, it would not be too shameful. But Saibin could not accept it. No one could replace Theo's position in his heart. He still insisted that Theo's fighting spirit would not let him lose like that, leaving those around speechless because he could not hear him now. While they were arguing loudly, Remington's voice broke the atmosphere. Everyone was shocked to hear his words, and even though he had only waved his hand and hesitated, the members of the quartet seemed to be saying they lost, but it sounded so surreal and unclear. Remington bowed his head and thanked Theo for today's match, then looked down at Theo's sword and said this sword has already been worn down, not to mention that Theo fought himself to exhaustion today. If he kept holding back, This duel would be his defeat. Theo humbly admitted that he had lost as soon as he lost his sword. If it had been on the battlefield, he would have been dead long ago, so there is no point in talking. Theo and Remington looked at each other, then shook hands, agreeing to have a fairer fight next time. See, I told you Theo is really different. The system also displayed a notification that the progress of the mission to escape that nickname had reached 35 out of 100, and the rate of increase was truly at its peak. Evelyn watched the entire process of Theo's effort and determination, knowing that Theo was indeed very strong and not the useless person everyone often said. Compared to his past life, Theo has become much stronger, but when he faced Remington with his sword, he realized how much he still lacked. Although he felt a bit embarrassed after the fight, he also learned a lot. Not only that, but my luck stat also increased by 10 and my reputation improved a lot. This fight brought more gains than losses. Only then did Remington reveal his true purpose for coming here. Not to solo but to recruit you into the Long Sedone. Just hearing the name Long Sedone is enough to see its prestige. Even though Theo is very excited inside, he still acts indifferent on the surface. Is it okay for someone like me to join? Since your group is quite famous, Remington waved his hand awkwardly, explaining that Theo's skills are truly impressive. Kim Tun said that their group is not anything special, just a team for those about to come of age. The two elders standing behind felt sad and wondered why they were not invited in. But of course it was because of their limited abilities. After thinking for a moment, Theo was not sure why Remington wanted to invite him, but the Long Sedone was full of people who looked down on him. This will be the perfect environment for you to accelerate your mission progress, and also a great opportunity to gather information about Asen and the Kamaliakar Palace. With such a good deal, why not seize it? According to the agreement with Remington, you will join the Long Sedone. The system quickly updated your progress everywhere and every time. Your points increased from 35 to 36. Remington was very happy to be with you, holding your hand as if he were a shy girl who had not held her boyfriend's hand in a long time. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask Evelyn standing behind, watching everything unfold, just silently smoking without saying a word. But it seems like she is also thinking about something. Sometime later at the Rose Palace, Theo's mother suddenly opened the door with a joyful expression and called out, "My son." Theo turned around to tell his mother he was about to share good news with everyone when he saw a line of servants standing behind him. His mother happily said she had heard the news that he was invited to join the Longsa group. Probably the first time since he was born that she had received such joyful news from her son. This group is attracting a lot of attention. So from now on I have to change my style of dressing and can't look like a kid anymore. Everything must be carefully considered. The lady began measuring clothes for me, clearly very proud of her beloved son. She reminded Yan that everything from his clothing to his behavior would be carefully examined. She knew he had no issues with manners, but appearance and demeanor were entirely different matters, and luckily she could help him with that. Don't forget that I used to be an actress. I am very happy to be able to support my beloved son. Cecilia reminisced about her glorious past, and Theo suddenly felt sad thinking about something. In the previous life, he was known as the illegitimate child of a billionaire and considered a commoner in the Ragna family. His mother always felt guilty for having to carry such a shameful label, even though it was not her fault. In the cold Ragna family, I always wondered how my mother endured having such a weak child, from being murdered in a past life to closing her eyes. She kept blaming herself for not being strong enough to protect her beloved mother. Cecilia leaned on her son's shoulder and cried, revealing that behind her daily bright smiles, she was hiding something inside. Your mother believes in you. You can do it. Your son has finally joined the Exalonghoi, and his talent has been recognized by everyone. Ragna secretly thought that he would crush them all and definitely repay the revenge from his past life, so as not to betray the gift from heaven to be reborn. 2 weeks later, the day of the Serpent Dragon Festival had arrived, and outside the Rose Palace, Remington had prepared a carriage and horses to pick up Ragna. Today, unexpectedly, Ragnar appeared with a completely different aura from before, probably just after a 30-site transformation. Looking shiny and beautiful like this, everyone around also cheered him on. Theora follows, looking like a new person. When Remington saw this new look, he was unsure what to say and hesitated, asking again if it was really Theo. Are you teasing me too? Remington did not say anything else, only invited him to get in the car and go to the party. Chine Theo come they han fuck bejo ka kong chi ka han mak han ko bap fat trine han so hai twin cham chi tap loyan. Nu lathoi jian hai tan truok Remington denang kung ka tap loyan. They have become quite close. And not only Remington but others also come every day to ask to train together. Evelyn always complains that she just wants to teach the young master for a short time, but they keep facing many deceptions. As a fresh meat being hunted by wealthy women, Remington asked Theo, "So this is your first official party?" Theo did not deny it, and Remington immediately reassured him not to worry too much because he would be there to take care of him, so he just needed to enjoy it. However, Remington's hesitant next words made Theo raise many questions in his mind. Ragnar thought to himself that everything was going exactly as planned. He no longer needed to worry about finding that young Chawa Sen, because he had already come to him. According to the guest, you are also looking forward to this, and have secretly guessed that today you will be insulted a lot. After a few hours sitting in the carriage, and as Remington approached the Cilia Palace, inside the young Chao Sen, known by the nickname Four North Dogs, sat there eagerly awaiting the appearance of Ragna, whom he considers a fool of the family. He is waiting for Ragna as if expecting a new toy for himself, when they arrive at the gates of Cilia's palace. She reflects on those who urged Brandon to interfere with her growth, and those who harmed her mother. Remington then leads her inside and announces that a Sen will be waiting for her. Theo Ragna paid no attention to Remington, and only focused on his own thoughts. It was clear that a Sen invited him here to stop his development. But he did not come without a plan. He was determined to show him that he was not someone easy to trample over. Suddenly, Ragna notices a strange light emanating from the building, feeling like it is the blue glow of a mission. While focused, Ragna does not pay attention to anything around him, until Remington shouts to get his attention. "Look over there." Ragna looked up and saw something falling into a cloud of white smoke covering the area where he was standing. Remington, angry when he realized it was Azin's prank, but he responded calmly, "It is just Flar." But in Ragna's mind, if this was his fate, he would not be able to avoid it and would have fallen for the trap. It was also easy to see that those behind this prank were the ones watching him from the window. Remington shouted angrily into the air, asking Azin why he did such a thing. Using his observation skills to gauge Remington's true reaction, he initially thought Remington was involved in this game, but seeing his confused response, it seems his first assumption was mistaken. Azin remains cold and unrepentant, claiming it was just a basic polite question, and Ragna had anticipated this, so he was mentally prepared. You stop and look up at Azin standing there smug, and seeing his intentions. You are not too surprised by this guy. But you can't stay silent forever or he will think you are a harmless kitty. So you need to do something. You step closer to them, and naturally this surprises Remington. And unexpectedly, you thank Azin, causing him to spray glue right then and there. Theo smiles kindly and says that since the reckless Azin went out of his way to welcome you, you must thank him properly. Azin's face stiffened slightly at that, but he quickly smiled again with a strange grin. It has been a while since I last saw you, and you have become more interesting. The scene shifts to the start of the party, and as expected, the people here definitely won't let go of me. They keep talking about how, even though I belong to the direct lineage, it is unbelievable that a useless person like me just arrived here. Remington felt very guilty towards Theo and quickly apologized, then explained normally that those noisy people were not like that. Maybe they were influenced by the old witches and their petty tricks. But Theo did not care about what Hagan and those food-consuming guys said. On the contrary, he even thanked Remington. Since I came in here, I have not stopped paying attention to that room emitting the blue light. I am sure it is a mission. But there is no way to get there without others noticing, especially those noisy guys over there. While I was lost in thought, that punk Azin suddenly approached and asked about me with a mocking tone that made me want to punch him. But I kept telling myself to stay calm and not ruin the plan because of a little irritation. Azin stood on the steps and, with his creepy tone, approached Theo, putting his arm around him and sneering, saying, "Do you accept my apology?" Remington, seeing this, felt very uncomfortable and loudly said that Azin was like a CEO husband protecting his little wife. But what he said next surprised both Remington and Azin. "I thought it was just a greeting, so why apologize?" The knave Azin did not expect that Theo would say this, and after a while he burst out laughing, saying he did not expect Theo to have changed so much. Those gossiping people keep talking about Theo, constantly making sarcastic and mocking comments about his background. The more they talk, the more outrageous they become, with someone even questioning why Remington always praises Theo so highly, and another saying that Remington is also an illegitimate child. Remington heard those dirty words and suddenly felt ashamed, unable to say anything. Hearing those vulgar remarks, he decided he also needed to go say hello to those friends. "I want to invite you for a drink," so I gave the blonde guy a bottle of alcohol, hitting him in the head and making him fall backward, leaving both Azin and Remington stunned. The blonde guy just managed to lift his head and look around when Theo kicked him hard in the chin, leaving him stunned. "Let me ask you in a normal way, but your words are too painful." Everyone around was surprised by what they saw, especially Remington, who felt pleased as his escape from the idiot label was beginning to improve. Theo grabbed the blonde-haired guy's hand and, with a single move, broke his arm, leaving him immobilized on the spot, and it was clear that his original mission was also making significant progress. Immediately after, a group of people jumped down from the rooftops and surrounded Theo, drawing their swords and pressing them against his neck, saying that harming the young master would cost them their lives. Theo calmly asked who this foolish man was, and they revealed he was the third young master of the Havani family, named Havani. Although the sword is pressed against his throat, Theo remains unafraid. Instead, his voice grows stronger, showing resilience against the Ragna and Havani noble families. "No longer just a dog of the Ragna house, that would be truly disrespectful to your current abilities and position." Rena, threatening the group holding swords to his neck, asked, if they kill him, would they dare to take responsibility for those words? His words are simple, but the pressure he exerts makes them feel fear. They now realize he is the son of the Ragna family and fully capable of inheriting the throne. Well, They have really picked the wrong person this time. Theo Ragna ordered a stranger to handle all the pests around here, and within a few moves, everything was taken care of. Those people could not stand firm anymore. So it turns out that Evelyn, a legendary swordswoman from long ago, was the one helping you. The missions for Theo Ragna also continue to increase as everyone at today's party was stunned by Theo's brutality. After finishing, Ragna also called out to Evelyn. She looked over and asked, "When did you realize I was following you?" Ragna smiled and replied that it was obvious. In fact, he felt that with her by his side he could turn the tide without worry. 2 weeks ago, during a conversation with Lord Julius, Evelyn said that her new disciple was truly outstanding, surpassing even Azim. Julius could not believe it, but Evelyn insisted that his potential was undeniable. In the end, Evelyn chose to stay close to Ragna because he was someone she did not have to worry about. Julius also told her to continue training and then bury him in the White Dragon armor tome, and he also called Evelyn to join. Returning to the party, Theo had sensed her presence since getting into the carriage thanks to the special ability of the Dragon Heart owner. Suddenly he called Evelyn and said that most of the people here were not showing proper respect to one of the Heirs, and such disrespect must be punished. Hearing the word punishment, everyone's faces turned pale with fear, realizing their wrong actions. And now hearing Theo's voice, they had no choice but to face the consequences. According to the law, they can be executed on the spot, but since most of the people here have not participated in the awakening ritual, cutting off their arms will suffice. Evelyn immediately issued the order and charged forward. The young masters and ladies had not had a chance to react, when Evelyn already lunged and struck several times at the second son of the Byron family, the eldest son of the Mercenary Legion. Sitchbatch will ensure that none of those who insulted or talked behind their backs escape this ordeal. The system's mission for Theo also progresses accordingly, and the day he completes the task will come very soon. There was a guy who, before Evelyn found him, dropped to his knees begging for his life. "But I have no reason to care about these trash. Why should I save you? This is just a small knife." That guy did not even have time to hear her out before Evelyn arrived and begged to give him a few more hits, letting him scream and crawl at her feet, as if this was the outcome he had long aimed for. Rafna's system notification for escaping the label of useless had now reached 82 out of 100. As expected, just by attending this party, your mission progress will surely accelerate significantly. The people Evelyn just interacted with now can't even hold on to an arm, but if you manage to bring their arms to a cleric in time, there might still be a chance to reconnect them, but their swordsmen's lives will surely end here just because of their talkativeness. Evelyn and Remington are now standing around asking Han about his situation, and Azin has also noticed this. He suddenly chuckled to himself, thinking that the person who once was just a useless figure in his eyes at the Rose Palace was now in a different position. Truly unexpected that this day would come. But the more that happened, the more his dog-eat-dog nature flared up. His ambitions grew larger, wanting to crush Theo beneath his feet. But that was probably just a dream, as in reality, it was impossible. The party is over, there is no need to stay any longer. Let us go with Evelyn and Remington. As they pass by, Theo pulls Azin's hand, smirking coldly and saying, "Today I am very happy, Azin." After finishing, he immediately left, but as he stepped out the door, the system suddenly announced that he had escaped the title of useless and achieved a perfect score of 100 out of 100. Theo's words drifted by like the wind, but inadvertently made Azin feel terrified. It seems he has also begun to feel that Theo has changed a lot, not only on the outside but also internally. And the system now displays a message congratulating Theo on successfully completing the trial test in a team with Evelyn. From now on, his revenge journey truly begins. This time's reward for the main mission is a divine artifact that increases experience, helping the user level up 5 times. But the requirement is that the user's level must be below 30. The scene shifts to the Camellia Palace, where Azin has returned to report his current situation to his uncle and mother. After hearing his story, the lady of the Camellia Palace suddenly drops her brush. They could not believe what they just heard, but when they looked up, they saw Azin hiding shyly. No one expected that mocking others would lead to such a scare, and both Azin's mother and uncle had to look away to face the reality. Over there, the hardcore fans of Theo are holding a fan meeting, drinking beer to celebrate Theo's very successful debut. Everyone is immersed in a joyful atmosphere, but Theo is sitting quietly in the corner, lost in thought. Theo's uselessness has brought down all the stars, and at the Camellia Palace, Lady Amin could not hold back her anger and kept criticizing Azin. Not only did he defend that useless guy, but he also let his people get their hands cut off. What's this? Amin was so angry her face turned black and she did not want to speak to her useless son anymore but still had to curse him out loud. Azin was also very afraid of his mother and did not dare to say anything, only nodding and silently listening to her scold. Amin kept shouting louder and louder, her curses echoing throughout the palace like the roar of a great tiger. No wonder, for she had long been warning her immature son, if we let things go on, stealing the Rose Palace would definitely become extremely difficult. But her son did not listen. Azin still tried to tell her not to worry and to leave everything to him, but he was cut off before he could finish speaking. Amin scolded him to go out and then regretted her foolish actions, because that small act of his had ruined the entire big plan they had devised from the beginning, her words growing harsher and harsher. It is all because he keeps chasing after superficial things. After he left, Amin could not help but wonder which parent he inherited his impulsiveness from when suddenly a man's voice echoed from the corner. He said, "He is exactly like me when I was young." "Mother." Lady Amin just glanced and asked the man if he was still joking at this point. The man did not reply but only comforted her, saying that this incident was not as bad as she thought, which left Amin feeling very confused. He explained that the Rose Pavilion has been part of the household's inner circle, so it is usually very difficult to acquire it even though it lies outside the owner's direct interests like Reef Ruff's gathering place. But it still generally has the owner's support, and he proposed a plan to Amin that the most important thing to do is to justify, since it caused chaos at the party. It turned out to be our luck. Since Yen is gradually becoming the representative of Rose Pavilion, they decided to use Long Se's incident to justify and apply legal procedures to suppress the group. Lady Amin also fell into thought, and the reason she was always worried about the increasing strength was because she feared that as their influence expanded, the owner would pay more attention to the Rose Palace. But indeed, her brother's plan was very reasonable. If we push them into a difficult position, the Rose Pavilion will have no choice but to support their puppet, allowing us to take over the Rose Pavilion without any scandal. She suddenly dropped the serious expression she had just now and replaced it with a mischievous smile, her eyes twinkling as she nodded in agreement with her brother's plan. "How long will it take to prepare?" The brother just smiled softly and said everything was ready as he started to show his bad boy style. He reached into his pocket, took out something, and told Lady Amin to sleep well, because tomorrow morning she would surely hear some important news. He gave Lady Amin a gift, embraced her, and said, "So sleep well tonight. Madam, sweet fruit kills, but the more ginger you rub, the spicier it gets." Madame Amin looked at that guy with eyes brighter than car headlights. She was totally captivated. She wrapped her arms around her brother's neck. Everything he did was exactly what she expected, so she felt very happy and even could not speak clearly. "That is why I can't love you. I am over 70 years old this year, and I have never met anyone as clueless as these two brothers. If it were me, I would punch them a few times." Over at the party, Remington suddenly spoke up, feeling deeply grateful for Theo's actions today because even if he went to meet his ancestors, he never expected Theo to take such careful care of him. Theo sat listening without understanding what Remington was saying, asking him what he meant but probably thinking about the drunk guy and maybe falling for Theo too. Remington lowered his head to the table and talked about today's long social club party, and he probably sensed something in Theo since normally Theo always endured insults about himself, but when he heard others mock Remington, Theo was the only one who kept going and stepped beside him, making Remington suddenly feel ashamed of himself for not doing anything. Then Remington glanced at Theo, his face suddenly blushing, and he thought to himself every time he saw Theo, "It was him. I have more surprises in store, and maybe as we get to know each other better over time, these feelings will develop unexpectedly." Honestly, Theo's heart feels truly wonderful. Every day he has to listen to insults and criticisms, like being useless or a bastard, but he does not get discouraged. In fact, he becomes stronger and stronger. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that even daring to stand up against the Camellia Palace, Theo did all of this because of him. Remington's gaze grew increasingly ambiguous and hard to understand, but in reality, he was also feeling touched because his friend in this moment unexpectedly cared about him so much. After using his observation skills on Remington, Theo realized that these actions were just because he was annoyed, not with any deeper meaning, and suddenly Remington slammed the table and pounded his chest, promising that from now on he would follow Theo forever and never leave even for a moment. The crowd cheered happily, just as they had hoped, because the strong always follow the strong. From now on, they would have wise leaders and guides. According to him, the glue spray just froze in place. "Everything is happening too fast and dangerously. I have not even thought about it," Theo helplessly said to Remington. "Wait, I think you misunderstood something." Just as he was about to say something else, suddenly a voice echoed in his head telling him to let things unfold naturally. Theo immediately realized this was telepathy, and when he turned around, he saw Evelyn also looking at him with a gentle smile. Evelyn reminded him that it is not just a misunderstanding and that everyone seems eager to get along with him. He was surprised to hear this but then just sighed and said, "I am not anyone special. Everything that has happened has been thanks to and announced by this system. From returning to the past and gaining Vapna's innate talent to becoming stronger now, and I wonder what this really is. At first, I thought it was just fragments of regret, but upon closer inspection, I started to feel differently, as if I had experienced this before even if I could not remember clearly. But anyway, this mysterious thing is helping me a lot, so I should not worry too much. The Long Village incident has ended, and I also realize that my level has increased. I notice that every time I level up, I gain points to improve my stats. Thinking about the possibility of becoming stronger, it makes me both scared and excited. But for now I need to prepare for the counterattack from the Camellia territory." After some thought, I decide to ask Remington for help, and I step forward and say, "Remington, can you help me with something?" Remington would naturally show interest in your request. "Of course, but just now you called me Remington in a friendly way." Actually, Theo did not pay attention to that detail and handed Remington a small piece of paper. The war for the throne between me and Acer will become tense soon, so please help me prepare. Remington was a bit surprised but smiled softly and agreed to help prepare everything as you wished. Before he could ask anything else, someone rushed in from outside. Those are soldiers in white armor holding a paper with a red seal, boldly declaring that Theo Ragna has been arrested for threatening an assault. Theo had anticipated this would happen, so he remained calm and told everyone to reassure them. It is okay. Stay calm. Theo nodded, then carefully read the arrest warrant, and after confirming it was legitimate, he did not keep the others waiting and quickly raised his hands to be handcuffed and taken away. Before leaving, he signaled to Remington and Evelyn about the mission they needed to do, and both of them understood his signal. Remington holds the piece of paper he received earlier, knowing for sure that it is a secret mission that Theo prepared carefully. The scene shifts to the Pink Palace where the butler delivers this urgent news to Lady Cecilia. She was worried and did not know what had happened. When she heard that Theo was accused of inciting rebellion for causing chaos at the party the day before, she became even more frantic, to the point of collapsing and trembling, constantly telling herself, I am sure he will overcome it because he is such a person. Lady Cecilia was very worried but did not know what to do except pray for Theo to be safe and return unharmed. On the way to the court, Theo looked outside and thought to himself that he had been here for a while because he had completely destroyed the Dragon Society, so he was sure this would not end with just detention. They would definitely open a trial for this. Theo also understood that bringing a successor like him before the tribunal meant they wanted to test the abilities of an heir like him. As Theo entered the courtroom alone to face the 4 high-ranking officials, the demon Julius Ragna, the angel Edtrovium, the sword master Oza Ragna, and the head of the Ragna Council, the king immediately demanded an explanation for the crimes he had committed. And Theo could sense his open contempt when he called him a bastard. He began to criticize him continuously, asking whether he could bear the consequences of what he had caused. But Theo, who had prepared himself beforehand, did not feel afraid when facing these people and calmly responded. He was right. I should have beheaded them instead of just cutting off their limbs. Theo Batrine Bela Luan Kuamin, Kocho Rang Nung Jia Tok Dudu Lakong Dan Kua Ragna, Ragna Ban Phi Dad Dan Du Cho Ho, Neno Fe Dang Hien Long Trung Than Va Mang Song. This is the true way of the knight's life. Yet those people still dare to threaten the Lord. Lord Julius was not surprised by Thelthi's words. He still saw him as usual and guessed that this would end with a normal punishment. But on the other side, Lord Gugang grew angrier the more he listened, shouting directly into Theo's face and saying that his words were just excuses. And the more he heard, the more he felt like punching him a few times. While berating him, the sword dragon beside him suddenly spoke, saying that theoretically what Theo said was correct, and she also agreed. But it was important to understand the reasoning better. Because Rana, no matter how strong he is, still has to listen to the lords and knights, or else sooner or later he will fall. Rana, after hearing this, immediately became enlightened, nodded obediently, and said, I will remember. I secretly think that the woman earlier is the wife of the chief of the best swordsmen in the north, which is Sword Dragon. Luckily, she does not seem to hate me too much, but her actions are a bit confusing. After asking the council again about the punishment I will receive, Lord Kwok Gang thought for a moment and then decided to give me a 3-month suspension. Hearing this, Tho knew it was all over. He told Kwok Gang that since the awakening ceremony was in 2 months and he was suspended for 3, he was doomed. Kwok Gang, hearing this, became even angrier and shouted at him for daring to appeal. Kim Long sitting beside him said they had already considered that, and it was decided that Theo would participate in the awakening ceremony next year. And the 10-year-old boy he interacted with yesterday would also attend next year with him. Fate really does bring people together everywhere. Thanks to the intervention of the Sword King, the punishment was less severe. Before the trial took place, the 4 of them sat down to discuss. It seemed that in the past, Theo's punishment was much harsher, but Sir Julius opposed that. Thean Long S secretly thought that actually, this was not too bad since Theo's delay of the awakening ritual caused a great loss of honor for the Rachna family, and the person representing the Rose Palace must bear such shame, which will surely provide numerous valid reasons for the Camellia Palace to surpass the Rose Palace. If things continue like this, their plan will be put into action, and at this point, Theo can do nothing more but accept reality. But what he did not expect was that Theo decided to appeal, and his words left all 4 people present there stunned. Schoiven, hearing this, could not hide his joy and thought to himself that Theo really is a fool, because this action will make everything they want to do much easier. Lord Julius asked if Theo knew what appealing meant, and naturally Theo was very confident, thinking if he did not know, who would have said to do it. The boy was smart and aware enough to realize that this matter would not be easily resolved just with 3 months of probation. The suspended sentence was only a mild reprimand, completely overshadowed by the demon dragon standing behind pulling the strings. Theo boldly declared, under the strong and proud name Yigna, that appealing means war. You know that Lord Julius only wants what is best for you. But from the very beginning, Theo had no intention of accepting that mild reprimand. Instead, he hoped to be granted a higher punishment. The system displays a message saying that the main storyline has just begun. Through this storyline, You can uncover many hidden secrets within this confined sealed world. The first mission for the new storyline called The Path of Succession. The scene shifts to the secret northern branch of the Sears Merchant Guild, where a brutal battle is underway with a lone figure in black armor fighting fiercely against enemies. That person is Evelyn, who is fighting alongside Remington here under Theodra's orders. Remington looked at the box, not knowing what was inside that could cause both of them to destroy the Xet Trade Guild. So from now on, the Camellia Palace of Joyven has completely fallen. Returning to that trial, Lord Wooking asked if turning a problem that could be solved by 3 Kyo cases into a battle like this was already beyond arrogance. He believes that with Theod's strength alone, she definitely cannot stand up to the forces of the 15 clans. But Remington always remains calm and level-headed, confidently saying that this is something he must overcome. He even asked Guokang back whether in situations with such overwhelming force, fighting through representatives is not the normal way to oppose Enchio. After hearing Theod's words, Julius fell into deep thought. Normally, when appealing a decision, there is a winner and a loser through combat, but in cases where fighting is impossible due to overwhelming power, a representative method will be used, with each side sending a delegate. If that happens, the defendant's representative will be Theo, while the likely representative for Prentip will be Aizen. Julius believes that if that happens, Theo will definitely lose, and he wonders if this decision is hiding some card up his sleeve. Truck thinks that if Theo believes Evelyn or himself will step forward as a representative, he will surely feel disappointed and let down, based on his proposal to organize a week of representative battles. Edroy Van, who was listening, also guessed that this was a tactic. This guy still has the habit of thinking nonsense. He thought that Theo, dreaming of the Demon Dragon or Evelyn as his representative, would definitely not have that happen. He also arrogantly believed he would bring out Aizen to teach him a lifelong lesson. No one expected that after the party last night, Aizen's attitude towards Theo would change so noticeably. He quickly nodded, about to express regret about the representatives, when suddenly a voice interrupted, causing both the 4 sitting above and Theo to be stunned. "I thought you were just a quiet child. But Senra, you are very unusual. You have changed a lot since the last time I saw you." My son, all 5 people there, including Theo, immediately bowed respectfully to the clan leader, whose immense authority here made everyone feel intimidated. While bowing to his father, the system suddenly appeared and issued a mission to seize the Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. Theo suddenly remembered the blue light emitted from the Camellia Palace that day. There was definitely something mysterious in that room, but because everything was so chaotic that day, he did not think about it anymore after returning home. But now is not the time for him to be distracted by it. First, I need to sort out this chaos in front of me. Just one small mistake and all my carefully laid plans will be ruined. My father's appearance now is a huge question mark for me. Kyle just entered and ordered Theo to stand up. On his way here, he heard about your situation and Theo's intention to appeal. If that is the case, it will be very difficult for Theo to participate in the match as a representative on his own. He then asked seriously if Theo had already decided who to choose as a representative to replace him, making Theo wary. He knew this was his father's test of his resolve. After thinking for a moment, Theo bowed and said that from the moment he decided to appeal, he had already intended to step forward and do it himself. His father immediately said that if things continued like that, he would lose. But Theo was not concerned. He replied that if he did not try, how could he know? Theo began his speech by saying that even if he was forced to bow his head, he would not easily lower himself to be trampled on by others. His words made his father burst into loud laughter, covering his face as he laughed heartily. Can you hear my son's words? Even when forced to bow his head, he still does not easily lower himself. It can be seen that what Theo just said has made his father very pleased. Your attitude really can satisfy your father. And you humbly bowed your head to thank him for his praise. In fact, you had your own plans. The duel you proposed was just a lure, as you never intended to fight from the beginning. So it is good that you can speak the truth without holding back. Before coming here, I asked Remington and Evelyn to find evidence of the conspiracy against the Camellia Palace. Once we have it, you can win without having to fight much and tire yourself out, and you can spend that time relaxing instead. Suddenly, your father said that he personally wanted to give you a chance. As the owner of Ragna, he wanted to test you with a single strike. Theo was very excited about his father's words. Lord Kelly told him to forget about the distraction and go outside. If he could withstand a single blow from his father now, he would personally erase all your crimes. After finishing speaking, he turned to leave but Joyven stopped him. The clan leader said that was impossible. Joyven began to show signs of worry that their plan might fail. Testing a single strike first meant the clan leader had started to accept Theo. If Theo survived that blow, he would surely earn the clan leader's recognition. But deep down, he still believed Theo would not be able to withstand it. But no one in life can predict what will happen. If by some miracle he manages to follow and succeed, would not that be amazing? He is determined to stop the one Joyven favors. He started to invoke the law to prevent what was coming next. But before he could finish, the clan leader silenced him with a steely voice. If a servant dared to speak like that, all that was needed was to eliminate him. Just hearing this, I immediately have to shut my mouth and not say another word, or else I might get kicked out of the group. There is no room for opinions. Suddenly, the clan leader also notices something, seeing that Lord Julius has been chuckling all this time, and he seems to understand what is going on. He had just explained for a long time when he saw Lord Kyle show some interest, so he also became a bit excited. Returning to the original issue, the clan leader turned to ask, "What do you think, son?" Starting to fall into those thoughts. A single strike from your father could change everything in a direction you never expected. His original plan has already fallen apart, but such a change is always the beginning. At first, it sounded so gentle that it was too heavy for you to compare a single blow from your father with a grand battle involving representatives, ministers, and generals. Hearing this, Chief Kyle felt a bit displeased and asked if you were about to refuse or something. But unexpectedly, you said no, you just want to express how unfair this change is. Chief Kyle listened but did not understand what was so unfair about it. If you say the challenge for the appeal has become more severe, then perhaps your compensation should also increase. Kyle asked. For example, what that might be, and Theo immediately seized the opportunity, glancing at Joyven and mentioning something like the Kamia Palace, causing Joyven to turn pale instantly. It is clear how Theo's suggestion successfully hits Joyven a sore spot. He could not help but curse him silently as a bastard. The king's envoy next to him also thought to himself that Theo was crazy to dare make such a proposal to the master like that. He believed this arrogance would surely get you killed. But surprisingly, clan leader Kyle agreed immediately without hesitation, which surprised everyone. Theo's attitude made him very pleased. If you want to succeed, you have to be brave like this. This is what a real son of mine would be. He turned to ask if anyone opposed this plan, but obviously no one wanted to go against the fire and oppose his opinion. Clan leader Kyle turned around and stepped onto the field, feeling extremely excited, as he himself would now be the one to test Vecna. The two of them stepped onto the arena in front of the 4 judges, each face showing intense tension over the situation. In a corner, Entroven was sweating profusely, feeling like he was destroying himself, unaware that the trap he set had become the stepping stone for Theo to soar to new heights. But upon calming down, he felt there was nothing to worry about because no matter how strong Theo becomes, he would not be able to withstand a full-force blow from the clan head. This is something no one has ever touched before, and he confidently believes Theo will soon fly away to meet his ancestors. From his position in the arena, Theo observed Troyven deep in thought, certain he would lose something he expected, but unfortunately for him, he could not let that happen because he had the rewards from the trials. The clan leader suddenly remembered and asked if Theo had taken any divine energy before coming here, but upon reflection, even if he had, his aura would not change enough to beat him, so it was not worth making a fuss over. Based on what I feel, my father has started to take the battle seriously, standing in front of me like a giant mountain, asking if I am ready so he can start the attack. I also feel very confident. Nodding firmly, Chief Kyle usually uses his Earth General sword, but since Theo has not yet learned to use mana, today he decided to only wield this sword. The two agree, and as they do, the battle begins. Even at the start, the oppressive aura emanating from the chief is terrifying, with a red glow surrounding him that makes opponents feel intimidated. Theo also sensed this aura but showed no fear or anything else. Instead, he was deeply in awe because his father only demonstrated a fighting spirit, yet it put immense pressure on him. The clan leader was also very surprised to see that up to this moment, Theo still had not shown any new changes. I am surprised you can still stand firm. Theo did not say anything, only chuckled silently. It is only natural because your strength stat has already tripled. I used all my available points to increase my strength after the system tested me with the divine potion from my last successful mission. And fighting my father like this makes me feel very excited and exhilarated because I feel like I have left behind the world of ordinary people and am now entering the realm of monsters and geniuses. Theo is confident that with his current strength he can probably withstand his father's full force attack without any worries, as he is lost in thought. His father, now above him, is preparing to strike down, and Theo is focusing intensely to block this attack as accurately as possible. With his current abilities, he can clearly see his father's attack, and Chief Kyle also lunges down. When their swords clash, the ground around them explodes, turning their battle into a giant bomb that could destroy an entire city with just one hit. Everyone outside would think that Theo was doomed to get involved and would not survive this disaster. But Lord Kyle chuckled and said that it had been a long time since anyone made him feel proud like Theo. Theo successfully blocked Chief Kyle's sword, but after the strike, his sword shattered into hundreds of pieces. The smoke cleared, revealing Theo's image, surprising everyone present. Though Julius probably expected this, he has always been proud of Theo, so this is entirely deserved. Kyle Ragna announced that this mission is now complete. The system displays a message that Theo has completed the unexpected mission of a full-force attack from Kyle Ragna. After this mission, the system rewarded him with a treasure chest and a blue key. After that last attack, Theo played so hard he could not even stand up, and he completely does not remember what happened. Where am I right now? As soon as he opened his mouth to ask. Just like in the script, he saw his mother scream out loud because he had finally woken up. Before Theo could even regain his composure, his mother burst into tears. Sobbing uncontrollably, She started to complain and ask if you knew how much she suffered when she heard the news that her beloved son was hurt, like a flower she cherished, and she had to endure a blow from the head of the family. Almost thinking she would follow her son to the afterlife, the lady kept asking if I was hurt anywhere and suggested I stand up and buy a fan to see if my joints are still okay, so she would know whether to call a fancy doctor to teach me a lesson. Seeing my mother like that, I felt helpless but understood it was because she loved me, so I tried to comfort her by saying I was fine. After acting for a while, I got bored and then remembered that this place is strange. This room is so luxurious it does not look like my superhero room. But where am I right now, at this moment? Sir Julius, unaware of where he is, rushes over and, following the master's orders, confirms that the previous owner of the Camellia Palace and all the Azen group have been expelled from here. Hearing this, he suddenly realizes that the place he is in must be the Camellia Palace, and Julius just smiles and confirms to him that this is indeed the Camellia Palace. The system has announced that the script has been updated, and now you have received the mission to forge your path to fame. This time, you must take over the Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. The takeover mission has been completed, and there is still the secret discovery mission remaining. Outside, the maid Amin was stumping her feet in frustration for being unjustly kicked out of her beloved palace by the master. Why is this happening? Better to be somewhere else. Too overwhelmed with rage, she kept stomping her feet on the ground, and the servants around did not know how to calm her down. From afar, Azen and Joyven watched this scene without knowing what to do next, and as Joyven was also starting to lose his composure, his eyes now filled with nothing but hatred. Joyven ordered Azen to kill Theo, and Azen had wanted to do it for a long time, but now he felt a bit insecure about his abilities and hesitated. Still, he told his uncle to rest assured that on the day of the awakening ceremony, he would definitely cut off Theo's wings, but Joyven still wants more. He wants Azen to cut off Theo's head entirely, not just his wings. The scene shifts to inside the Camellia Palace where I started scouting the traitorous conspiracy's head out. As I walk, I think about how everything has developed differently from my plan. But secretly, I am glad it is heading in a positive direction. Otherwise, I would have already been caught up in a mess. You easily took over this palace without even needing to use your main ace Senza, as fate favored you and granted you what you wanted. And moreover, you unlocked an additional system feature, the storage room. Reaching inside to grab something, he thought it would be something fancy like an iPhone 16 Pro Max. But the first thing he pulled out was just an apple. I did not expect this cabinet to even offer a food service. Truly, anything can happen in this world, but now the main event begins. Theo reaches in again and this time pulls out a blue key that can open the dungeon door but also requires matching the specific dungeon to open. Theo is sure that this wife is connected to the room emitting the blue light. He can't wait any longer and quickly approaches the door, preparing to insert the key to see what secrets this mother and daughter have been hiding in this boring palace. Theo inserted the key and as expected, this key is connected to the mysterious room in the palace, but when he opened the door, a deep and dark earthen tunnel appeared before him, looking extremely eerie. The system reported that Theo was the first to discover this dungeon, and the experience points gained inside will be doubled each time he completes a mission. It seems they are quite clever this time. Theo begins to move inside, determined that even if it is just trash inside, he must clean this room thoroughly and not miss out on such a golden opportunity to double his experience. As he takes a step in, he remembers he can't go in empty-handed, or he will lose the trash guy. So he uses the magic cabinet given by the system to take out a suit of armor and a sword. Then Theo followed this path to scout ahead, and soon he encountered a small fox with a gentle gaze, as if saying, your beloved wife is finally back. Do you know he has been very hungry? After observing this one for a while, he judged that it looked quite tall, dark, and smelly, and calling it a demon would not be too far off. But the fox was still shy and gradually moved closer to Theo. This fake wolf initially pretended to be a knave little sister to get closer, then took the opportunity while Theo was not paying attention to jump and bite him from behind. But Theo was very alert, and the handsome guy had already prepared thoroughly before entering here, just pretending to let go a little to test the wolf's loyalty. But who would have thought it would turn on him so quickly? As the shield just now clamped down on the wolf's jaws, the two of them stared at each other in disbelief. Damn, this beast is pretty strong, but that wolf also won't give up if it accidentally bit the shield earlier. It will quickly let go now and look for another way to eat that handsome guy. Once again opening its mouth and lunging forward, Theo stabbed it a few times with his sword to stop it. But this beast's hide is extremely tough and it moves very quickly, so a few hits won't hurt it. From these events, it is clear that this fox is not an ordinary one. Maybe this one has been personally trained by him to be so cowardly. The wolf must be as strong as a monster from the demon sea beyond the northern wall. If it is this tough, normal methods won't work. I have to find another way, I thought, rushing towards the wolf and trying to use the pure white bow to strike it down. But that attempt failed again. As expected, with such high-level skills, copying it easily is impossible, so Theo quickly changed tactics to a single strike, a concise lethal blow. If the solution was just to focus everything on a single sword attack, Theo would have to abandon his sword skills and concentrate on speed. which is what Evelyn had taught him. After walking for a while, the wolf dog no longer saw Theo and suddenly rushed forward, aiming to finish him quickly and take him to hell. The wolf dog could not bear the pain and let out a deafening cry, as Theo's previous strike had wounded it in one eye. Although he has not completely defeated it yet, Theo keeps taunting the wolf, and after the previous attack, he becomes even more aggressive, rushing at Theo again with his mouth open, eager to bite into fresh meat. But Theo remains unafraid of the fake fox, raising his sword and silently telling himself he can do it. The scene shifts to 2 months later at Training Ground 4, where someone reports that more and more people are coming, as rumors spread that the clan leader has personally trained Theo, attracting even more to challenge him. "Hey you, lackeys over there," he asked about Theo's whereabouts with a very sarcastic tone. The blonde-haired guy's name is Henry Morris, an apprentice swordsman from the Peach Blossom Palace. This guy even called Theo a coward, making the gang members here furious. But before they could laugh, Saibin could not hold back and charged at him with his sword, forcing him to shut up immediately. Saibin could not hold back his emotions and blurted out a string of words that made his teammates nearby break out in sweat, reminding him that he should not comment on others' appearances like that. But those guys definitely deserved it. He then ordered his team to draw their swords and teach those rude brats a lesson. They did not back down either, each holding a sword in hand, ready to fight. Suddenly a blue light appeared around out of nowhere, then Zayrachna suddenly appeared here, surprising everyone. This guy is one of the members of the Northern Four Hounds. Right after Zayrachna appeared, another uninvited guest showed up, Hulk Ozlank. First there was a surprise, and now another one that leaves everyone stunned, as both members of the Northern Hound Quartet are here. Hulkas came expecting a challenge to Zayrachna, but when I got there were no monsters at all. Just people showing up to cause trouble for they's brothers, while they was still inside the cave, exhausted from training and gaining experience. The system keeps notifying that they has leveled up successfully. You have hunted 170 demons and your stats have improved significantly. After a fierce battle with the monsters, Theo sat down to drink some red-colored water and felt instantly revitalized, as if he had never been injured. It turned out to be a healing potion for beginners. But Theo still could not leave so quickly because there was still one more boss monster in this underground cave. He took out his torch and started hunting the final boss. When he reached the 5th floor, the flashlight in his hand no longer worked. Theo also had to abandon it. And now the only thing he had left that he could use was the magical treasure bag Dojamin given by the system, which was also running out of power. The sword you are using was a gift from your mother on your birthday in your previous life, and you and your mother often argued, especially during the awakening ceremony, so at that time I put it away in a corner. Now looking back, I realize it was truly a good sword, not something to be discarded. I wish I could go back to that birthday when the clock struck midnight and my mother excitedly came to the door with many servants holding gifts to celebrate my new age. But I accidentally yelled at her and said I did not want to waste time on that birthday, which made her feel even more disappointed. With the determination in this life, no matter what happens, I won't let the mistakes of the past repeat. Every thought in my mind pushes my steps closer to the room with the monster. The system alerts Theo that this is the boss's room and inside there is a super powerful demon because it is Jack's own son, so he must be extremely careful. Just as the system disappears, the boss appears at the same time, but unlike the usual monsters, this time it turns out to be a dragon. As the sound grew closer, it looked more like a lesser the Zed, so he felt a bit relieved but still worried. Originally, Ragnar's family was called the Descendants of the Dragon, yet the final boss of this strange mission turned out to be a dragon. This also piqued Theo's curiosity. Could this just be a coincidence, or is there something more hidden behind it all? But one thing is certain. He must defeat this creature to complete his mission. Whether Theo can take down such a gigantic beast entirely depends on him, because Evelyn and Remington won't be here to help him anymore. Theo decides that his first move will be lightning, because he has already trained this move with the fierce wolves enough. This move may not match your father's lightning dragon technique, but if you maximize the power of the dragon's heart now, you can definitely inflict serious wounds on this dragon. With that, Theo thrusts his sword straight into it with all his strength, and his effort just now already had an effect on the dragon. Blood started to flow from the dragon's creature, causing it to cry out in pain, but it still was not enough to achieve the desired effect. You wanted to pierce through its skull, but this attack was not powerful enough. Determined not to give up, even by a thread, you resolutely fought this dragon to the end because you believed you could defeat it in an instant. Seeing that the situation does not look good and the old plan has been completely ruined, we need to quickly find a new approach. With this difficult wife, we should distract the dragon with a normal attack first before targeting its weak spot. The system notification is no longer blue but has turned red, signaling danger. The fear effect has reduced movement ability by 10%. Now I also realize that I am starting to feel like someone is holding me back and I can't run. Helplessly standing still and watching the dragon approach to attack. As the dragon gets closer, it begins to unleash a powerful attack that sends me flying in an instant, crashing into the ground with a big hole but still remaining fine. The boss is indeed different. If we keep delaying, things will only get worse. The dragon still refuses to stop immediately and then heads toward Theo. You won't just stand there and take it, you will rush forward immediately. Aiming for the weak spot of this monster, the reverse scale, you drive your sword into the dragon's reverse scale, and the dragon, not touching the ridge, screams loudly in agony. Hearing the monster's cry, I knew my attack had succeeded, but this only made the dragon even angrier. It bared its sharp teeth and stared fiercely at Theo. Outside, Hookers and Zay were still arguing, with Hookers shouting loudly and spitting in Zay Ragna's face. Ragna will fight me first. Zay Ragna refuses to give in to this muscular guy and just calmly puts one hand behind his head while listening to his music. The loser should step back. Hookers refused to listen and became even more agitated, saying that was all in the past 3 years ago. His skills have improved day by day, and 3 years is enough time for him to close the gap in ability with Zay Ragna. But Zay pays no attention to what he says and coldly dismisses him as just a loser, which makes Hooker's anger flare up. He proposed a rematch with Zay, claiming the winner would face him next, then launched a sword attack at Zay. But Zay blocked it effortlessly despite his sword being 10 times larger. This unexpected defense left the onlookers confused and frightened as they watched the members of the Northern Four Dogs fighting each other. Zay and Hookers are fighting so fiercely that even an ant can feel the intense aura when suddenly someone jumps in and blocks both of their swords. If you want to fight, go somewhere else. This is the territory of the young master. The person who just said this is Remington. Seeing his appearance, Hookers becomes even more excited. Oh, Remy. Perfect timing. I also want to fight you. This guy seems to have a lack of friends and always wants to fight over trivial things. Remington, annoyed by this arrogant fool, gave him a shove. As everyone argued, suddenly a surge of energy appeared, making everyone's spine tingle. Even the always watchful Remington wondered where this aura was coming from. Turning around, I only saw an unknown person approaching them. Remington could tell who it was, but this immense pressure indicated something very difficult had happened during their hidden training. Finally, Theo Ragna has appeared, and Hookers is extremely excited because the opponent he has always wanted to fight has finally shown up here. Over the 2 months in the cave, Theo has fought tirelessly against more than 100 monsters, even defeating the lesser the Z. The moment Theo touched the dragon's back scales, it seemed like he was about to give up. The twice-a-month visits to see his mother on the 1st and 15th of July had already lasted a whole month. But luckily, it gradually regained strength over time. After all, the weak point of these dragons was still their scales. The system appears and awards Theo after defeating the dragon, giving him the lesser the Z's fang and claw. The lesser drillet's fang is used as an upgrade material for weapon crafting to increase durability. Theo decided to use this fang to focus all his strength on repairing the sword because after all, he got this sword from his mother and it has been worn down a lot after the battle with the Z. But the reward is not over yet. The system appeared again to inform that Theo had received a new skill to repair lesser the Z. This is a level up skill that releases a distinctive killing intent to overwhelm nearby lesser the Z and also terrifies weaker targets. Upon receiving this skill, Theo was overjoyed, hearing that only chosen ones can use it. And he never thought he would be lucky enough to have the chance to use this skill, but suddenly remembering something. He was not sure if he could use this skill in Vepna because there are countless strong enemies there. At this point, Theo's mission was already completed, and the system announced that the Camellia Palace dungeon had been cleared. Theo looked at the new toy but still did not understand what it was for, but whatever it was, he had to keep it carefully. Then he opened the wardrobe to store his belongings and put the compass away. He glanced around, trying to head back to his room to rest. 2 months of this was enough, but for him, after being tormented by those demonic wives, his body now felt like borrowed, no longer truly his. But before he could take a few steps, the maid called out that the young master had urgent business. When Theo turned to see what was happening, his tired face surprised the maid greatly. The girl asked what had tormented Theo so much, but he did not answer and only asked what had happened. The maid reported that there was a fight at Training Ground 4. Hearing that, Theo no longer felt like sleeping, so a scene at the beginning appeared, with Theo stepping toward the group of people with an extraordinary aura. At this moment, Lizard Ezek's fear skill was fully activated, covering the entire arena. He only flicked his eyes and ordered the blonde-haired group to leave, causing them to suddenly foam at the mouth and collapse on the spot. This drew Hooker's attention, but he was equally matched, and seeing them fall like that, he smiled before raising his sword, ready to fight. I knew it. I had a feeling that this person would be very interesting. Hookers charged forward with a slash, but was easily pushed aside by follow-up attacks, making him start to doubt life itself. He did not expect that all his training would be so easily countered. Even Theo could not believe he managed to block Hooker's attack, because if it had been his older self, he would have been seriously injured. Black Bear Hookers definitely would not give up and surrender after that hit. With his competitive nature, he keeps fighting on. He is like that because he has always been considered the weakest among the four. He has not completed his arsenal and is not naturally very smart, so he is always eager to prove that he is not inferior to anyone. But as a member of the Lank family, he has never been defeated in terms of strength. Theo, feeling confident in fighting this guy, found his sword no match for his current strength and once again easily dodged the attack, not only blocking but also countering Hookers. He decided to deliver a final blow that knocked the big guy to the ground. Unable to open his eyes, seeing hookers unconscious in front of him, Theo realized he had used all his strength to fight. But luckily this time his opponent was hookers, known for his strength, so he only fainted. The brothers gathered for a spectacular show and rushed over shouting that the young master had defeated the black bear, one of the 4 great dogs. With a single strike, Theo saw his brothers exaggerating and tried to calm the crowd, saying hookers was only unconscious not dead. But as soon as he finished, his sword suddenly slipped out and broke in half, and as he watched the blade fall, his face filled with despair while his followers still cheered. This was the sword his mother gave him on his birthday, yet contrary to Theo's dark mood, his brothers exclaimed, as expected of the young master. He even destroyed his own sword with a single strike. Ragna silently watched what was happening and then recalled the old story between her and Theo. That night, the two of them were just children, walking outside in the snow-covered winter cold, barefoot and in summer dresses, her face flushed from the cold, but she seemed unaffected by it. Theo saw her on the street and did not hesitate to wrap his scarf around her neck to keep her warm, but it was not quite enough because she was still too cold. Theo decided to take her home and said so. Then he smiled brightly and took her hand to go with him. "Come to my house, I will take you home when the snow stops falling." Thinking of this, Trat smiled to himself, and the girl now had many thoughts in her mind. Then she turned around and left. Remington watched him go, confused, wondering if he had misjudged. But just now he saw Ragna smiling, something she had never done before. After some time, one afternoon at the Din Camellia Palace, everyone was celebrating Theo's birthday, continuously congratulating him on receiving the Luster Tiger title, also known as the Golden Tiger. His mother appeared, carrying a giant abalone bowl, and said that these abalones were caught in limited quantities from the Idria Sea, and were slowly grilled with butter that could only be sourced from the Kwang Mountain farms. The mother kept talking while her hands tirelessly fed the oysters into her son's mouth, hoping he would eat quickly and grow up fast to earn money to repay her. Before he could swallow all the oysters, the courtesan called out to try the chicken raised solely on rice grains from the western desert of Lazaria. Here, the poultry is carefully slaughtered and then simmered with ginseng imported from an eastern desert country called Russia. Although his mother kept forcing food into him until his head spun, when he saw her smiling face right in front of him, a flash of her body crawling in his previous life suddenly appeared in his mind. He lowered his head, only managing a faint smile before happily thanking his mother. After eating so much that his belly was bulging out of his shirt, he then brought out the broken sword that his mother had given him. The lady was shocked to see the broken sword and explained that it broke during my intense training, then apologized to my mother because it was a precious gift she gave me for my birthday. The wicked old man suddenly slammed his hand on the table. From what I hear my mother say, I was totally shocked because in my eyes she has always been a gentle and kind person who never speaks harshly at all. Turns out she is angry because she feels she was cheated by the salesman. The old man in her words had promised again and again that this sword was made from renowned white steel and steelwood so it would never break. Hearing about steelwood, I curiously asked if it was the type of steelwood from the southern forest. But my mother still insisted that the man who sold it had deceived her. I have also heard of this type of wood before and knew it was good, but I never imagined it would be so valuable. I do not know where my mother got this sword from. The priestess is determined to find the merchant and ask about this gift, and she insists on bringing back the most perfect sword in the world. Speechless and modest, told my mother that any sword to replace it would do. The priestess firmly refused, saying that only now everyone is realizing the true value of her son, so they must find him even more. Moreover, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away, so everything cannot be left to chance, and she won't allow her son to appear with such an old sword. Having said that, she turned and walked out the door. Since we are talking about it, let us go now. Looking surprised, I asked where she was going, and she confidently replied that she was heading to the best workshop in all of Winterra, which is the Basket Workshop. The Basket Workshop is known as one of the most reputable weapon manufacturing facilities in Winterra. The reputation of this workshop is linked to its enormous size comparable to a factory. But that is not the most remarkable thing about the Basket Workshop. The most notable feature is its owner. This person is classified as a top-level special agent by the intelligence agency, a master craftsman with only 2 known artisans in this industry, both being demon spirits of Japanese capitalism. Yet she is a woman with platinum white hair and 2 long ears, despite always being covered in dirt from forging swords. But when she really wanted to smoke, as soon as she turned her head, she saw the mother and child ahead speaking first, not even looking to see who was coming. For the first time in her life, she felt both awe and pride at seeing a real person. Never thought she would meet someone from legend like this. But you also do not know why your mother is acquainted with someone as renowned as this person while she is thinking about the reason. Your mother already gave you the shock of the century. She still has not quit smoking. Just hearing it, you immediately stick on a hard glue, because you have never heard your mother mention these things before in your awareness. You always thought your mother was an orphan with no family, but it turns out your grandmother is that high-level love spirit. Your grandmother still straightforwardly refuses to acknowledge the mother-child relationship with your mother. What is this? Sorry dear customer, but our mother and daughter relationship ended when she chose to run away. From the tome, it seems this is not the first time this scene has played out, But this news still caught you off guard and made you keep thinking. If this is true, then it means you also have the blood of a love spirit. No wonder you were born with such good looks and attract girls wherever you go. Returning to the main issue, your grandmother asked why they came here. And your mother threw the defective chem that the courtesan thought was trash at her grandmother. To return the faulty product, Grandma quickly grabbed the sword hilt and, not believing her eyes, asked again because she was very confident in the products she made. She could be sure that if these sword hilts came from her workshop, they definitely would not be faulty. But when she pulled out the sheath and saw only the handle inside, she also started to feel suspicious, as the buyer kept complaining that this sales channel was unreliable. And she was still thinking about how being liked by the love spirit made her feel faint and drool. Kia gradually asked who used this sword, and Mother Theo proudly replied that her son was the one who used it. Who else could it be? Then, she respectfully bowed and introduced herself to your grandmother. Truly an honor to meet the renowned master of the basket workshop. Your grandmother did not react much after hearing that, only politely saying that she had heard about you recently. But inwardly she was secretly praising her daughter for raising such a good son. So, is it true that you are the one using this defective product? According to what you said, your mother's reputation is also supporting this. I already told you. But there is a mistake here. Kia Dan listened in silence for a moment before calling her mother to come inside and cook, saying that staying outside like this would just invite judgment from others. On the way, she took the opportunity to ask her mother about her relationship with the lady, and she happily explained her curiosity. While your son could not help but ask if Kia Dan was the biological daughter of the lady, but she was not. Kia Dan only cared for and raised the lady for 6 months, but during that short time she fell in love with her, caring for her wholeheartedly. The lady spoke about Kia Dan with a very sweet and affectionate tone, liking everything she considered beautiful. From jewelry, music, theater, even the person herself. Perhaps for that reason, Kia Dan accepted her as her adopted daughter. Kia Dan, in these words, felt warm inside but still pretended not to care, telling the lady to stop bringing up the past as it was meaningless and pointless. But the lady knew her foster mother too well. Smiled confidently, knowing those words were not sincere from Kia Dan, and seeing herself being accused by her obedient adopted child, she felt embarrassed and hurriedly walked faster. If you are eager to hear the story, then keep listening and ask your mother why she left this place. Honestly, asking now is quite funny, because if she had not left, there would not be your presence here today. Going to such a miserable place is truly foolish and worth praising for surviving so long. I thought it was a sad story, but Lady Cecilia's reaction really opened my eyes, her face full of happiness when mentioning the clan leader, who said the clan leader is too handsome, so cool and masculine, and he even loves her deeply. She ran away from home to be with her lover and still boasts about it as a victory. Kia Dan did not hesitate to expose that Lady Cecilia had already left her for him, and last year she even came back here asking Kia Dan to forge a sword as a gift for her son. Cecilia, seeing her secret exposed before her son, felt embarrassed, and after not seeing each other for a long time, they acted like children competing with each other. Noticing her mother's and aunt's figures, she realized she had never seen her mother speak like this before, which made her understand her past life better. You never truly knew what your mother thought. Looking back, you realize how ungrateful you were. This may have happened because you were too obsessed with the family, especially with being swallowed by it. Moreover, it seems that the demon artisan also cared a lot about your mother, so why did not you notice any of her actions in your past life? After walking for a while, they arrived at the room Kia Dan wanted to talk about, which is also her office, the main office of this mansion. Cecilia was still sitting and chatting with Kia Dan, saying that instead of bringing them here, she should have given him the most supreme sword to compensate him at this moment. Kia Dan pulled her inside the room and told Cecilia to wait outside, then slammed the door shut. Inside, Kia Dan looked extremely tense and asked Theo if she had indeed possessed the relic of the primordial lineage. Hearing this, I still do not understand what Kia Dan is referring to. Are you asking if Kia Dan is inquiring about the ancestors of the guardian lineage that protects the family? Since I have only heard about the legend that the ancestors distributed the treasure of the primordial line throughout Winterra for the Ragna family. Before they could finish speaking, Kia Dan angrily drew the broken sword again, saying, I swear, if you really do not have any achievements, then why is your sword like this? This is the sword she poured her heart and soul into forging. It can't just break for no reason like this. It must be because of the achievement. Seeing Kia Dan like this, a sudden wave of guilt overwhelmed Theo, who stammered an apology. Knowing that the sword was already broken and nothing could be gained by asking further, Kia Dan then discarded the broken sword and approached a carefully locked box, asking what Theo saw inside it. Unexpectedly, Theo once again saw a blue light emanating from the box, similar to the light he saw through the window in the Camellia Palace dungeon. Kia Dan said she could not see or sense anything about the box, but from Theo's expression, it was clear that he had seen something. Kia Dan immediately brought the box down and had tried many times to open it, hoping to find something interesting inside, but all efforts were in vain. Long ago, In the Age of Myth, the primordial ancestor broke a fang and forged a mirror blade, which became the White Moonlight Sword. Kia-dan then set a condition that if Theo could break the seal and successfully retrieve the sword, she would give him the Bai Yu Guang sword. Kia-dan also warned him that he might lose his life inside it. So, what do you think? Do you want to try? As expected, despite not having gone deep yet, Theo confidently believes that the White Moonlight Sword will definitely be his. His system displays mission number 2, and his current target is the White Moonlight Sword. The White Moonlight Sword belongs to the leader of the Black Snow Guild, one of the Kulong named Haklong. But very few people know what it looks like, because most who have heard of or seen this sword have either exited Earth or disappeared without a trace. But somehow, Theo was able to witness its true appearance, and Haklong let him live, so the White Moonlight Sword of Black Dragon has been here. 4 years ago, I once encountered its owner. Turns out, Kia-dan has always been the one holding this sword. If I meet this sword again for the second time, then it is no longer a coincidence I must get this sword back. After observing for a while, Theo thought this place looked quite similar to the Camellia Palace, so this blue key should work here. Seeing this, Kia also looked surprised, thinking to herself that even at a young age, Theo had quite a few interesting things. After taking out the key, Theo immediately tried to insert it into the box to see if it would trigger anything. As soon as I activated it, I saw the box open instantly, revealing an air conditioner with a 1 billion watt capacity blowing out wind, then drawing it in, leaving both you and Kia-dan in awe. When I arrived and opened my eyes, the familiar scene unfolded before me, suddenly bringing back memories of the day the Rose Palace was taken over by Aizen and Rendon. While Theo was still lost in thought about what was happening, a strange creature suddenly appeared behind him, rushing to attack, but now it was no longer knave like before. Instead it moved incredibly fast and lightly, sealing the chaotic beak of the Kia bird. Using mind control and exploiting the creature's ambition for power to fight back, it truly was a monster's sword. This bird thought it was on top of the world, but then a 17-year-old kid covered its beak, making it dumbfounded because it had never been treated like that before, and it could not escape, only cursing continuously. Theo calmly told the bird that he had overcome the despair it had long sound, calling it a country bumpkin. Then mocked the bird for deluding itself into thinking that a little bit of low-level strength could impress him. But sorry, I am a bit more awake and handsome now. Theo remembered that in his memory the creature was very tall, at least 10 meters, but for some reason today when he saw it again he just looked at it, and he even threatened the bird with a fist, making it terrified. The bird, seeing itself about to be beaten to a pulp, but naturally afraid of pain and seeing the thunderous punch, Henley no longer dared to boast and started begging Theo, "Why are you treating me like this? Handsome, talk to me nicely." The current state of Theo is not good at all, miss. Cecilia keeps shaking him, calling him to wake up, but he seems unresponsive. Anyway, Theo is her only child, and if something happens to him, the clan leader Vecna is already old and can't have more children. Unable to handle this shock, Cecilia turned away, crying and questioning Kirsten why Theo ended up like this. She only told her to buy the world's #1 VIP Pro sword for him, not to bring him along for magic. Kirsten looked at the unconscious person in front of her, unsure if he was alive or dead, and could only remain silent because the strange aura emanating from each person around her was something she had never heard of or seen before. But thinking carefully, Theo already has the sacred object in his hand, so nothing too serious will probably happen. The atmosphere between the two women is extremely tense now. Cecilia suddenly looks serious and tells Kirsten that if anything happens to Theo, she definitely will never forgive her. As he just opened his mouth, Theo's hand suddenly moved slightly, then strange black objects around him suddenly flew in all directions, forming a whirlwind originating from his back. After a while, those things disappeared, and Cecilia called out Theo's name just as he opened his eyes and woke up, seeing her son safe and sound. Cecilia's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally eased as she embraced her son tightly, tears streaming down her face. The system also displayed a message congratulating Tiu for successfully completing the main mission of hunting the Demon Master, earning the reward of owning the White Moonlight Sword outright. Seeing the sword in his hand, Tiu suddenly thought of something. This mission was also a stroke of luck for him because the Demon Master was not difficult to defeat, as it had just broken the seal, so neither it nor the psychological weakness of the other Demon Master had any effect on him. The system reminds that after absorbing the monster aura from the White Moonlight Sword, your magic power has increased significantly, adding 30 points. Now your magic power has surpassed 200, which is truly beyond anyone's reach. This magic power also marks the beginning of your mastery as a high-level swordsman. This spiritual power can strengthen the body. Each time you get hurt, it only takes 1.5 seconds to recover your mana. That means you can't use all your mana at once but must hold back until the day of the ritual. Kirsten praised you without holding back and excitedly asked about the initial promise between you two. Her mood completely opposite to your mother's right now, who looked at Kirsten as if she wanted to devour her immediately. Kirsten said the elf does not lie and then told you to look at the sword, which you did immediately without noticing that the sword seemed to be challenging you. She asked with a confused face if this sword still had not acknowledged her as its owner. Kirsten explained that was not the case. It was just that maybe it still felt suffocated after being sealed away for hundreds of years and finally being released, so it just wanted to vent all the accumulated resentment. Kirsten suggested trying to swing the sword with all her might toward the wall to see if it would break. But she never expected that these words would become the biggest regret of her life. She also said that even if this is the white moonlight sword, with the strength of a kid who has not even gone through the awakening ceremony, there is no way it could cause any damage to Basket's genetic modification. After hearing this, Theo felt a bit suffocated and twitched his beak. If Kirsten had said that he would not hold back anymore, he could hide his dragon heart at any time. So he would take this opportunity to try the sword and see what it can do. Before following the plan, I asked Kirsten for permission and then used all my strength to slash at the wall over there. It was just the first strike, but it already made Kirsten uneasy because she did not expect me to be so powerful. Seeing my nephew raise his sword for another strike, Kirsten could not sit still anymore and hurriedly rushed forward to stop him. But it was already too late. The strike just now even sent out a flash of light, and this time Kirsten knew she had truly warned herself. Seeing her beloved child being destroyed by her cherished grandson, her face froze in place, while Cecilia looked like she was seeing her handsome idol with shining eyes. Theo himself also realized that this sword was so dangerous that it had absorbed all of his magic power. Before he could rejoice, still trembling, he saw Kirsten running over from somewhere, touching his stomach to check if he was channeling mana. Because otherwise, how could he have such incredible strength? But it turned out that Evelyn also failed to get anything from Theo's stomach, and Kirsten cried out in helplessness. Oh my, he does not know any magic at all. He is really just using the sharpness of the sword. Kirsten looked on and thought to herself that indeed this child is truly a genius as rumored in the martial world, and this genius is actually her grandson. She suddenly smiled faintly, imagining walking quietly with those old women she despises. Knowing she has a genius grandson, how impressive that is. If that is the case, then you must seize these opportunities immediately. Kirsten placed her hand on him and said from now on she would be his sponsor. All he needed to do was spread his wings and show the world his skills. While speaking, she thought about the future. Earning a lot of money from following him would become a living billboard for this basket company. Just when you thought the mother-daughter story was touching enough, Cecilia's eyes widened in surprise and she called out affectionately, "Mom, I see the money shining in your eyes. Nothing could be more heartwarming than this." Kirsten felt a bit embarrassed and stayed silent. Saying nothing more, all joys eventually come to an end. After obtaining the white moonlight sword, it was time for Cecilia to return home. The two of them bid farewell to Kirsten, then got into the carriage and left immediately. Before leaving, they left Kirsten 2 dragon horns with a message telling her to take these to cover the costs of repairing the wall. Holding the 2 heavy horns in her hands, the sight of the pile of money appeared before her, making Kirsten feel suddenly more cheerful and full of life. She happily entered, praising her beloved daughter for raising such a sweet and adorable grandson. Suddenly, a loud voice came from behind, causing Kirsten to pause for a moment. It has been a while since she last saw the demon craftsman. She cautiously turned around to see which kid dared to scare her, only to find a black bird cowering on a branch. "Why are you here?" The bird did not say anything else and just stood there looking down as if judging the demon craftsman. In just 5 days, the important day of the awakening ceremony arrived, and Theo was still diligently training with Evelyn. After a few days apart, Theo had changed so much that Evelyn could not help but be surprised by the young master. "Your swordsmanship has become stronger and faster." Theo also responds happily. "I am so glad. I did not expect to be praised by her." The change in my face surprised everyone, especially Evelyn. She could clearly feel his effort. Below, Theo had grown stronger enough to surpass even Evelyn. Not only that, today was the day that if Theo succeeded in awakening his magic power, a monster would surely appear. The final training session before Theo and Evelyn's awakening ceremony has ended. Evelyn encouraged Theo to aim for first place and wished him success. Theo smiled and thanked Evelyn, promising that if he becomes the top scorer, he will definitely mention her in his speech. Evelyn looked over and felt a chill, but it turned out it was just Theo being cooled down. When the others heard his name mentioned, they hurried over, asking Theo if they could join in on the scene. Full names too. The ideology has spread this far. It is truly dangerous. Theo decided not to waste time here anymore and said goodbye to everyone to go to the capital for the awakening ceremony, because if he stays any longer, he still won't be awakened. He quickly arrived at the awakening ceremony venue, standing in front of the closed gate, confidently calling out his name so the guards would not dare to stop him from entering. Inside, there were already many attendees, as the awakening ceremony was considered the most important annual event for the Ragna family, and everyone participating hoped for the best results. Since as a Ragna swordsman, it was the first place where they would be recognized and respected. Here, the entire family looks at the participants, including the clan leader Kyle Ragna, and most notably, the extreme clan leader from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragna. The more you look up at her, the less she seems like a 150-year-old. Maybe she is using magic, which is why she is so youthful, roughly the same age as your mother, so you probably believe it too. But anyway, it is good that she is here. A loud clang rang out to get everyone's attention. The one striking the sword was the Dragon Gate swordsman Judge Vihana Ragna. He announced that it was time for the participants to begin the test. Each person should take the sword on the floor and mark the top of the steel wall above the podium over there. Everyone listened and their faces turned pale. Vihana also explained that this wall is made of white steel alloy and ordinary iron swords can't damage it. But if they channel mana into their attack, things will be different. Each person will receive a soma, which grants them 10 years of mana. This is the divine artifact Rukaim.mech mana. They must swallow the soma and activate Evim.mana in their danshin. Only then can they use the sword to cut the white steel wall, and the depth of the cut will determine the outcome. From now on, when I call out a name, that person will receive a soma and step onto the platform. This game seems interesting, and the first to step up is Theo, who is very confident, with each of his steps showing strength and determination. Theo secretly thinks that in his previous life Aizen was ranked first, but in this life, given the chance to restart, he will definitely not let that happen. Theo takes the soma from the soldier's hand, then walks to the sword, lifts it up, and approaches the steel wall. The system displays today's mission, to become the top-ranked person in the love ritual. The former clan leader is talking to clan leader Kyle Ragna. That boy. Right, Kyle. The kid you mentioned before. Clan leader Kyle politely says probably Theo has attracted the attention of the former clan leader, and she naturally responds that it was because Kyle mentioned that he was keeping an eye on Theo, so she remembered. Otherwise, how could he know for sure? So she looked down at Theo, who was approaching the steel wall, and said, well, then let us see what this successor is truly capable of. Theo also felt a bit nervous standing in front of the steel wall, but after a moment that worry disappeared, the judge asked him to swallow the soma now, and he obediently followed the command. Remembering his past life, Theo had swallowed soma and could not control his mana, which severely damaged his danshin. But no one bathes in the same river twice. Once is enough. There is no way he would repeat that mistake again. Since Theo swallowed the soma, his body has been emitting energy waves that everyone around can feel. Even the judge, who, seeing the powerful mana wave Theo caused, looked down on him, thinking he could never control it. This soma also has its own danger. When someone swallows it, they must use it very carefully to allow the mana flow into their danshin. Talented Vatna have more mana, but if not careful and unable to control it, the user could become disabled. He believed Theo would never be able to control the mana because, in the eyes of most people here, Theo is just a useless bastard who can't accomplish anything. But Theo managed to open his eyes wide and remain safe after a while, and the unexpected lack of reaction from the old judge surprised him greatly. Not only him, but Theo was also quite surprised. With this new development, he now has a perfect combo of team line and mana flow for this top scorer position. It seems he will have to prepare a speech to share his thoughts later. Suddenly, a thought popped into Theo's mind that this game was boring because he achieved it too easily this time. What kind of person is he that he can't describe it all and ends up crying when he can't do it? Ignoring trivial matters outside, Theo's main task now is to unleash all this enormous mana to create a legendary feat. Now Theo is like a superstar. Every step he takes draws everyone's attention. As he swings his sword, a giant dragon with sharp teeth appears behind him, and his aura makes the three people above feel a chill and break out in a cold sweat. That strike hit the steel wall with such force that it caused a violent tremor. Aizen watched in disbelief, standing frozen as the person he despised succeeded so brilliantly. This strike of Theo created a huge and long watermark right in the center of the steel wall. Witnessing this incredible power, referee Vihanna was so amazed that her jaw dropped in front of Aizen. Theo Ragna, having been officially recognized, he confidently turned his back and walked away. The crowd was amazed by his ability and buzzed with gossip. Apart from the usual thieves and pickpockets, no one has ever done this before in the academy. This level is truly top-notch, soaring high like a flag fluttering in the wind. After that display, Theo's luck suddenly skyrocketed, catching his attention, and the curse of misfortune also disappeared, marking the start of his reputation spreading across the world. Receiving this message, Theo became as happy as a child. At last, he had succeeded. Now he could start from the same point as others, which was his lifelong dream in his past life. Many people were intrigued by his recent performance, and Osa Ragna Blunos, eager to capture him as a disciple, looked at Julius with interest, seeing the crowd's enthusiasm. With Theo, he can no longer laugh because he has held a grudge against this boy since he had nothing. But the most special thing is that Helda Ragna finds Theo very interesting. Both the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon are beyond his expectations. What makes you happiest today is catching Helda's eye, which is also the reason you showed your full potential today. What Theo aims for is Garuda's heart, and Helda is the one who holds it. If you can get that, your path will become much easier. Right after Theo, Seben was also called up. Lucky that his results were good enough. Seben was so happy he cried and clenched his fist. I have also succeeded. Lord Theo. Luckily. Seben succeeded, or else I would be too scared to even come close. After Seben, it was Zajakna, Hukos, Lanker, and Remington, all members of the Northern Wolf Squad. They all have impressive achievements, but none left a deep mark like Theo. The last person to step up for this awakening ceremony was Aizen. The upcoming performance of him is also attracting a lot of attention, and the crowd is whispering that Aizen won't be able to replicate the feat of Theo. These words accidentally reach him, causing him to grit his teeth and fueling his desire to fight even more fiercely. Aizen steps confidently onto the ritual stage, swallowing the soma as if nothing happened. As soon as he does, a blazing fire erupts around him, leaving the judges stunned and unprepared. His magic power compared to Theo is also 19110. After witnessing the performance, The judge had to say that everyone here today has truly surprised him. Aizen's strike has strength and depth comparable to Theo's, with their results being almost indistinguishable. In this case, the accuracy score will determine who the winner is. The judge knocked once more to announce that the first round of this awakening ceremony had ended, and those who passed would prepare for the second round in 4 days. Now everyone was eagerly awaiting the rankings. With the close results who would be the top scorer of the first round, the judge announced that the top person in the opening ceremony, the one whose name was just called, is none other than Theo Ragna, the most handsome guy in this story. Hearing his name, he was a bit surprised, but it was also the result of all his effort and determination, with a perfect score of 10 out of 14 in technique, magic, or countering, with no wasted movements. The crowd was stunned that Aizen had lost this round, and the judge continued, saying that even the depth of his strike was similar to Lord Thorkel, which further stirred everyone up. Thorkel Ragna is one of the 5 key figures known to be closest to inheriting the throne. The person in second place is Aizen Ragna, who also scored a perfect 10 out of 10, but his strike was shorter than those, so he had to settle for second place. Upon hearing his ranking, Aizen's gaze lost all traces of an ordinary person. In his eyes now there was only hatred. And at this moment he just wanted to disappear from his sight. One by one, the rankings behind were announced, and the 87th place was also the last, which was this very rank, although it was a bit challenging. Being on the same team as idol Theo Ragna made me feel fulfilled. The second opening ceremony will be held in 3 days at Dong Mountain. Candidates number 87 will need to prepare carefully for this second round, or else they will have to wait to fight the younger ones later, since no one is allowed to retake the exam in the first year. Back at the training ground with the comrades from the 4th training yard, they held a celebration to congratulate Van and Remington for securing first and second place. Theo Kim Tung Kam Ong Tat Kamoy and Nung Kung Noi Them Rang De Chuafila Kithuk Muktiu Chung T. Chine La Kung No Vote Kwa Nai Li Kaimo Tho Hai. Rothio Kwak Ve Remington Chine Bo Voi Moi Goi Rang Kung Voi Remington At Din Si Teep Jian Lei Hang Nat Nai. Evelyn happily congratulates the two and encourages them to keep going. Remington congratulates Theo for winning first place but also seems a bit sad, feeling embarrassed about being ranked so far behind. Theo humbly said that even when he achieved first place, he only considered it luck and that it does not matter what happens between friends. Theo's words once again brought Remington to a new horizon of light. That is what true friends are like, and the cloudy feelings inside Remington gradually cleared up. The two also cheered each other on in the second round, giving their all to show everyone what true friendship looks like. After the party on that night of the kiss, Theo went alone to the snow-covered Dong Mountain. Theo also knew that achieving first place in this opening ceremony was an unimaginable feat for him in the past. But all of this is just the beginning. Killing a pawn like Remington is enough, but that is not the real goal. The true enemies in this battle are Aizen and the other celestial dragons, reborn in this life. You must make those people pay 10 times over by any means. Theo's face now looked unusually serious, radiating an aura that made others feel fear. This time, he came not only for revenge but also because the compass awarded by the system last time was pointing toward Dang Mountain, and he decided to go and see what the nest truly is. Suddenly, he realized someone was behind him, and he immediately used teleportation to vanish, leaving the opponent stunned and speechless. Before he could process what was happening, Ragna's sword was pressed right against his neck. Who are you? This black-clad guy looks panicked and tries to explain that he is not suspicious. He is Gatsby Oten from the sword team, and he does not know how to explain that his captain watched the opening ceremony and sent him here. After hearing these words, he finally let out a sigh of relief, realizing this was a reconnaissance mission from the start. He had guessed the role but did not expect them to be so quick. This guy even confidently told him he had a chance to join the initial selection for the sword team, seeming very proud of his reputation. But before he could get carried away, someone came over to mock him. Just as I thought, the sword team is full of fools. Seeing himself humiliated like that, this guy was extremely upset. He had not done anything to deserve this treatment, yet they spoke about him like that. Another girl stepped forward respectfully inviting them to join their sword team, and the one who invited them was the vice leader of the Black Iron Kai Bun Aizen Sosori. But before she could approach, a group of people suddenly appeared, jumping ahead of Aizen and causing her to freeze in place. A crowd of people from different guilds introduced themselves, some even offering to appoint them as team leaders for the next 3 years. It is truly a time when opportunities come so quickly that just a single swing of a sword can attract countless alliances. Yet not a single pretty girl has come to invite you. They compete like children fighting over candy, and now all I can do is find a corner to pray, or things will only get more complicated. While the children are still throwing stones at each other, a woman who seems mature appears. Walking confidently, she is Princess Ozara Ragna Brunos of the Homai Sword Palace. But is it really necessary to humble oneself so much to win over a talented person? Just like those people, she came here with the goal of winning them over. In another training ground, a man with a rough appearance was beheaded. The one who did that was Aizen. Not just one person, but dozens had to be stripped naked and beheaded. All because of Aizen's rage. He now resembled a berserk beast, slaughtering innocent people indiscriminately. Aizen like he is just playing a game. Everyone in front of him he sees as targets. So his hatred keeps growing, and plus what happened yesterday made him lose all sense of humanity. I told him to just bite half the pill, but he did not listen and stubbornly took the whole one. Now he has lost himself completely, one by one. No one on the training ground escaped his scythe of death, now lying among the fallen after Azin's brutal training session. And as he stood looking at the corpses at his feet, he heard footsteps approaching and without hesitation, he drew his sword to attack, not caring who was Azin has now completely lost all reason. But this sword strike of his is nothing compared to his uncle, who easily blocks the blade with 2 fingers and then sternly says to Azin, "Do you think a little anger can change the outcome?" Then he turned around and told Azin to follow him. In times like this, you have to keep a cool head, not do reckless things like this. At the second ritual, I will show you how to turn it into Ragna's color of death on the snowy mountain. The appearance of the young lady from the Plum Blossom Palace caused quite a pressure on the other factions. Since the young lady of the Plum Blossom Palace personally came here, our side must be too weak. All we see is Oza performing some kind of spell, then releasing streams of purple light that astonish everyone around. They whisper that Oza is probably using a space separation spell. Sure enough, in an instant, Oza's again isolated in a different dimension. This is one of the hallmarks of the young lady from Kung Dian Ho Man, creating a completely isolated space from the outside world. I had only heard rumors about this before, but today I witnessed it firsthand, feeling like a celebrity being chased by thousands of fans. Oza spoke first, saying that he must be very angry. But when I want to give someone something, no one can stop me. Before I even understood what she was giving, Oza drew out a sword and said that his sword was so powerful it seemed to have the breath of a dragon, capable of burning everything to ash. Bud drew her sword from its sheath, revealing a sharp blade that seemed capable of slicing through a piece of meat just a millimeter thin. But she was unlike the man whose identity no one knew. She infused her sword with countless variations, transforming the dragon into one that contained all possible mutations. After performing a few moves with the sword, she danced gracefully, though a bit flamboyant, but it was an artistic style that was acceptable. Watching her performance, I was stunned with my mouth agape. This was the first time I witnessed such an extraordinary sword dance by Chop. Normally you only see guys doing a few martial arts moves with stiff bodies like robots, not as flexible as Oza. Oza demonstrated all those moves in just one breath and called it the first flower blossom opening. The dance of the heavens, watching and listening. Swallowing saliva. Just in one breath, 120 steps and the sword dance unfolded like this. The rumor that even dragons would bow before Oza's swordsmanship is true. Theo began to think about the future days if he combined what he just saw into his sword technique and unleashed it all at once. Then his father, clan leader Kyle, would just be a name. Oza saw her nephew start to drool happily and knew the fish had taken the bait. She took this opportunity to promote the program. If you want to see more, you can come find me anytime after the ceremony. After finishing, she disappeared immediately, and even her vanishing was quite fascinating as the moment she left, flower petals appeared, and Oza, standing in the illusion of Canada, watched eagerly. Seeing this gift so grand, he was determined not to miss out. But then he wondered if becoming a disciple of the princess from the Plum Blossom Palace and joining the White Armored Dragon Legion would be too intimidating, but never mind, because he had no nerves to be afraid anyway. 3 days later, the second round of the competition finally took place. The Winter Mountain Range stretched from their capital city to the Kwai Sea, and the mission of the Na Mages was to protect humanity from the cursed land beyond the city, where monsters had lurked for over 1,000 years. Everyone will have to take on this role someday, which is why this place was chosen as the second location for the ceremony. Today, the person overseeing the second ceremony is Jackie Giacna. He also mentioned, since there are still recruits missing, they cannot enter Kwai Sea yet. The test will be limited inside the city walls, and they are warned not to go beyond the boundary into Kwai Sea. The test itself is simple. Over the next 15 days, hunt monsters from the Winter Mountain Range and collect the bells they wear around their necks. These bells come in 7 different colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal, and purple. The higher the spectrum color, the more valuable it is, since the monsters, especially those with purple bells, are getting stronger and are believed to be unbeatable by these kids. But they also bring in a lot of points. They can do anything and use any weapons as long as they bring back the bells until the test ends. According to the common understanding, Kinkin immediately said that this game has no rules at all, meaning they can eat the bells or even attack each other, and this judge is openly supporting mutual destruction. But in the end, the one who survives is the most suitable for Ragna. In addition, the organizers will place many relics in various locations to prevent monsters from invading, and all essential supplies will be buried in safe zones with instructions for contestants to use them wisely. The official test begins as everyone disperses. Shibin thinks that since this exam lasts up to 15 days, the first priority is to gather the essential supplies, then support others, truly a loyal servant of the world. After this event, if they do not love each other, it would be a shame for such a beautiful love. Hookus is excited to jump into this game as if it is his specialty. Somewhere nearby, Azin's uncle is also present, and he and Azin have a conspiracy to eliminate him, but I predict this plan will fail miserably. While Theo was searching for the necessary items, Remington appeared behind him, called his name, and asked a very strange question. He said, "We are friends, right?" Then he expressed his inner thoughts that after 3 days of careful consideration he realized he saw Theo both as an enemy and a friend, which made him a bit more greedy than before, and in this fight Remington wants to surpass Theo. Theo also listened very carefully to what Remington said, then just smiled softly and said he understood how Remington felt, and that he had thought it through very carefully. Hearing this from Theo, Remington felt like a burden had been lifted from his shoulders, because he thought he was the only one with such thoughts. But unexpectedly Theo did not feel uncomfortable with his words. Indeed, he is handsome inside and out. Remington's mood became much more excited, and he eagerly said that this was why he could not accept defeat. He came here just to say things like this. Theo smiled and wished Remington good luck, then Remington immediately left. After Remington's departure, Theo felt that the game had become much more interesting thanks to Remington seeing him as his target. But now there is no time to think about these things anymore. I have to put my emotions aside and focus on the mission. The compass has already pointed me to the nest. Down below, at the foot of the mountain, a familiar blue light is shining, signaling that a new mission is about to begin. At this moment outside the mountain range, Dong Theo is still holding the compass, searching for the true source of light in his heart. From the very beginning, he knew that what he needed to find was only nearby, but he never expected it to be right inside that pile of snow. Looking at the thick pile of snow in front of me with some concern, I now want to find the treasure, so I have to dig through this snow, I thought, and then stepped forward. Ach knew that, so he brought a shovel, because using the beautiful white moonlight sword to dig would look very awkward. Now, if I had known earlier, the government would already be rich, so I would not have to stay there knowing that. At this point, I can only draw out the white moonlight sword to activate it and prepare for morning exercise. According to Leon, a really strong strike created a big scar and then said, "Don't run anymore." It turns out there is also a bunch of troublemakers here, and as soon as they were spotted, they immediately popped out. One of them started to find it amusing, and with this game playing along, he chuckled slyly and said, "When did you realize it was us? Those brats probably think they are the kings of hide and seek and believe no one can find them once they have hidden, and the leader still acts arrogantly. But the two followers behind since they were discovered have been trembling and shaking. They are actually the Buck Mountain trio named Haikao and Lon. These troublemaker kids often disguise themselves as victims during missions and then kill civilians. This is a side effect of the Ragna family's growing power. Even if I die, I will never forget the massacre at Buck Mountain Village. You and Hassan handled it back then, so you know how terrible it was." According to official records, besides the 761 dead, there are also 220 missing without a trace. The worst and most heartbreaking thing is that we can't identify the victims because those demons tore their heads apart. Since gaining enough strength, the followers had once planned to deal with these abominations once their terrible rage subsided. But it really takes a lot of luck for something like today to happen. Those little brats are actually watching you. When I asked if Asen was the one who paid them to deal with you, they just laughed and said they would not let a kid like Asen manipulate them. Seeing that he guessed wrong, Theo asked again who that person was. But obviously these guys, though a bit boastful, were not stupid enough to reveal the name of the one who paid them. Unexpectedly, Theo then softly said the old master says name, causing the three of them to freeze in shock, and then stammered. How did Theo guess so accurately? It really is that reincarnation can know everything in this world, but the leader did not care much about that. He was still very arrogant, convinced that he could not possibly lose to a 17-year-old kid, so he kept boasting loudly about his strength and even tried to reassure himself. It is okay anyway, he is going to die anyway. Then he just pointed his sword at Theo with a sly smile and said that he felt the most satisfied when destroying the handsome, obedient, and lovely faces like Theo's. Unlike him, Theo showed no reaction at all and slowly began drawing his beloved white moonlight sword, not knowing who would be the one to strike first. The energy emanating from him was so intense that it made the others feel an overwhelming pressure sitting behind him. Now the image of the dragon appears, fiercely staring at the three brats as if ready to devour them. Theo had only slashed once at the ground, causing everything to disintegrate into chaos. Ying's eyes now sharper than ever. He said he did not want to become like these guys who go around destroying innocent people's faces, so he would cut their heads off because no young man can survive that last attack and stay alive to fight again. With this latest attempt, taking down the opponent so quickly made him think that maybe because they are still inexperienced and naive, dealing with them is not difficult. After 3 days of studying the Vuthian Ho technique gifted by the Lady of the Peach Blossom Palace, he finally managed to perform it 3 times in a row. Moreover, you can also change and apply many different styles like curves, arcs, and circles. But of course, you can't perform 120 consecutive times like that beautiful lady who is also the owner of that technique. The immediate problem is figuring out how to get underground after dealing with their bodies, which is the only way to match Thel Ragna's style. While drilling, a blue light behind caught Thel's attention, and as he approached the cliffside, he saw a staircase. This is probably the legendary invisible staircase that the system reveals as a hidden quest to find and explore the Blue Cave. Without hesitation, Theo jumps down immediately, confusing the nearby bird as well. Right now, in the private office of the 4 military leaders, The messengers are reporting the current results of this round. The top spot on the leaderboard belongs to Aizen, with a total of 41 demon team members, including 21 summoned by him. The second place ranking is J. Ragna, and Lord Julius, curious, leaned in to ask about Theo during the report. But surprisingly, Theo's current score is 0 and he has no allies, causing Lord Julius to gape in astonishment. The young lady from the Plum Blossom Palace was chatting happily when Yuan Lao and Chanch both said that Ju performed excellently in the first round. But that does not mean he will achieve the same results in the second round. Hearing those reports, Yuan Lao could not hide his joy and burst out laughing when mentioning that you are a royal child. In his mind, he was still thinking about the thugs he hired to do the tracking, not knowing that those 3 brats had already drowned long ago. The elder and Aizen's uncle looked at each other with dangerous eyes, as if they had reached a common goal, making this matter for Theo their ultimate pleasure. After taking over the Plum Blossom Palace, Aizen's uncle saw an opportunity to investigate the Rose Palace but did not find anything. The only valuable thing he could take from the Rose Palace was definitely with Theo, so he must contact Aizen to push him to speed up the process. Oza looked at the 2 people over there and, sensing the tense atmosphere, whispered to Julius, we can't ignore what Guyan Lao and the secretary are planning. We need to set up a safe network. But Julius immediately refused because he believed in Theo's abilities, strength, and intelligence. The recent results were probably due to some problem Theo was facing, so intervening in this test would be pointless. After saying that, Lord Julius was furious. Besides, I can't ignore the fact that she met Thou without telling me. Doza, after hearing this, could only sit awkwardly in front of Sir Julius's anger and reluctantly say that Theo's feelings are the most important. This also shows how well Theo understands the wise elders. At this moment, Theo has entered the inside of the green cave, which is filled with human bones. He walks while assessing that there are quite a few mental attack traps here that are quite difficult to deal with. If an ordinary person saw these skeletons staring at them, they would have turned into a ghost long ago. But in every way, Theo is more than capable of passing through, especially after overcoming the white light sword test. These piles are nothing to him. Theo begins to use enhanced senses to see what is inside. This is also a special technique that allows the user to change physical abilities by using mana to expand their senses. Going a bit deeper, Theo has reached the place he needs to be, the hatchling nest, seeing the golden lights emanating from the cave entrance. Theo's eyes also lit up like headlights of a Lamborghini. The martial world whispers that 3 years from now, this will be the place where Huzian captures the young beast and finds the legendary item. But for now, Theo has already taken a step ahead. Standing before the large gate, Theo apologized to Huzian in the future. But when the delicious smell reached his nose, he had to take it first. Theo's arrival also awakened the beast inside, and only the sound of Amon Grima echoed. You are kidding. This is not the nest of the young one at all, like a tiny ant before a mountain of treasures. This is the nest of the Longha clan. A huge dragon is standing on that pile of gold. Seeing it, he broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. If I fight the dragon, forget Amun's relic, I will surely die here. I never expected that thing to be here. So young, and I still doubt if Hosian's earlier false rumor was just because I arrived 3 years earlier, as he thought. He turned around, not expecting this at all. I have to go back now, seeing your back as you walk away silently. Too bad. But I will have to come back here before Hosian. You sense something dangerous behind you. Theo glances over quietly, and when you turn around, the dragon is already standing in front of you. It is called the Old Dragon, looks at you and speaks. It has been a long time since I saw someone who chose to appear, and it also introduces itself as Roadbroke. Theo was truly amazed when it took the initiative to speak. I am the one that the Dangna dragons call the Guardian Dragon, and I am the master of the Winter Mountain. This is Roadbroke. You immediately kneel down and salute my ancestor. It was surprised when it called him its ancestor. According to what you said, the Guardian Dragon is a duo with Theo's ancestor, Sigurd, and also the mother of Free Drift. It let out a small cry and replied, as if that damn Free Drift was spreading nonsense. It said that Sigurd and it were indeed a pair, but that was only a sign of its respect for that oath-bearer, the person who exchanged their soul with him, and it does not have that kind of emotion for each other. From the beginning, humans also can't mate with monsters. Right, so after hearing that, I also spoke up. So does that mean claiming my family lineage has dragon blood is just propaganda? It did not confirm it, but it was not wrong either. Kolong said that through the blood pact between it and Sigurd, the dragon bloodline is both its Zero and his Zero. Just as you were about to say something, it cut you off, saying that is enough. Soon, I will begin the mission of a dragon guardian for the chosen one. It changes attitude, but Thuk says from now on, Rod Brock will uphold the initial agreement and allow the chosen one to pass my test by answering 3 questions. According to my tentative thoughts, I should not fight in this situation. Thank God. My goal is to become the head of the Zangna family. To do that, I need to learn more and go deeper into the Zangna family, and I must seize this opportunity to gather as much information as possible. In another battle, Arson is fighting a white tiger. It quickly gets injured and collapses. Blue talisman appears after the tiger falls. He picked it up and softly said, "This is my 57th one." Then he handed the trunk to the person next to him and asked, "What is Zangna planning, since no news about his Hidyat has appeared yet? Does he and Arson belong to the same group?" Orion, When will he be afraid to face monsters? I secretly think that defeating such a big monster is as easy as turning over a hand. Arson must be a talented person. I have to follow this guy at all costs. He was immediately choked but still whispered that even if he became stronger, he had lived like a fool before. Arson tightened his grip, making him struggle to breathe, and his face turned pale as tears welled up. Arson reminds the person that he has never been strong, so surely they do not know what it is like to see me afraid of anything. If you had real power, you would not fear anything at all. The more he speaks, the angrier Arson gets, and he shouts, "What are you plotting?" Orion was almost unconscious now, muttering, "I do not have it. Sorry." At this moment, someone came to deliver the message, apologizing to Arson. The director of the Central Intelligence Agency sent a message. According to the message sent, he only said a few words and quickly carried out the plan. "So tell him not to bother me." His face radiated hostility because the one who wanted to eliminate that guy was none other than me. As soon as he appeared, I would attack immediately. While I was pondering how to deal with Ko Long, I took the initiative to ask him the first question. Ko Long yawned briefly and finally asked, waiting so long that his forehead was furrowed. The person asked softly, "Why are you here?" It guesses that you are trying to ask basic questions to uncover hidden knowledge about person's family background. Just those 2 questions. It slowly says, "The reason I am here is to wait for Ko Long's answer." It said that it has been here for 1,000 years because its mission is to protect the world due to a monster existing beyond the horizon, an unnamed ruler. It also said that the Winter Mountain is just an outpost. What it said matches what I sensed, looking into Ko Long's eyes. Did you notice something? What I can tell from Ko Long's eyes is that he definitely sensed fear. I want to ask, but I have something more important to find out first. Following up with the second question, you ask what Ko Long's relic is. There are a total of 3 relics, but he does not know much about them. You seem quite lucky. Nu Gokeng asks again. There are 3 in total, he thought to himself. One is the Traflower Palace dungeon. The other is the White Light Sword. So what is the last one? Ko Long said that Ko Long's relic, Bap Nai, is the soul of Ko Long divided into 31 fragments. Those 31 fragments were bestowed upon humans to protect everyone from the nameless ruler. Ko Long's relics are diverse, indicating they could be items, experiences, or even supernatural phenomena. According to what it said, I was also stunned by that information. So that is it. The final relic you have, that surreal phenomenon, in which I have spent 20 years of my life, is actually regression. Theo immediately realized it was himself. If this happened because of Ko Long's Bap Nai, then everything makes sense. But Theo also realized something was strange. A dragon always appearing to protect Ko Long's relic. But that did not happen during his regression. As if, Theo suddenly could not believe what just flashed through his mind. He thought for a moment, then spoke up. I have one last question. Theo asks why that relic chose him, why that relic chose an incompetent like him to fight against the nameless lord. It says it will answer Theo's question with a question. Ko Long asks, what makes a person think that they are the only one chosen by the artifact? Surprised to hear it ask him back like that. After hearing the question, he realized he was not the only one chosen. This surprised him so much he could not say anything, only quietly thought, push. Gradually. Hat Long. They know about those relics and want to collect them. If now the relic also chooses them, then they are probably seeing similar messages and have already returned like you did. You have taken a step closer to the truth of the world. Yet everything has become more complicated instead of clearer. With the appearance of an anonymous monarch frightening Ko Long, and the existence of more than one false returner besides you, while you were still lost in your own thoughts. Long spoke. Now that I have answered all 3 of your questions, the task is complete, so I will give you your reward. Hearing about the reward, you suddenly snapped out of your thoughts. Oh right, I came here to take a Manhwa's relic. But now, Theo has changed his mind. You must take something more important, something no item can compare to. The notification appears, congratulating you on completing the hidden quest, and it also says you have a chance to obtain Ko Long's treasure as a reward. Ko Long also said that within this nest, all kinds of treasures from around the world are present here. Gems, relics, divine medicines, skill books, or weapons. Whatever you choose will be more valuable than you think. Choose whatever you want and I will give it to you. Smiling as I hear it speak its true purpose. What do you want? Say it slowly. What you desire. Oh. He confidently said that what he wanted was roadblock. It also did not expect that what he truly desired was itself. Ko Long chuckled, seeming to say that my fame will never fade. That is an amusing joke. It looked on and then said, now tell me what you truly desire. You still stand firm in your choice. I just said that. Gulong was extremely surprised because you are serious enough, are not you? Your eyes responded with extreme seriousness. Yes. That probably made it very angry. The ancient dragon roared loudly and sharply. Do you think you can take all my treasures and knowledge with that pun? Standing firm against this roar, Long, as a guardian dragon, must endure it. I myself have been wounded by its own fury. You immediately countered, using Lesser Drake's fear to suppress Ko Long's roar. It contemptuously said, how foolish. Does anyone think they can fight me with Lesser Drake's fear? Even though I was seriously injured, I kept shouting that you, the Long Guardian, declared I could take any treasure from your clan. You said that Watbrock is not a treasure. This is a gamble in which you risk your life, but the reward is worth it. Watbrock, the guardian dragon, founded the Jaina clan with ancestor Sigurd, and there is no more reliable proof than becoming its important person. You grit your teeth and endure the pain to not repeat the past. I can't miss this chance. Follow me and shout. Please give me Watbrock. You promised me before your holy sword. Your face has gone pale, but you remain determined. Please stand with me. It recognizes Theo's resolve. In its eyes, it could see the familiar figure, which was Sigurd. Its attitude began to soften a little. It agreed. Fine. I accept. Surprised by Kolong's quick acceptance, Kolong retracted his dragon roar after agreeing. Kolong immediately transformed back into a human form. Its original form was that of a woman. She smiled. The one who has piqued my interest. I will give you a chance. She stood calmly above, looking down at the scene below. She has an extraordinary beauty, with mysterious golden eyes. Theo was very surprised to see her current form. She smugly said, "Are you captivated by my beauty?" I understand, but I am over 2,000 years old. As the great guardian Longvi begins to speak. No. Your Excellency. At this moment she looked at the large hole in her chest. Oh, is that it? Her voice sounded calm but carried something unspoken. Something she could not fully reveal. My heart was taken 50 years ago. So I have been waiting for death to come to me. At most 3 more years left. Therefore, she can't even leave her nest. In other words, she can't help you directly. She spread her hands calmly and asked again. So I will ask once more. Do you still want to take me as your reward? From what I hear in her story, you do not seem surprised at all. I smile warmly but gently. Still determined, my answer remains the same. I will choose you. Roadblock is my reward. The notification now shows that you have collected Jangna Roadblock's guardian dragon as a reward. She is helpless but not angry. Foolish perhaps, but maybe that is the trait of the chosen one. Thus, the 2 titles appeared, the guardian of the dragon and the legacy of the ancestors he created. He told her that he would become stronger and gather more achievements from the primordial lineage. The system panel continued to display a notification that a link with Roadblock had been established. After gaining a large amount of experience, he firmly told her that he would find something to replace that lost heart. On her back, there is a large hole that looks very heartbreaking. And it is said that among the achievements of the primordial line, there might be something with a similar function. At this moment, he is also promoted to a new level. You also said I should at least be worthy of the title of Long's special guardian. Hearing this, she smiled contentedly and said, "Take care of me, my special one." She also explained that she could not leave this place until you come up with a solution and return. Then she will sleep here in hibernation. After finishing, she picked up a book and told you what she needed you to do to establish a true soul link with her. Gulong handed you the book and told you to read it here and awaken your mind. You will be able to do it within a month, as there is simple food around the nest. So take your time and read. This is the extra reward, called the Demon Path Book, Amun. As he held the book in his hand, his face also turned pale. The Demon Path Book, also known as Amun, is Amun's hidden entity. It contains the fundamental principles of magic related to sound echoing from the primordial era, a sacred sound encompassing all the strange truths of the universe. So while receiving the Amun Demon Book is a good thing, when I asked again about the date, which is the time to start awakening the mind, why do you still have questions? They say that the second stage of the awakening ritual has already begun. The test only lasts 15 days, and now you have less than half a month left. So I suggest you come back after the test is over. This did not sit well with her. She glanced at you briefly. Gulong casually sat down on a yang chair. Not bad at all, but she said she would not allow it, which left you feeling helpless. She then said that letting you go like that would not be fun, so open your heart before the second phase ends. From now until then, I won't let anyone go anywhere. And hearing that, he was extremely surprised, with many opponents ahead and little time left until the end of phase 2. Your time is running out. From today until then, only 13 days or 310 hours remain, 3 days before the second phase begins. Ad spoke, explaining that the reason Tatong created the anti-demon safe zone was because inside Tatong there was a soul recovery stone. By activating the demon energy seal inside the stone, other demons cannot approach it. But when he breaks it, he crushes the stone in his hand. The stone shatters, and the demon energy he mentioned immediately radiates outward. After crushing it, I can also summon the demon guardian as you wish. Not just words, I will demonstrate to prove it. In less than a second, the monsters were released outside. They were extremely furious. Growling loudly, Ed calmly continued, the goal of phase 2 is to eliminate the demon and collect points. So the only way now is to hunt down the demon keeper. Then Ed finally said, I know what you want. You want me to use the stone to lure that bastard out. That is right, but not enough for his goal. And said he can't just lure and kill Theo, or he will lose track of the holy artifact of the Rose Palace. What if we just torture him and then kill him? His face hardened. You know him better than I do. Ed often said that the skill gap between Ad and Theo is not much, so he knows it will be hard to restrain and torture Theo. He continued, but it seems he is very emotional, so use his followers to fight against him. Those deserters from the 4th training area. You can easily make them take hostages and then demand he bring the relic to the saint. Hearing this, Ed clenched his fists tightly. I understand now. That is their plan. But Ed gradually thought, instead of chasing the evil demon, he would not appear until the final stages, with 12 hours left until Phase 2 ends. Ed gradually is currently the top-ranked person in this phase with 860 points. He also feels it is a waste of time, and Ed gradually has to ensure that one of the supervisors is someone from his uncle. He is Felix, an apprentice swordsman of the Peach Blossom Palace, currently ranked 77th with 446 points. Felix casually said, if not, it would have appeared by now. Edan ignored his words, only glancing briefly. Edan frowned, thinking that the promising talent of the Peach Blossom Palace was a bit suspicious. Now I understand why Miss Peach Blossom is interested in him. Felix clenched his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, so this is why I helped him catch up. But he just mocks me. I do not care about Edan's contemptuous attitude. I did not expect anything anyway. That made Felix extremely annoyed inside. Damn it. Edan does not care about him. Follow him. If the person does not appear on their own, and he no longer has enough patience, I will be very willing to drag the old man out. Now here, where he is staying, there is also the Dragon Festival and the Peach Blossom Palace where Felix is the leader. When it is time to leave, Edan with a sinister face says, we will eliminate every deserter from Training Zone 4 until he appears. Without saying a word, they immediately disappeared following Edan's orders. The girl nearby had witnessed everything and was now in third place with 561 points. They are fighting a low to mid-level monster, the Ice Serpent. After defeating it, they rejoice. We did it. We defeated the mid-tier demon. See, I told you we could do it. The three who just defeated the Ice Dragon are Sibin with 31 points, Ud ranked 53rd, and Banat ranked 62nd with 36 points. After the test, I must boast about the young master to Tiu. You chuckled and said, he's got a far-sighted view. I bet he is doing something more important than earning points for the test. Sibin also thought ranking did not matter because surviving was the only requirement to pass stage 2. And he was still very excited. The young lord is about to become valedictorian. He promised to mention my name, and he promised the same to me. Just as the smiles began to bloom, Subin was suddenly attacked from behind, a sword piercing through to take his life immediately. Orion appears. You guys are just teasing him. Yude shouts in despair. Banat also raises his voice. What is going on in this gathering? What do you all think this means? You are just sacrificial offerings to serve that noble young master of yours. We really want to meet that damn young master Theo, so do not lead him here. At the same time, Tiu was in Roblox's lair and exclaimed. Surprising that she could open her mind gate in less than half a month. Tiu had successfully opened her mind gate, meaning she understood part of the magic principles in Amun's magic book, and the system was creating a new skill. Smirking, she was glad that the information she overheard in her previous life was true. The most important factor when learning Amun's magic book was the quantity and quality of mana. Because you have both a mana stream and a heart flow, it is no wonder you learn twice as fast as normal people. You replied to Gulong that this is still too easy and boring. The system also notified that your current stats are too low and has applied a low-level skill. Now the system displays a notification to synchronize the C-rank hatchling with the ability to freely control and read the thoughts of objects through the Nasus complex. Roadblock happily says, now that is more like my person. So you have learned the basics. The rest is just training to master it. When reaching a higher realm, you will even be able to hear her voice. And you will be able to borrow Roadblock's power. I was stunned to hear her say that. The power is similar to hers. She also added, of course, to do that, I should prioritize resting. Do not forget I have 3 years to live well. Do not worry, I can do it. Only now did a genuine smile rarely appear on that face as she began to cast a spell, declaring that the primordial pact had been established. Moreover, she is very much looking forward to their next meeting, the first time in thousands of years. At this moment, Theo has escaped outside, his feet stepping on the white snow. As he walked, he muttered to himself that he had already made a pact with Roadblock, but the awakening ritual had not progressed at all. He only had 12 hours left, feeling like he was deliberately playing on hard mode. If demons fight in the usual way, they can't claim first place within 12 hours. As Theo walked through the snow, lost in thought, there was only one way left. Your method is a shortcut. Mixing with others, Aston won first place in the previous life, but I wonder if anything has changed this time. In other words, if you defeat Aston, first place will be yours. You are still lost in thought and did not notice someone following behind. Just as that person stepped out, Theo finally realized their presence, and the person softly spoke. At last meeting someone, Theo. Surprised, exclaimed, this person stepping out from the shadows is Day, her body covered in wounds, and asked, what happened? Did a monster attack you? Looking at her battered body, he asked with concern, how did you get hurt so badly? Theo notices something on her body, a deep sword wound indicating she was attacked by a human. He asks what happened, but Day only says, let us talk later. For now. Head west. As she finished speaking, her whole body seemed unable to hold on anymore. Theo caught her just in time, and Day's body softened and collapsed. You accidentally grab her sword handle, and Theo uses a synchronized flower to read the thoughts inside the blade. After reading the sword's owner's memories, he is even more surprised. In Day's memory, a loud scream echoed. She hid behind a large tree, listening to the noise behind her. But what about Theo? Among them, someone said there was no news of Theo, while others hesitated, saying we have come this far and he will appear soon. Right, a group of people were tied up by Arsena's men. I left traces of those guys at Training Ground 4, and there are monsters that will lead him here. A man, supposedly the leader, asked if they should kill, and the man next to him jerked back, saying, What did I do wrong? No, he meant these guys. Why bring 9 people here? He said 2 or 3 would be enough for hostages. As he spoke, he drew his sword in front of him. These fools. Just kill a few of them. At this moment, Zay stepped out from behind the tree and told him to stop. Arsen glanced at her with a cold attitude and said, What, Zay? She looked at him sternly. You have crossed the line. Arsen raised an eyebrow. This has nothing to do with you. I do not want to make things more complicated, so do not stick your nose in and just leave. Zay firmly told them they are Theos allies, and Zay suggested he let them go. Hearing that, he changed his attitude. Understanding that she also sided with that idiot, she no longer held back and started attacking Arsen first. Both of them engaged in a fierce battle amidst the snowstorm. However, Zay was no match for Arsen and was quickly wounded by his sword. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification that the balance was off, so it could no longer read some of her thoughts. At this moment, Theo seemed unable to contain his anger. What is going on? Why did Arsen capture my 4 friends? After you. Zay had not finished speaking when Theo cut her off and asked what exactly was going on. Zay gritted her teeth and said, From the very beginning, Arsen had risked everything to catch you. But he could not find Theo, so he dragged your friend Hong Ru out, which surprised you greatly. Zay also said she did not come here to talk about this, but in Theo's mind, he could not hear anything anymore. Arsen, You won't leave me alone in this life, but I am no longer the one you can trample on. Theo shouted in anger. Where are they? Where is Arsen waiting for me? In the cold darkness, a loud voice suddenly shouted out, and someone ran to inform Arsen that you suddenly appeared on the northern cliff. Really, the messenger is urgent and serious. He is talking to Zay Rang Na. He will be here soon. Hearing the news, he is extremely excited. At last, he is arrived. At this moment, another voice appears. Do not forget young Master Arsen. They tell him there is no need to confront him directly. Just gather information about the ruins using some hostages. He also said that we will take care of Zay Nai and reminded us to use the reflective sphere to blind the nearby surveillance when we deal with him. Alright, Arsen immediately follows the warning and calmly replies, Do not worry. The injured here are trying to stop him. No, you must not go to Arsen's place. She also said that the intelligence officers are on Arsen's side. According to him, they probably can't handle this situation either. She said at length that this is not a test but a slaughter, a trap set to harm you. You must not go alone. You need to find other supervisors and persuade them to come with you. Following Jai's advice, there is no more time left. Thank you for your help, but as long as we are like this, those people have probably run into trouble. I remain determined. I have to go now. Tell me where they are. Jai scolds you without hesitation. Are you stupid? If you go, you will only die. If you die, what is the point of everything? Even if someone has to sacrifice, you must. However, I am extremely determined and I do not want to lose my loved ones anymore. I do not want to remember the days when they still set the goal of experiencing the second blooming festival together. But Jai believes that Jiang Nai is exactly like that. Sacrifice is impossible. So the images of the past and friends keep flashing through his mind. In a fit of anger, he called Jai a troublemaker, and his words immediately made Jai feel heartbroken. He grabbed her shoulders so she could not just stand there and watch. Recalling the past, why did the Rose Electric burn? Why did their subordinates die? And it was all because of a stupid Jiang Na. Moreover, he is considered the weakest among Jiang Na's strongest followers. Reflecting on the contemptuous words from the past, he now honestly responds to her that he is tired of always suffering and being humiliated. He held her tightly as if conveying a strong conviction. What he said made Jie instinctively surprised. I won't repeat the mistakes of the past. He asked her again seriously, as if it were Rodbroke himself asking, Tell me, where is Aizen? Someone walking on the snow with a backpack on the ground, and Ciro is there too. He casually picks up an item that fell to the ground. These are the items collected by Si-Bun. Even the golden bell they received after defeating the ice god is still clearly visible among those items. He looked at the scene and guessed that something bad had happened. He was not alone. There were teammates behind him. Right, the person with him includes someone called Hun Kun, who is ranked 5th with 499 points, and the other is Erika, who is ranked 4th with 521 points. The person speaking is Remington, who is currently standing behind Arsen. Sorry, I hope you two can give me a hand. The giant snowman raised its ultimate weapon to attack, but Snowy quickly jumped out of the way just as it struck the ground. Without hesitation, even for a second, he pushed off and ran toward it, whispering to himself, I do not have much time left, yelling and swinging a powerful strike to take it down. Get out of the way. The snowman fell without any resistance, and you quickly moved forward. Theo, Based on the information gathered, suspects that Si-bin and the other hostages are still alive. Ad must be the one who advised arson, and the evidence is that the supervisor is with arson. He quickly runs toward the large white hairy barrier. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and guessed their plan, so he must have devised this trick to eliminate him quietly without causing too much chaos. He used his ultimate skill, slicing through dozens of snowmen with a single strike. The Three Hearts Claw. The more I think about it, the more I realize that the supervisor sent to kill me must be connected to Arson's suspicious behavior. As long as I get past this last hairy obstacle, the master will be safe. A loud explosion then signaled that a major battle was about to be eliminated. But I still had to move quickly because that arson was an unpredictable wild card. I jumped high, spinning the large sword in my hand, but thanks to his unpredictability, he lunged the tip of his sword at it with a cold, merciless gaze. While the snow girl stared blankly, her body frozen, he stabbed into its head as if declaring to Arson that he would catch him. Jai walked silently on the white snow and whispered, "Yes, Theo. You have been like this since you were little." The childhood memory flashes back to when you took her hand and pulled her along. "Let us go home first." Jai hugs her injured arm, her eyes looking ahead. This time she walks on the white snow, each step painful, blood flowing along with it. But Jai did not stop because she harbored a wish. "I will help you." Si-bin bit down hard on the torn cloth in his mouth, growling like he is cursing, and angrily kicks him in the face without mercy. Arson forcefully pushes Si-bin down onto the snow as if he is just stomping on a piece of trash. "Enough noise already. I told you I would kill you if you did not shut up." And just then someone shouted, "Follow Arson." Don't forget that the director of the Central Intelligence Agency said no unusual changes should be made. Arson clenched his teeth and grimaced, letting it go. Then he sheathed his sword to keep the peace and sat on Si-bin as if to take revenge for what just happened. Arson gazed sharply upward, waiting for something, as he looked into the distant forest, feeling a bit lost inside, with 4 senior prosecutors sent to kill that bastard following behind. In the end, he did not believe he could win against that bastard, and clenched his fists as if suppressing a curse. That idiot. Meanwhile, the person Arson had been waiting for finally appeared, and all eyes turned toward him as if seeing a glimmer of hope. According to their understanding, he nodded slightly as a signal, standing silently in the raging snowstorm. When Han's first voice sounded, the last person finally appeared. He takes small steps closer to the battlefield arranged by Arson, following Zheng Yi, his eyes flickering with pain and humiliation. On the snowy hill, innocent people are gagged, silenced, and beaten fiercely, as if trying to call out for help. He nods as a promise that "I will save you from here." Arson's henchmen coldly and somewhat ruthlessly escort them out. Theo turns with an expression still as cold as before. Arson sits in the coolest pose like a boss waiting for his underling to come back with news. His eyes once full of rage now also filled with sorrow and sarcasm. You see your close teammate lying defeated on the ground in helplessness, and you can't help but clench your fists, trembling. Over here, the shameless Arson also stood up and grabbed his sword. Suddenly someone called out, but he did not answer, only nodded in response and followed Arson. He takes a long, cold breath to regain his composure. Tae also loosens his grip on the spear and says, "At this point, the Ed has understood the situation, so let us handle it quickly and cleanly. If you want to save your friend, you have to." He was about to finish speaking when you interrupted. "Are you afraid?" Arson, humiliated in front of many people, immediately showed a furious and determined attitude. You just smile with a mix of confidence and insult. "Are you afraid that you will lose to me?" His anger is reaching its peak. "What are you doing?" Jiang extended his hand, and every word he spoke was like trying to swallow him whole, because if it were not for your fear, there would be no reason for you to do all this. Losing many people, your eyes trembling before me, and this hostage situation too, is not at all because you are afraid you will lose to me. The title of the strongest among the 4 directions in the north is probably just a false reputation. Arson, pushed too far, has lost control of his emotions. "You bastard," pointing a sword at Arson in challenge. "Otherwise come on, try to fight me." Of course, that is only if you still have a shred of dignity left in that rotten body. At this moment, Arson is so provoked that his anger erupts like a volcano long suppressed. Before the duel begins, he makes a demand. "If I win, I get whatever I want, even my life, but if I lose, let me go." He curled up, trembling with excitement. "A sword fight? Huh. Some fool from Jianai is challenging me to a duel. You probably do not realize that your ego has already vanished." His face is gradually distorting with each gesture. "Do you really think I should be afraid of you?" His underlings hurriedly try to intervene. "Young Master Arson, those are just empty words. You do not need to listen to him. You must not fall into his trap. Follow the plan." At this moment, Arson is no longer rational enough to hear any more words, so grab your weapons. "Are you saying you do not trust me?" With that, Arson drew his sword and stepped out. "All right, let us go with Jiangnan fight." The plan has succeeded, and I can't hide my smile. Those people are whispering to each other. Everything is getting more complicated. What should we do now? It is okay. We are still in control. Just a little more. If Arson goes too far, we will follow the plan. Before the fight, Arson declared this is a sword duel for the honor of the Jiangna family. No one is allowed to interfere until it ends. and do not touch the hostage. After finishing his words, he swiftly glided across the snow-covered ground, leaving only traces behind as his body nearly disappeared. Arsene stared intently, watching him without blinking. Arsene was a bit surprised by Theo's incredible speed. He also shot a contemptuous glance and sneered. "Thank you. Just settle this. It really is a petty trick of the illegitimate child of the mistress." Theo turned to see the sword rushing through the cold air again, and once more the two large swords clashed, creating a loud explosion. Arsene barely blocked the attack while the brat mocked him, as expected from the illegitimate child of the mistress. The two giants with overwhelming power seemed to blow away the surrounding snow. Arsene raises his sword for the first strike. "I will teach you a lesson. The true power of the Jiangniga family. The 10,000 dragon. The massive dragon from that sword makes Theo step back, his face showing fear. But just a second later, Theo regained his composure and poured spiritual energy into his sword, sweeping a long, cold, powerful strike toward the dragon. The unawakened can cut the two large dragons apart with what is called the 3 dragon claws. He was stunned, eyes wide open, watching the dragon's figure vanish into the distance. Theo still wears a friendly, full of confidence smile as he raises his sword to strike. Someone skilled enough to teach him. Huh. Orion's face contorts in extreme shock when he sees the slash just now. I suspected this since the first awakening ceremony. But Theo, is it really that strong? This is so frustrating. Hen can overpower even Arsene. Should I betray and switch sides, since Arsene is too confident anyway? And that thought made Orion struggle to decide what to do. Hen remembered those with eyes and ears watching. No, there are still the supervisors of the Central Intelligence Agency. They will deal with Han, so it is better to stay calm and handle everything now. With that thought, Hen ordered his team to retreat quickly. "We might get caught up in this. Leave it to Arsene, and let us split up to act." In the battle, Han's memories flood back as someone calls out, "Arsene." It is Ed, who uses sweet words to advise Han. "You must seize the power of Jiangna, for your uncle and also for your mother, so that Choi Van can take control of everything." Ed also explained that Jiangna is just a cover. His confident statement made Arsene's eyes light up. "You are Choi Van's person. Do you understand?" Back in the fight, Arsene, though angry, still praised him. "You are quite capable." With that, Han stomped his foot and charged forward decisively. Both of them charged into an endless battle, accompanied by Han's desperate screams. With Jiangna, the two swords clashed fiercely. Driven by their unyielding will, Arsene strained his face, trying to force his sword down to defeat him. On this side, Jiangna was also struggling to defend himself. However, he still wore a faint smile, but luckily Han was acting exactly as he had predicted. At the same time, in a private meeting room, Jiangna had appeared and was now facing Arsene. Jiangna. Julius clenched his fist in excitement and shouted, "Finally he is revealed. I knew it. He is fine." Go Gang looked a bit surprised on his face. Huh. Did not they already deal with Han? This side, Ed also lets out a small sigh of relief. He is still alive, so lightly relieved. "I do not know what he did, but from now on everything must go according to plan. When Arsene finds a clue about the relic, I will report to the prosecutor to take down Han." Just as he was celebrating, he heard the news recently. Jiangna and Arsene are fighting each other. Ed's eyes widen with worry and unease as he exclaimed, "What?" Returning to the fierce battle where someone used a trick, an illusionary sword, and the clown's footsteps, Arsene swiftly and lightly defends against Theo's frantic attack. Neither of them shows any signs of fatigue after each turn. Arsene still has time to assess his opponent. He is strong and his attack speed is very fast. In his eyes, the flash of the sword gleams, but the image of Theo remains clear within it. Not enough yet. Arsene seems to be slowing down the movement of the opponent. That speed, Arsene's hands start to move but still remain quite slow. Hen throws the spear with the speed of lightning, still clearly seeing all the sword paths. At that moment, Theo suddenly realizes something familiar. He throws the spear too. Memories of the Ove era. The sword is also being thrown like this. Saibin lies on the ground in pain but still worries about you. The others kept their eyes fixed on the intense battle. Just like the fierce fight from their past life, Arsene also said a final farewell. "Remember this? A sword attack forward that could reveal the opponent's next position." Han's sword indeed has blood flowing from it, but unfortunately it is very little. Small drops of unknown origin fall onto the white snow and disappear. "That is right, Theo. Not only did you block it, but you also figured out something, so it was you all along. In your previous life, when Theo lost, Han sneered and said you talk too much." Although Than Kim is deep in his heart, Theo still tries to stay alert. The stranger gently pulls down the mask of his shirt. "Our Han is Arsene. So I will end you here." Theo's eyes widen with excitement and anger. The name appeared on the screen, back to the memories of a previous life, and then death. It was your destiny, dying without knowing who burned down the Rose Palace. Because at that moment, Vanden lacked enough strength, and luck was on his side. However, thanks to Vanden revealing himself, and thanks to Evelyn's investigation, it was discovered that Vanden was closely involved in the events at the Rose Palace. In the end, the most reasonable conclusion is that the person who killed him was a disciple of the Khoi Van, and among the members of the chain of literature, only one person frequently uses a throwing sword. Based on the fight that day, Arsene Jengne was likely responsible, because if he were not so arrogant, no one would use this move so often, as the risk of losing their weapon is too high. I can't be certain until I see it with my own eyes, But now that I can confirm. Just thinking about it made his hands bleed even more. The sword started to show signs of breaking as he softly whispered, "Then and now, why are you afraid when you cannot kill me and my team?" Seeing his sharp sword being severely damaged, Arsene was startled. The hilt of the sword slowly fell as Arsene's emotions grew stronger, and he broke his own sword with his bare hands. Then quickly caught the blade. Arsene looked at him with a cold gaze and said, "Everything is different from before." He also stared at you without blinking. With a more determined will, he quickly drew his old sword, a thought flashing through his mind about himself and his teammates. Arsene stood there blankly for 3 seconds to analyze the current action. He quickly dodges the attack and counterattacks you. Determined to survive this battle, where are you aiming? Suddenly, something appears that makes Arsene terrified, eyes wide open. The aura radiating from him is overwhelming the battle in its own way, a style reminiscent of V. Arsene grips his sword, ready to feel the intense energy. What else? From Theo's shadow, Arsene could completely sense a power beyond control. This was not just mere aura. What kind of power is this? Is it from the first awakening ritual? Before he could realize it, Theo stepped forward, causing the snow to fly everywhere. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of him. Finally collapsing, Arsene's eyes were wild with a tense and dramatic reversal of fortune. The explosion from the snow burst high above the branches, throwing Arsene far away despite his efforts to resist. But he could not hold on. He kept rushing forward to attack with overwhelming insane strength, and in a moment, he aimed to stab the mirror shard straight at him. Luckily, thanks to Arsene's quick reflexes, he escaped danger in time. Not satisfied, Theo dismissively said, "See you tomorrow. How long do you plan to look down on me?" Arsene angrily lunged forward to attack. Grabbing the arm that was reaching around his neck, Arsene pulls the reckless guy into the path of the already pointed sword. Realizing the tip is about to hit his eye, he used all his strength to stab fiercely, then kicked hard on the snow to knock him away. Both of them were thrown backward, narrowly escaping danger thanks to their quick thinking. They both stumped their feet on the snow to regain their balance. Both of them, having regained their balance, continued into fighting stance for the second round. Arsene, before doing anything, suddenly leapt high into the air. He once again played the close face game like before, aiming to defeat him. Arsene's sword spun dozens of times in the air, according to Mi and Jiang calling out his name with fury. Arsene slipped and prepared to attack to send him to the afterlife. As he retreated, he asked deeply, "Do you know what it feels like to have a sword deeply embedded in you?" Remington looked at the remaining bloodstains on the snow and guessed that this did not look like an attack from a monster, but rather traces left by someone else taking him away. The only one capable of doing that is Arsene. Hukos muttered in doubt, "Arsene, but that guy is the top ranker. Does he want more bells?" Hearing that, he looked back at Hukos and spoke. It seems like he is trying to lure his subordinates out, apparently planning to eliminate Theo during the second awakening ritual. Hukos still roared, "Is not he supposed to fight fair? How could he do that? Arsene, so he is actually a coward." Erica replied annoyed. "So what? This is Zhang Na's awakening ritual, and situations like this are normal." Remington silently looked at her without saying a word. He straightforwardly expressed that this was why he did not like Zhang Na. Even if it was a battle of strength, it still could not be accepted. She looked at Remington seriously. "Your words are dangerous." "Are you serious?" He smiled defiantly. "I have to go save my subordinate. If she does, you will too. It would be very helpful if the two of you came along," Hukut said firmly, looking at Erica with determination. "You have to go. Right? You are coming with us, are not you?" Hearing that, she straightforwardly dismissed it. "No thanks, I am not interested. I am following the two of them because I thought I might meet with Zhang Na, but I did not see him, and I really hate weak people. I do not like having to save them." Seeing her leave, he did not hold back and questioned her. "Are you an idiot?" "Huh." Erica angrily turned back and snapped. "What? This guy?" Remington smiled at her and said, "Erica, I know why you want to meet him." Erica looked at him intently. Remington honestly told her, "I promise that if you help me this time, it will be a great help for you to achieve your goal." The streams of power quickly moved across the snow, and the three of them hurried to the agreed-upon spot. Remington's eyes flickered with determination. "Everyone, just a little further now." Suddenly, a sword was thrust out to block their path, stopping them. They could not go further. The three of them stood in front of a group of people ambushing with swords. Remington widened his eyes in disbelief at the group in front of him, surrendering his heart to the guild. Orion sneered defiantly at him. "Long time no see. Remington, I can't believe you abandoned us to hang out with those fools. So now you are hanging out with those brainless thugs, full of rage, calling us dumb muscle brains." Orion simply admits, "I never said that." Remington ominously warned him. Orion stepped back saying he did not want to fight an old friend. He responded bluntly, "I refuse." Remington stared at Orion with hesitation. He decided to draw his sword. "If you do not dodge, I have no choice but to eliminate you." Then the others charged into the fight. On the other side, Theo continues to fight fiercely without stopping, launching an attack that forces Arsene to quickly dodge. The broken sword whizzes past him, and then is stabbed straight into the ground in front of Sibin. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "This is the chance that the young master is following Cha-Chea. I must cut it off." The blade gradually cut deeper into the rope. The battle continued under the snowy sky, with wind and snow howling everywhere, the clash of swords ringing loudly. Following Arson, they continued to clash fiercely, grinding his teeth as he declared, "Finally, it is time." Watching the battle, Senior Inspector Liam quickly jumped into the fight. Apologizing, "Young Master Arson, I will accept the punishment after the awakening ceremony." I immediately countered him quickly when he attacked suddenly. He immediately shouted orders to his subordinates behind him to escort the young master, and they responded with "Yes, sir." Then he took a run up and charged at Theo, while a soldier tried to calm Arson. "The young Master Arson, you have fought enough. Let us handle the rest. We have collected the swords you dropped." Arson clenched his sword in fury, staring silently at the scene before him. On the other side, Liam still firmly held his sword and thrust it at Theo. He quickly dodged his attack. Once again, the two of them clashed. Theo quickly swung his sword toward him. Your strike sends Liam flying backward. That blow surprises him completely. But Theo still grits his teeth and forces himself to attack. Liam quietly realizes that he must admit he won't be pushed back by Arson or the high-level inspectors I brought today. But he and I are not on the same level. This is the only chance to kill him without any surveillance around. Even though killing someone as talented as him would be a waste. But it is all for the sake of the chain of words. Farewell. According to that, Theo hon tombak go trukat ki malim dine chemub suang. Kongik nian tron to mat, mat dong mabantun to trukmat ka. Liam suddenly felt another force strike him from behind and could not help but spit out blood in frustration. He hesitated and asked Arson, "Why did you do that?" He looked at him with a deadly gaze. "I told you not to interfere." Seeing Arson stabbing Liam in front of him, he seemed to disbelieve what he was seeing. Liam was stunned, unable to understand why Arson attacked him. Arson viciously drew his sword, causing him to collapse to the ground. The people behind started questioning him. "Arson, what are you doing?" He looked at Liam, who had already left, with a dark expression, as those who intervened thought we would lose. "This is an insult to the Heir," grinding his teeth fiercely. "Arson, the one who came there, is also Han's man." Arson's deep voice suddenly interrupts his thoughts. "Yeah, I have to admit, this throne is truly powerful." He recalls what had once told him, "The weak are useless. But I was born with talent." "Arson, you must step on others and stand above them. Only then can you sit on the throne of this world," Arson cruelly concluded. "But you are definitely weaker than me. That is the most reasonable conclusion. I will be the strongest and sit on the throne, so I cannot lose to someone like you in this place. Anyone who stands in my way will have to die." Seeing how you look at him, Arson decisively swings his sword at a swordsman. Suddenly, he stops and looks at the scene before him. He stood frozen, watching as the sword wielded by Theo charged with overwhelming power. Arson widened his eyes as the sword swung toward Theo, and a great force surged forward to block in front of him. Soldiers below hurriedly rushed to Liam. "Commander Liam, are you okay?" Ningyan Rang just criticized. "Damn it. I knew you were reckless but going this far," Liam shouted angrily. "What are you guys still doing? Don't worry about me. Focus on saving young Master Arson, and kill Rang Ni." He quickly launched a powerful attack towards Theo. Arson could not believe it was impossible. Illogical. It just could not be. He remembered Ad's warning that when it came to that tooth, you always had to be prepared for the unimaginable. Even the lantern hanging in the wind can suddenly burst into bright light. Arson grits his teeth, unable to accept the truth. No, it can't be true. He remembered asking Ad why he kept worrying about that prince. He is just a useless half-beast. I will toy with him a little and then make him know his place. You do not realize how small the skill gap is between you and Theo. Arson refused to accept it and kept charging forward with his sword. No, no, no. A worthless half-breed like you will shatter easily. I will become the Northern King and take the throne of this land. Arson of this land. Theo watched him roar like an uncontrollable beast. And right here, right now, many of my people have fallen because of his greed. If you have no intention of giving up your ambition, then I will crush it, even if it means using violence. Theo, wielding his sword tightly and whispering to himself, charges forward with the strength bestowed upon him. Power as mighty as a roaring dragon with boundless fury. Theo continued to roar loudly and unleash his move, 3 dragon claws. As Arson was startled and looked up, rushing to attack him, Theo's strength was so powerful it shattered everything. And he was determined to become stronger to cut through all of you. Liam also froze, staring at the scene before him, so dazzling that even those fighting alongside Remington looked on. Arson screamed in panic as he launched that attack. Under the bright yellow moonlight, Theo and he still faced each other. Suddenly blood splattered everywhere from Arson's body. Theo's power shone brightly, filling the area, and the surrounding air became hazy after the strike. Arson's body stands firm, blood pouring everywhere, until suddenly he collapses in pain and quickly falls to the ground. Arson's head was cut off just as it appeared, falling straight onto the snow-covered ground, making the blood soak into the snow. The scene becomes more terrifying than ever as Theo slowly approaches Arson's body, confidently witnessing his failure. He remains silent without saying a word, Liam's rage still unspoken. He quickly rushed forward, following after Arsene. Blood dripped steadily from Theo's sword, each drop falling onto Arsene's face as the guard stared in stunned silence at Theo's actions. Liam sweatily ordered, "Kill him. Kill that bastard now." The others immediately charged at Theo, who grimly watched them rush forward. He silently realized he was in trouble, as Theo watched the aggressive priests and entrusted their fate. From now on everything was just a gamble, even in his best. I also can't fight against the 4 high-ranking prosecutors, especially in my exhausted state. Everything feels even more hopeless. My stamina has reached its limit, and my mana is nearly depleted right after the attack. Just now, Theo stared intently at the men in front of him. Looking at the sharp spears before him, Theo silently reflected, is not it almost time for him to appear? Remington's group also quickly rushed to his side, appearing in front of him to block the attack from the guards. Theo was stunned to see their appearance and exclaimed in amazement, "What about you guys? How could you?" Remington chuckled and turned around. Is not saving a teammate in danger the right thing to do? Young Master Theo, you hear that and can't believe it is happening to you. Erica keeps a close eye on you, and in real life, you are even more impressed. Hukos also excitedly shouted, "Damn it, Theo. This is the first time I have met someone as strong as you. I already like you." Seben Ri, 17 years old, male. Talented. Loyal, fought alongside and supported. We truly want to help the young Master Theo. We can't run away after causing trouble. The swords kept clashing as Remington fought and spoke. Interference from the supervisors is strictly forbidden. Those who know that directly intervening with a candidate is a serious crime. Right, Liam clenched his teeth in fury. The officials behind him hesitated, asking, "Lord Liam, what should we do now? Things have become too serious. Should we eliminate them all? Please make a decision." Liam thought to himself as he looked ahead, "We are done. We can't find any information about the relics of the Rose Palace, and we can't eliminate them either. Even Lord Arsene is dead. We are now in an extremely dangerous situation, and there is no way to undo this failure." The guards behind hurriedly send a message to him, "Liam." But there is no time. Liam fell into contemplation, then quickly ordered everyone to kill them all. The guards behind were surprised. What? Liam began to explain to them that an unusual surge of magic and beastly monsters had occurred, leading to the destruction of all candidates at the scene. That is the best way. Pretend this was an accident to erase all traces related to Chonan. 20 level 5 monsters, enough to hide this as an accident. Understand. The remaining officers were stunned and looked at him. They stared at Liam for a moment before immediately obeying. Yes, everything is for Chonan's benefit. Then Liam threw the gems from the old man's hand, and immediately someone was hit and sacrificed. Selford muttered angrily, "Liam, he is annoyed. Damn it, he is blind again." Knight in white armor, Supervisor Selford Gardner, criticizes Liam. "What are you doing?" Knight in white armor, Supervisor Aaron Barkers also looked on anxiously. The May Palace Supervisor Natasha Koppel and the Water Carriage Palace Supervisor Sally Gardner also appeared. Liam could not believe it. How did they get here so quickly? Liam quickly dropped to the ground. The other 3 guards panicking. Liam. Selford hurriedly warned the remaining 3. "Those over there. Stand still, if you value your lives. Surrender peacefully, if you want to end up like Liam. Just resist. They will immediately be surrounded by supervisors." As Genzi watches the supervisors, "You only managed to shout once before collapsing." "Supervisor." Day hurriedly rushed over to catch you. Theo muttering. "Thank goodness, she arrived just in time." "Thank you." Theo List looked at the group behind. The guards had been escorted away. Remington hurriedly ran over. "Theo, that was really reckless. Why did you do something so dangerous?" "Theo Ra, that was too risky." Erica quickly looked in. "Why did not you call me?" Hookus also cheerfully shouted, "Hey, do not forget I helped with that." "Got it." The others also shed tears. "Theo, you must not die before we fight again. Theo, you went this far to save us." Theo quietly smiled and leaned on Day's shoulder upon hearing their words. He sighed and muttered, "Even if we die, we have no regrets." Day fiercely looked at Theo's reaction, then continued speaking, "The strength I pursue." Day smiled at him. And Theo, still trembling, said, "Oh, by the way, bring it here too, so I can take the top spot again." She smiled as she watched your expression, and the night gradually grew silent. In another place, inside a castle, King had asked the person in front of him, "What did they just say?" One of the soldiers reports in front of a round table full of high-ranking officials. Ed stares intently at the soldier, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Gongong also stopped with equal severity. Oza glanced at the soldier. Julius was surprised and widened his eyes. Aid's expression grew even more grim. It is over. At this moment, in the freezing snow-covered forest, the second phase of the awakening ritual is taking place, with people exchanging secretive glances and repeatedly exhaling due to the cold. On the pristine snow, the sound of approaching footsteps echoes. The figure with an imposing presence stands on the high platform, a gentle breeze blowing, and he slowly speaks. "You all have done very well, and so it is. I officially announce the end of the second round of the awakening ritual. marking the conclusion of the second maturity ceremony. The crowd below, with puzzled expressions, took turns questioning who was that person, and why did they come here that day. Since they never appeared normally, Pharrell holds the decree in his hand and announces that out of 87 candidates, 45 are still alive. The number is not too bad. Indeed, all the geniuses have gathered for this round, especially the top scorer, with an unbelievable score. After hearing Pharrell's ambiguous words, Theo's face suddenly changed, showing a hint of surprise. Pharrell continued speaking. All the candidates who passed the second maturity ritual will be promoted from novice swordsman to basic level. That alone is enough for you to be proud. Now you are officially allowed to act as Jiang Ni's official swordsman. Everyone here has already passed, so now I will announce the scores for the second round. Leading is Jiang Na with 1121 points, and immediately the surrounding area erupts in chatter. As expected, it is Jiang Na again. With over 1,000 points, how is that possible? He still had no points near the end of the test. Hey, have not you heard anything about him? And Aston, Hearing these rumors nonstop leaves even Jiang Na speechless. The score announcement continued with Pharrell's voice. Second place, Remington Nazio with 926 points. Third place, Erika Lank with 843 points. Fourth place, Ray Jiang Na with 789 points. Fifth place, Hawkers, and so on. Announced from the top down amidst the freezing air. Pharrell had nearly finished reading the list. 45th place, Ayla Lemon with 28 points. That was the end of the list. Everyone had worked hard. However, the awakening holiday is not over yet. We still have one final exam room ahead. So those who have qualified, please raise your hand for the third round. Once again, they buzzed with chatter. Can he do it? Forget it. I have not collected enough. I have enough but still do not understand. At this moment, Remington confidently raised his arm with a proud smile on his face. Erika, with a cold expression, also raised her hand confidently. Then she lifted her arm with determination, and against the backdrop of the snow-covered space, her large hand slowly rose with resolve. His wounded body still radiates fighting spirit, and his eyes shine with courage. It is believed that the hidden piece of the second coming-of-age festival, the attribute breathing technique, or simply elemental breath, requires candidates to gather enough common fragments and learn them from the inscriptions engraved on them. Collecting is already difficult, but understanding is even harder. Only those who learn can assign attributes to their mana and qualify for the third awakening ceremony. I also failed in my previous life. But suddenly, Theo's eyes emitted a mysterious blue energy glow as if activating some mechanism. The system displays information, synchronizes, allows, and reads the memories of objects, amidst a space shrouded in darkness with fierce lightning bolts. Recalling this, the core of the scene takes shape in my mind, or intense battles beneath the vast mouth of the Beastkeeper, with sharp eyes and hair flowing wildly in the wind. I thought, help me understand everything immediately. Amid the white snow falling, his broad smile echoed loudly. A successful person is already something to be glad about, and there are 4 people involved. Very impressive. At the same time, Zhuang Kao's sharp eyes surveyed his surroundings with determination, thinking to himself that in his previous life, Dan Remington had not learned this technique either, so this must be the butterfly effect he caused. Farin raised his arm and pointed at everyone, announcing, "Well then, each of you, show me what you have achieved." Starting from, according to Jiang Ha, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he looked around, thinking that Arson was no longer here and many things would now unfold directly. But I do not need to be afraid. Surely the future will be even better than before. The continuous flow of energy spins around beneath your feet, and the voice echoes, "What I have achieved is, surrounding you are sources of light enveloping you, with relentless lightning bolts being activated." Jiang stands tall and fierce amidst the rising energy, his cold voice echoing. Lightning. The system displays information, absorption, revelation, control, expansion, energy sword. He thinks that first, he should absorb mana with lightning attribute. Then it revealed it, and within minutes a powerful explosion of energy shattered the surrounding rocks in a terrifying display. With the system at the reveal stage, this scene unfolding right before their eyes left everyone below stunned and amazed. Impossible to believe, not only absorbing but also revealing. Truly extraordinary. With that aura, his arrogant stance standing amidst the blinding golden energy. Normally this would be the point to stop. Witnessing the scene that Theo is displaying also makes Remington smile proudly. While at this moment, miraculous light appears within Theo's cage, shining with supernatural energy. With sharp eyes and a sinister smile, Theo looks at the energy-emitting sphere, while the system notification screen shows it is under control. On this side, people are also wide-eyed and stunned by Theo's unique mechanism. Erika frowned and praised, "I like this guy." Hookus is also stunned and amazed. "So fierce." Pharrell then burst out laughing. Truly surprised, "I did not expect you to reach such control. You really are a true genius." Suddenly he widened his eyes in shock at the shocking event unfolding before him, and at this moment, Theo's left heart began to glow brightly to activate the mechanism. The surge of energy burst around his body, causing the ground to crack and shatter. as if Theo were a god bringing warm light to humanity with a noble mission. The lightning bolt fiercely pressed down with Theo's sharp eyes radiating killing intent. Elemental breath and lightning. In an instant, Theo drew a sharp sword with agile movements, and the combination of lightning and a streak of light transformed into a thunder dragon roaring fiercely. Farrell still stands seriously watching every move of him. The system now displays an expanded mode. Their group is wide-eyed and stunned in shock. The large mouth with sharp fangs is approaching him, and the terrified screams of the crowd echo as they attack the supervisor. Farrell calmly raises his hand. This kid is really interesting. Having already reached the advanced level, he raised his palm to catch the clear, pearl-like drops falling down. The candidates below could only gape with their mouths open in amazement. He praised generously. Well done. According to Rang Na, you will receive an additional 1,000 points. You replied with thanks, as expected from a superior. He has always been generous to the mediocre candidates. First place. According to Rang Na, 2,121 points. Second place. Remington Nagio, 926 points. Third place goes to Erica Lank with 843 points. And fourth place to Ray Rangnai with 789 points. After the new rankings were announced, Hookus was stunned. Over 2,000 points is incredible. The people around were just as amazed, matching that score with ease. He spoke up. Come on, the remaining three. Show me what you have got. Remington Nagio adds 500 points with controlled energy. Ray Rangna gains 300 points, reaching the breakthrough level. Erica Lank also gains 300 points. Reaching the breakthrough level, Pharrell is holding the big score list. As expected, usually surpassing 1,000 points makes you the top scorer, so here we have 4 top scorers again. First place goes to Rangna with 2,121 points. Second place, Remington Nagio with 1,426 points. Third place, Erica Lank with 1,143 points. Fourth place, Ri Rangni with 1,089 points. You have all worked very hard. Those not participating in the final round, please leave, and prepare for the praise ceremony in a week. Under the blank white sky with snow falling, only the 4 top students and Farrell remain. He half closed his eyes and slowly spoke. Now then, at this moment, behind the towering mountain, an explosion erupts with blazing red energy. They quickly assume their positions, ready to assist, with Hot Hong's face showing determination. He with sharp eyes and a hint of sarcasm in his voice said, "Let us start the third round." Hong furrowed his brow and ran forward, feeling a growing sense of unease inside him. What is going on? Why? Roadblock's energy appears here again. The third ritual, meeting the master. Anything can happen during this encounter. It is a test based entirely on the master. This meeting will determine whether one person is nominated to the Lord's estate, as each of the 5 main candidates has served there. Being nominated to the Lord's estate signifies recognition as a potential heir. His sharp eyes full of thoughts are pouring out. So the person waiting for us is the host, but why do I sense Roadblock's energy? Could it be that the one who has captured Roadblock's heart is? The scene shifts to a blazing red sky as the battle is about to begin, accompanied by Farrell's announcement. Now, let us overcome Lom Wai and question the master. Immediately, the 4 of them assumed their fighting stances, not sitting down to activate the mechanism. Erika frowned deeply, sweat continuously streaming down her cheeks as she gasped for breath. How can we reach the peak in this state? On this side, a voice said, I will give up using pure strength to overcome it. She asked, what should we do then? You said, you need to synchronize the wave phase with mana, as soon as you finish speaking. Erika shuddered, sweat streaming down her cheeks. Weave frequency. Remington, panting heavily, parted his lips curiously, meaning we need to create an opposite phase wave to intervene and eliminate the pressure. According to the research, that is right, you are always wise. Remy replied, it is easier said than done. His eyes radiated a fierce aura as he explained seriously that this was how they selected. Those who cannot properly control their magic power have no right to meet the master. He replied. Speaking rationally, Erika widened her eyes in amazement, confused and surprised, as the two were using the ancient language. Remington slightly bowed his head, squinting with a faint smile as if pondering something. He gently looked at you and said that magical power is also a type of wave. It has the characteristic of being dynamic and natural. The aura of the master also includes waves, and to overcome it, we need to create a wave of magical power to eliminate it. She tilted her head and loudly asked Remington, so you mean I just need to generate magical power to counter this pressure? He replied, that is right. Erika shouted in anger, that idiot who clings to principles. Why did not he just explain this simply from the start? Remington's words are sarcastic, sticking to principles, while behind his mind he thinks, I see. So I just need to do that. Erika loudly agrees. Yeah, sticking to principles, and you are really 17 years old, talking like an old man. At this moment, the shining energy and flickering red lights made them gape in shock as they witnessed the scene unfolding before their eyes. Without warning, the imposing aura of the young man standing amidst the luminous and powerful energy was undeniable. He spoke in a deep, calm voice, saying that the next owner would be obvious. Theo's words made Remington open his eyes in shock. Farrell's gaze was also contemplative, as if pondering something, while Erika's face remained expressionless. Revealing little, Theo, with his shirt fluttering in the wind, ran away with his voice. "I will go ahead now." Remington was startled, and Theo called out. Erika shouted, "Hey, Theo." He tilted his head with narrow eyes and slowly spoke. "You guys should not just stand there like idiots. The score is based on the order you arrive." Farrell's casual announcement just now suddenly dropped like a surprise, leaving them stunned. They immediately rushed off but saw no sign of him. Farrell laughed loudly. "Oh well. I never expected that at this age I would want to take on so much." The clear blue sky and gentle breeze. The Camellia Palace echoes with a loud laugh. "My precious youngest daughter, where are you, my beloved lucky one?" The two maids stand quietly aside watching, whispering to each other, "Oh my god, the demon artist is here again." Ever since the young master became a rising star, the palace has become more lively. At this moment Cecilia is seriously discussing outfit choices with a partner. Suddenly, the door opens with Kirsten's voice. "So you are here, my dear Cecilia." Cecilia spoke. "Mother, please keep your manners within the palace grounds." As Kirsten, with her arms wide open, ran over, "Manners and those pretentious gestures do not matter. I am about to become incredibly wealthy." Cecilia sighed with a sense of resignation. Is not mother already very rich? She leaned close to Cecilia's fair face and whispered, "But not yet extremely wealthy. But soon, I will be, because Theo has become a star. Orders keep pouring into my shop, and my shop finally reaches widespread fame." Cecilia listened to Kirsten's words about her son Theo, then a proud smile curved on her lips. Cecilia half closed her eyes, feeling suddenly worried. She always believed that Theo would succeed, but seeing his actions, she felt anxious. What if he gets hurt? What if it can't handle the pressure and attention? "I can do nothing but stand still and wait. I can't control this frustration. The only thing I can do for it, things like this, if I dare, I can help him in a more practical way." While Cecilia is looking at the outfit she painstakingly made for him, Kirsten is still immersed in excitement. Those days of only making weapons are gone. "Now I will switch to creating and trading accessories, increasing revenue tenfold," Cecilia said. "Mom." Kirsten replied, "Oh." Cecilia, curious, "Have you ever made a replacement arm before?" At the same moment, Keo's laughter rings out, saying that the next owner is you. "I like your boldness. Follow." Kim Kwale whispered something into Keo's ear, then saw him smile. "I know what he is worried about, but even parents have no right to block their children's dreams. Not to mention, youthful ambitions are unstoppable, and we are in our prime just the same. This is proof of that." The sword cemetery. Kim Kwale laughed loudly, as if pleased by it. Keo smiled and told it that I had already said not to worry, that I want to take Jiangnia's prosperity, and I will handle anything that gets in the way of that. Just like this, nothing has happened yet. There is still plenty of time to observe. Kim Kwa remained silent, lost in thought. Suddenly, Keo issued a commanding order, "Even for my son." At the same time, in another part of the sky, streaks of energy rush forward, creating a tense atmosphere. It is the power with sharp eyes, frantically participating in the intense Third Awakening ritual. The commanding voice full of implication rang out. Even as a reincarnate, Keo eagerly awaited. "Finally you have arrived, my son." His gaze suddenly turned stern and unapproachable, matching his face soaked in exhaustion and wounds. The boy looked at Keo sitting proudly in front of him. "My mind was in turmoil. It took me 4 hours to climb the mountain that should have taken only 1. The pressure was truly terrifying." He reached out his hand and asked, "Do you know what these things are?" "You reply that this place is the sword cemetery, where you heard the swords belong to those personally defeated by the master." Keo nods in satisfaction. "Yes, that is what a true master does. The position where you must face countless threats and challenges alone. A place where you can't truly rely on anyone. That position follows the rule of the strong. You must stand above everyone else with your own strength. Do you believe you have the right to claim such a position?" "Yes. I do not hesitate to assert that." "Stop and think. I have slaughtered thousands of lives. Can you stand here and answer like that after feeling their hatred? You stand firm and listen silently to every word, sure about the rage that appears. I will curse you forever. How dare you commit such cruelty? I will tear you apart." After speaking, my resolve remains unchanged. Keo tightly grips his sword, wondering why, and contemplating in silence to avenge his past life, to become the head and end this damnable war, willing to face any challenge to fulfill his mission. But I know that is not the answer he is looking for. I bravely draw my sword from its sheath and will use my sword to respond. He smiled with amusement after hearing that. Keo stood up and said, "Well then, I will no longer treat you as my son but as a challenger to see what you have learned from her teachings." Theo, startled, just said she, "Just as I suspected. Dad was the one who took her. You grip your weapon tightly, ready to fight." Suddenly, Theo's eyes became dazed and amazed. With just one strike from him, Theo's head fell off, and he wondered if he had lost. Parts of Theo's body slowly fell apart. He still had not understood what was happening. Theo observes Kyo's move and deduces the technique, the heart sword. He watches the crow teasingly and fears that our small main character might be doomed. It responds in its own language of birds. Kyo replies, "Yes, only those with strong will and determination can escape from the mind sword. It is a cruel challenge for the innocent children in the love ritual, but if its resolve is only half-hearted, then it is better for it to be lost here as a soulless corpse. I do not need a false regression that will only bring harm to the family. The currents of the mind agree. You are right. Thank you." With determination, "I can't let this be the ending. I promised myself I could break through." His tears fall on their own whenever he remembers. Theophine's body gradually succumbs to negative emotions, but Theo still firmly grips the weapon, fighting with her sword spirit, her hand steady on the sword's hilt, carrying unwavering determination and fierce resolve. "You are determined, but I will never surrender. The shadow is small yet shining brightly in the darkness. Your sword's blade shines like the sun's glory." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, obscuring all sight. Fragments of shattered crystals scatter through the dark space as I wake up from the nightmare. Beginning a new adventure with myself, you still look confused about reality and everything around you. Just like your father Kyo, he is smiling with pride. You have passed. Sweat still drips down your face. A week later, on the day of the family head nomination ceremony, Hooker's fanon is so crowded here that it makes me anxious. "Erika Kingby, why are you still so shy when you have grown up like this?" He shouted. "I am not shy. It is just Chi Bao Dan, just Ba Dan, the commander of all units. Ba Long, the former and current head of the family, has too many heroes here. You hide your face. You are really just a kid. Relax. No one will be interested in someone who can't even breathe properly according to their attribute." Hookers. Furious. "What did you say?" He clenched his fists in anger. Trembling. Hooker sighed. "So you can't tell me, in the end. What did you get from the master during the third ritual?" Erika remains calm. "That is a secret. He is furious, just drunk and sad. If he is yours, then he would calmly share it." She wondered. "Yours? What do you mean by yours?" Hookers chuckled softly. "You also know that a soldier's life is to become Jiang Ni's sword, and we have to stake our lives on Jiang Na. In that case, I want someone truly cool and strong, someone with all the power, personality, and ambition. He is loyal to you, affirming that he is following, and you want to stake your life on him, so he is your follower." Erika disapproves, and agrees with this. Hooker's sharp eyes. "He needs to be defeated. I was about to join his unit. I do not know why, but the master said he would not bring him back to the estate. He is excited, so I might follow him." Suddenly, the sound of drums thunders loudly through the space. Vihana requests your attention. The nomination ceremony will now begin. The overall top student. Follow Jane and step forward. Everyone below enthusiastically raised their hands to cheer. He slowly approached the podium of honor reserved for the top person. According to that, she smiled contentedly for having done her best. Evelyn watched from afar as everyone focused intently on him, following him wherever he went, wondering where he would choose. "I would be very happy if he chose to join our White Dragon Guard, but it is just a selfish dream." He stands silently, waiting for the next announcement. He continued, congratulating him on achieving the top overall student position. And now, according to Jiang Ne, the pawn hidden behind the crowd was watching with a scrutinizing gaze. Julius Noza also grew tense because of this reveal. Vihana reminded him, "Central Intelligence Director, I am not threatening your intentions, but please sit down." He does not care about calling out his name. According to Jiang Ne, the Central Intelligence Agency, it is believed that Long is still likely in shock over the Central Intelligence, so he also does not understand the Central Intelligence. The Central Intelligence Agency, according to estimates, Long is probably still in shock over Arson's death, but even he would not dare cause a commotion at the funeral. Choi extended his hand with a smile, offering the position of deputy director. And he was stunned to hear those subtle hints. Being at the top of the rankings is a special thing. Even Jiang Na's family members are at the bottom. The black egg shattered into layers of membrane, revealing only its red eyes staring straight ahead, as if wanting to drown everything around it. It is the process of him rising to the top, as people around discuss and gossip. No one would have guessed that he could surpass Arson and become the prince's favorite. They say he defeated the supervisor if no one stopped him. Is his skill really that good? They say he overwhelmed Arson. Theo's rise from the bottom has shaken many apprentice swordsmen, making more people admire him. Everyone stopped looking at him with contempt and started to envy him. No more of Jiang Ni's fool of a family. The system also shows a notification that you have ranked first in the awakening ceremony. Congratulations, you have completed Scenario 3, the winner of the awakening ceremony, and you have received Lloyd Azer as a reward, which will be stored in your inventory. Looking up at the system screen with a dazed expression, I thought to myself, oh right, I have a mission. What is Lloyd Azer? Since it is a long mission, it must be something good. Choi Van announced, this is the Central Intelligence Agency. He looked at Choi Van with a sharp gaze as if filled with hatred, but then he smiled brightly, intending to give Jiang Na the position of deputy director. He silently looked at him without replying. As if pondering something, he slightly furrowed his brow and stared directly at Choi Van. Observing. The system immediately displays the information screen. Observing S. Koivan, Eskonli, 46 years old, male, titled Heavenly Dragon, skilled in scheming and strategy, with a hidden dagger of ambition, aiming to use himself as a hunting dog to decode the secret of the ancient dragon's creation, after cross-referencing the information provided by the system. I believe, of course, that he is targeting the creature of the ancient dragon. He must have known he has a creature, but from now on, everything will no longer go according to his will. Heavenly Dragon, Koivan's family. I will destroy you myself. Cut to a large room. Julia shouts loudly. What are you doing, Director of the Central Intelligence Agency? Koivan said in a calm voice. I am simply honoring talent according to the nomination process. Is there a problem? Julius angrily shouted. Does everyone here think they are stupid? Does not anyone realize you are just trying to avenge your dog's death? Koivan lowered his head, eyes half closed with a sly smile. It is understandable, but you are wrong. I am an individual. I can see your anger, but as the director of the bureau, I only wish to recruit outstanding talent. Julius thought to himself that he was a cold person. Even when his dog died, he still focused on achieving his goal, as Hannah looked up and announced, Stop. I understand your desire to recruit talent, but please wait until the process begins. So, according to Jana, have you made your decision yet? Actually, I have not decided yet. That is why I want to hear from you first. Do you have any suggestions for me? Watching them with a calculating gaze, a sinister smile curled on his lips. Against the vast sky, his imposing stance at the heavenly gate exuded strength, inspiring on fear in others. Suddenly a slender woman's arm gently lifts up. Doza, with a serious face, speaks out. Osa Jana Blooners, intend to follow Jana's position as Heir and also promise you the position of young master of Maho Kung. The surrounding candidates gasped in shock. The young master and the Maho Kung master have no children, so that means they will adopt him and make him the heir to the sword dragon. Remington smirked. Two of the dragon gates stepped out. Truly impressive. Hesitant to follow, Oza watched with narrowed eyes. Planning, Erika also chimed in, saying that this way the team leaders and other officials would not dare to speak up. At this moment, a voice descends from the sky saying I also want to participate in this competition, and a bright yellow energy light shoots down to the ground, causing chaos around. As he lands on the ground, a powerful gust of wind blows, causing his hair to flutter wildly, and the force of his presence tears the earth apart with devastating destruction. Everyone around recognized the partially familiar face of him and whispered that it was Black Dragon. Even Black Dragon dares to participate. Robert spoke in a steady voice, following Jing Yi. I have been watching you throughout the awakening ceremony, looking puzzled and pondering inwardly. I thought to myself, yes, this is right. You have many attractive qualities. Join Haktayat. I promise to give you the position of Votayat. Votayat is the highest rank in the secret intelligence within the Black Snow organization, where one can openly reveal their identity and gain honor. When still in Black Snow, only 8 people achieved this position. In the previous life, no matter how hard you tried, you could not reach it. But now, it is so easy. At this moment, Farrell, with a calm demeanor, gently clears his throat and softly speaks, following Jing Yi. The third awakening ritual was truly impressive. Don't forget that our long road is also open and waiting for you. Immediately, the audience below the stands was shocked. Even the 4 Dragon Gate members had stepped out. And there was still one more. Our captain, Julius, with half his face covered by a mask, slightly parted his lips and spoke. Our White Armor Dragon unit requests to follow Jiang Na, with no special privileges. His words caused them to split into 2 opposing opinions. Why be so stubborn about this? Captain is different. Julius said, I truly look forward to waiting for you. But I will not suggest any special treatment that would be unfair to the other members. What I can offer you is full support and pride as a Dragon Knight. With that stance, I will stand tall and fearless against all of Julius's subtle words. He nodded, smiled slightly, and spoke. I understand. It is my choice. Hilda's lips, softer and more luscious, gently curled up, as if pleased with Theo. At this moment, Hilda's voice rang out. You are a hero of the past. Right. Hilda's words made him gape in shock and be stunned. At this moment, a burst of energy erupts, causing chaos across the night battlefield, leaving Theo stunned. A strong wind blows directly toward the remaining chair on the spectator stand. Soon Hilda appeared with a nonchalant, provocative smile. Theo was stunned. The former head of the Hilda family, sweat continuously dripped down his cheeks, and he straightforwardly said, I do not know what you are talking about. Hilda smiled confidently, staring straight at him, thinking to herself, this guy, I do not know how he lived in the previous round, but his acting skills are truly top-notch. Theo is still confused. Round. What does it mean? Could it really be that there are many revival rounds? Vihana announced. According to Jiang, is there a problem? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang asked. Can I have some time to gather my thoughts? Vienna said. Of course, it is an important decision, but do not delay too long. Hilda smiled and looked at him, her lips parting as she spoke. No need to hide it. I am also a returning soul, but my designated cycles have run out. The boy shot a sharp glance at Halda, but a cycle means she has returned multiple times. How is that possible, and how many times has she reincarnated? Considering the opponent is the former head of the family, it is better to answer honestly and ask questions. The boy asked her, one reincarnation means she can reincarnate many times afterward. Halda spoke. So you do not know anything. So the tree did not tell you. Dad, that cursed tree is actually a reincarnation expert. It is surprising that the tree let you live. His face suddenly changed expression. What? Could it be that the harsh trials I went through were caused by him? She tilted her head with a sinister smile. It seems you have many questions but not much time. If you want to know the secrets of this world and the family, come find me and we can talk later. At this moment, immersed in the clear blue sky with countless thoughts arising, during the third awakening ceremony, the clan master did not give any false answers. All he gave me was the heart sword. The Lord hated the returning soul. Just like the aura of Lord Brock I sensed from him back then, and the heart stolen from Lord Brock. Did the owner truly take Lord Brock's heart because Lord Brock is an ancient dragon who accepts the returning spirit? Normally, humans can't defeat ancient dragons. You remember how much mystery lies within the hidden power of that tree, but it is feasible for the Lord, the one called the semi-god. There is no other way to uncover the secrets of the ancestral family of the returning spirit. Suddenly, Vihana's voice interrupted your train of thought. So, according to Jana, have you decided where you are going yet? I have no choice but to find Halda. As the echo of the battle cry rings out across the vast battlefield. Yes, I have decided. I will. Against the cool blue sky, Remington expanded his presence. I chose the dragon path. Remington has become a disciple of the dragon, perhaps because they share the water attribute. In his previous life, Remington returned to the Nazio clan, built his strength, and rose up against Jana. Amid the explosive energy, Remington exuded a commanding presence with sharp eyes. This time, he won't leave Jana. This is definitely a change he made. We will part ways for a while. The handshake symbolizes a polite gesture of friendship. He said, let us do our best in our positions, and see you again when we are stronger. Remington replied, of course. Young master, I look forward to the day we meet again. Duong smiled faintly, as if making a promise between them. Remington also looked on with a contemplative gaze, pondering something, but it is expected that Rei has returned to the Daffodil Palace, where her mother Day, Bang Long, and Q are. There is no place more suitable for her. Sibin and the demons in Training Hall 4 want to follow regardless. But they can't because their scores are not enough. It is a pity that you have to part ways with your comrades, but the nomination ceremony ends here. Everyone has worked hard. Go back to your unit. Everyone will do their best in their own place. Suddenly today, a voice rang out. Hello. Follow. I did not expect us to be assigned to that unit. Hooker's loud laugh made Erika glare hatefully. You idiot. Watching their eyes follow the two of them, I thought to myself, at least I have new friends. I greeted warmly. Very happy to meet you both. Hookers. Erika. I really appreciate your support in the second round. You both helped me a lot. Erika's cheeks are blushing, but she likes teasing you. Do not forget that. Strong person. Strong person. Hookers also shouted loudly. Damn it. I like you too. Strong person. Strong person. Suddenly, their loud shouts left Theo speechless, but these demons suddenly seemed to like him. Sarfoth tilted his head back to remind him. The captain is coming. Everyone pay attention. You nod with a faint smile. After all, Sarfoth's choice remains the same, the most honorable unit in Jiang Ne and the perfect place to take your first steps toward becoming a family head. The Batch Long team, with Julius's elegant and commanding presence, stepped forward to greet them. You look up at him with a mischievous worry on your face, wondering if you will find Halda. As Hookers approached, their group gathered fully. He smirked slyly and said, well then, we should listen to the hopes of the new recruits, leading with confidence and excitement. Hookers declared, I want to become a badass knight. Others also shouted with high-pitched voices, I want my name to be known. Erika confidently spoke, I want to become the best leader. The other rookie also held his head high and said, I want the captain to recognize me. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone looked at him with evaluative eyes, all speechless in the face of this new recruit's hope. Even someone as commanding and powerful as Theo furrows his brow in surprise. His lips curl slightly, as if about to express his own wish. You, to prepare for the great battle 5 years from now. With that courage, I declare my hope to become the White Dragon team captain within the next 5 years. After you spoke, Selford's face paled. He is truly brave to say that right in front of the captain. Julius chuckled happily. Good. You dreamers. You are in the right place. My cloak flutters in the wind like the start of a battle about to begin. Julius solemnly declares, no matter why you join the White Dragon team, everyone must remember this. Every drop of blood and sweat will make Jiangna's history. Today's hardships will be tomorrow's pride. So never let our shields break and our swords falter. Teammates will protect your back, so also protect theirs, because at the end of the road, sweat and blood are honor. Welcome to the White Dragon team. Surprisingly, now their allies have appeared to join the deadly battle with Julius. Shocking everyone line, the captain's allies, he gently touches its head and slowly introduces it. This is my Aliegula, representing the night line. At the same time, in the vast sky, waves of creatures begin to descend. They land forcefully on the ground as a display of strength for the team, their feet slightly curled, producing a deafening, powerful sound. And finally, he firmly placed his other foot on the ground. Julius spoke, "Now, ride the dragons of your predecessors. The initiation ceremony has begun. It is time for everyone to find their partners. All of you, gather at the cave." His face still looked towards Julius and the fellow stream, thinking to himself, "So this is a stream night. Does that mean I will also have my own stream now?" At this moment, Eveline had already mounted her own stream companion. "Let us go." Young master. "Oh my god!" Theo exclaimed with wide eyes in shock. Eveline softly said, "So you chose the white dragon. You spoke first." "Eveline, why did you return to the white dragon pair?" She gently curved her lips into a smile, with a charming mole. "Yes, that is right." At that moment, his eyes suddenly froze, as if he had just seen something shocking, in the midst of the gentle breeze. Eveline, with her hand, responded to Theo's question with a slight smile, but behind it, there was a hint of melancholy. Her assistant's arm is a prosthetic covered with a layer of iron armor. Memories of earlier times gradually surface, when Cecilia brought Kirsten to meet Eveline, who raised her hand in front and smiled, saying she came to express her gratitude. Eveline, who is currently training the students, suddenly turns around, dropping her cigarette, and it is Kirsten, the lady of Camellia Palace. "If you are talking about the young master Theo, that is not a problem. Even without my support, I believe he can still showcase his talents, but that may not be entirely true. Just knowing that someone sincerely acknowledges and supports you, and realizing that this person is incredibly trustworthy, will surely become a strong pillar for the child. I know she is exactly that person for him." Seeing Kirsten's meaningful smile and gaze, along with Cecilia's enthusiasm, she could not help but feel a bit shy. "No, I am just a snake who has left this place long ago." I have not even finished my sentence when she interrupted, "So please do not underestimate yourself. Sometimes, the light that guides us is unaware of how much it binds us. She is that light." Cecilia's words seemed to strike Eveline's heart directly, "and I will help her so that this light can shine everywhere." Back in the present, she is sitting on the dragon's back with her left arm replaced by a beautiful, intricate prosthetic. "Thank you, young master. I heard that you paid special attention to this matter. Thanks to you, I was able to rejoin the Silver Dragon team." Thinking quietly with my eyes closed, I realize I should have taken care of this earlier. It seems my mother has already taken all the credit. I recall the beautiful, gentle image of my beloved mother. "Yes, it is my mother." "Thank you, Mom." Eveline's powerful voice brings us back to the present. "Eveline, swear my unwavering loyalty to you, young master, like a sword protecting you." Sitting behind, you can't help but smile contentedly and feel a sense of achievement. At this moment, the two of them arrived at a majestic canyon, and before the vast, pristine landscape, Theo sincerely expressed his gratitude to her, and she responded from the bottom of her heart, asking him to carry her axe. After a while, the group finally reached the Silver Dragon's lair, a place filled with various mountains and strange shapes, with jagged rocks protruding like the spines of sea urchins. Eveline stands shoulder to shoulder with him, proudly introducing this as the residence of the Silver Dragon, the land of wyverns. As you know, the Silver Dragon team carries out missions with wyverns, so the new member induction ceremony is held here. You immediately voiced your concern internally during the journey, asking if not finding a companion means I can't join. Yes, that is rare, but it can happen. After hearing that, I immediately thought of the image of the two Lank tribe members struggling with a wyvern. Will the new recruits be okay? I do not think this is within their capabilities, so let them handle it themselves. She gestures toward the canyon. First, you can observe your surroundings. Usually, you will immediately recognize which wyvern is your partner. Suddenly, a huge sharp claw appeared and slammed into the ground in front of you. In front of you stands an enormous wyvern taking majestic steps. Demonous species, massive prey predator up to 15 meters long with dark brown scales, appears in the sky alongside a smaller looking species. Poison type, Avially, deadly dragon species capable of spewing purple bones, with a snake-like body and a deadly tail spike as a weapon. After walking for a while, they encounter another wyvern with strangely shaped wings, the herbivorous dragon Syria, a gentle species that hides underground and strikes unexpectedly from below when sensing danger. Ultimately led you and Eveline to be chased by a swarm of fire-breathing dragons, the Velociraptor speed dragon, small but extremely swift and agile species, hunts in packs and has high intelligence, and they can also breathe fire. After escaping the pack of dragons, she begins to explain that the wyverns are managed by the Silver Dragon team, mainly these 4 types. So, do you feel any connection to any of them yet? Looking into the distant, contemplative horizon, what do you feel? Your eyes flash with a sharp glint. I noticed one, but I do not see it here. A giant black dragon silhouette appears in my mind, with a large dragon bitten to death in its mouth, surrounded by sharp dragons. After the 5-year war, a wyvern infiltrated the Silver Dragon's lair and slaughtered hundreds of carefully raised wyverns by the Silver Dragon team. In your memory, the dragon with its large wings spread flies over villages below, where countless soldiers are trying to fight against the shadowy black dragon. That day, 8 villages were burned down and dozens of inspectors were killed. Janna classified the Shadow Black Dragon as a level 2 disaster and ordered its extermination. In the end, it was captured after the Black Dragon King and the Sword Dragon intervened. The Shadow Black Dragon is a nickname given due to its ability to hide in the darkness. His eyes remain fixed as if searching for something. If only there was a companion with such great potential. That would be wonderful. Suddenly, something appears in his eyes, traits of the dragon he saw in the past. On a distant cliff, the figures of 4 dragons gradually appear. Having found it, the 2 are heading straight toward the dragon they have been searching for all this time. In another place, a dragon's figure stands on a large cliff with someone, and it turns out Julius is smiling as he watches the rookies from afar. Suddenly, a person wearing a long-sleeved shirt approached him. On a happy day, Julius chuckled happily. If I were not like this, would not it be more strange? I accidentally accepted a dragon under normal circumstances. The person in the long coat approaches. Good. I was about to bring that up. So that is Oza, the Sword Dragon, leader of the Silver Dragon Squad. Planning to make him the core of the unit in the future. Right. He stopped smiling and looked at her seriously. After a moment of silence, Julius finally said, as I thought, she is very cautious with her words. She replied directly, for words are the root of all misunderstandings. Oza looked down at him with a knowing gaze. As if you were aiming for a bigger picture. Julius closed his eyes and said nothing. The lady stepped closer and said, do not worry, I am here to make a proposal to that kid. Yem paused for a moment before honestly asking, what are you planning? Julius's mind was filled with questions. Since she has already chosen the White Dragon, he can't go to the Plum Blossom Palace. So what exactly is her proposal? Oza looked into the distance, her long hair covering half her face, adding to her mysterious aura. Let him come with me. While he was still stunned, Oza smiled brightly. What do you think? Back to Theo's perspective, the 4 large dragons are surrounding a white dragon, constantly growling and provoking, as the skilled dragon charges at Eveline. Theo, feeling indignant, opens his eyes wide to see clearly and asks, do you know anything about that wyvern? She helplessly replied, it has been isolated for a long time. I tried to do something but it was useless. It is not actually a wyvern, so maybe it was rejected by others. Theo was surprised. Huh, it is not a wyvern. Right. Yes, it was born from a female wyvern and a beaver. His eyes suddenly widened as if he understood something. Isn't beaver a level 1 monster living at the bottom of the sea? So how come? Eveline turned her head back, and that was the mystery itself. Originally, this could not happen. Silently pondering, a bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. You remember the terrifying monster with long hair and 4 sharp horns. A level 1 creature with power comparable to natural disasters like storms or heavy rain. Even just one creature breaking through human defenses can cause enormous damage. The image of a screaming beaver flashes in my mind. Beaver is a powerful monster species that lives hidden in the shadows of the forest. He smiles, but cold sweat beads form on his face. So, the abilities of the black dragon shadow must have been inherited from it. A beaver. Returning to the scene where the white dragon is trying to face its 4 opponents. Eveline explained that when it was reborn, it became a major problem for the Silver Dragon team. At first, we decided to observe it after letting it stay in the lair, but the other wyverns did not accept that kid, and isolating him is not a good option either, so we are very worried. Watching the dragon scream to defend itself, there is a flicker of empathy in my heart. It was chained up just because it was different from the others. What is the name of that kid? Its name is Ambra, in an ancient language. That name means darkness. Theo smiled mischievously, giving me even more reason to choose that kid. Darkness. That name. She turned back and was startled to see him take a running start to jump. What is he doing? Theo is certain that my companion is that kid. Saying that, he jumped straight down, leaving Eveline stunned. What do you mean? Theo rushed down at full speed, shouting loudly, I am leaving now. She gripped the reins tightly and called out to him in helplessness. What the? He plunges straight down, smiling. This time I will give you a different life. Amber, Theo has flown close to the 5 dragons on the cliff, just like I am in this life. As he descends, a lightning bolt seems to strike straight into the cliff with a deafening explosion. Theo leaps off his mount. I am leaving now. Eveline, startled from above, shouts out. Young master, you jump down from a great height without any hesitation. As the gate to space opens to ready the weapons, he throws a series of swords toward the ground. His eyes burn like stars in the midnight sky. The synchronized hatchling system can use psychokinesis to move targets. The swords swiftly cut through clouds to reach the designated target. Theo's feet move gracefully like feathers. Standing on them, he steps on each sword to move effortlessly through the air. When did he learn telekinesis? And he is still using it like this. Eveline is surprised. His rapid development is unbelievable. On the high cliffs, dragons are perched, With a white umbrella one falling and snarling with sharp teeth, he continues to wipe quickly from above down to the ground. Memories of painful past images flash through his mind, where crowds gathered and scolded him, calling him foolish. Is he really Rang Na, the illegitimate child of Ken Koi? The more I remember, the more my heart aches, and his eyes narrow. The sword still soared fiercely with terrifying speed, descending along with dozens of surrounding blades, his eyes blazing, his body surrounded by lightning as he gathers his strength to control the swords and attack. Immediately, weapons like brilliant lightning bolts fell down, and finally a lightning strike hit right on the mountain cliff. The sword was driven deep into the arid rock, causing the flying dragons to quickly leap away to avoid it. He firmly plants his feet on the ground and looks around. As he steps, the one following immediately makes a sarcastic remark, then, frightened, runs away. Bullies are just cowards, Theo asked with a caring, sympathetic look. Are you okay? Amber cautiously stepped back rolling, then took off and flew away. You called after her. Wait, Evelyn sighs and descends, saying it is tense and approaching won't be easy, so you should wait a bit longer and try again later. You reply, no, right now more than ever you need to be by his side. Why does she think he is still used to staying close to the den after healing? He is lonely, and the emotional wounds are more painful than physical injuries. He is definitely hurt and won't go far. Please help me chase after him. Above the barren, jagged cliffs, Amber is curled up in a dark corner, feeling sad from loneliness and pain beyond her wounds. Suddenly Amber opened her eyes, sensing a sound. Facing her were the two approaching people, and she explained that many knights had tried to tame him, but none succeeded. He is very cautious around others, and his current state is even worse. Could you give me some food while I try to understand him? After all, this is my entrance exam. He and Amber are two opposite extremes, glaring at each other fiercely like a warning signal. Standing there unafraid, eyes fixed straight ahead, Amber continued to intimidate with thunderous roars. You still stand calmly watching it without blinking. Amber keeps scrolling to show how fierce and unwilling to let others get close it is. After a long while, Theo poured a healing solution onto its body. The system quickly restored the medicine, closing serious wounds and healing them. The precious drops of medicine slowly seep through each layer of scales. Vubby asked with concern, how are you feeling? Has the pain lessened? Amber gently looked at him with shining, tender eyes, placing a hand on his skin to feel perhaps out of compassion. But I can feel Amber's emotions. His anger towards the herd drove me away. Sadness and attachment conflict with each other, both longing to remain part of them. The pain of loneliness is sharp. His feelings for me are also conflicted. He doubts me, someone who appears unexpectedly and yet offers warmth. But at the same time, he hopes I won't leave. He looks into Amber's waiting eyes with sympathy. Theo reassures him not to worry. I won't betray you. He opens a portal to take out some items, smiling and chatting. Theo took out a gem. I know what kind of things you like. In your hand is a diamond-shaped jewel with a gentle glow. Amber's eyes widened in surprise, but her heart felt warm and happy. Theo, knowing how to tease, quickly brought it closer. Wanting to, Amber clenched her eyes shut to suppress her feelings of anger, but she could not hold back and opened her eyes wide to look. Then Amber happily put on the collar with the gemstone. He said, if you follow me, there will be even more, as she opened her eyes and looked at it with a manipulative gaze. What do you say? Amber growled excitedly, making a sound of agreement. You wear the collar. I heard that people do not like collars and horses. It can make someone look like this, full of gems, extremely dazzling and beautiful. Thinking to myself, I should steal some of her stuff. Somewhere else, a chill ran down the spine unexpectedly. Seeing this, someone cared, and the woman asked if she was okay, though she did not feel quite right inside. She responded, I do not know why, but I feel like I am about to lose a lot of money. Suddenly, Amber spread her wings, surprising Theo. It growled, and the system announced that you have been recognized as its owner. You smiled sweetly. The system has learned a new skill, taming a level C flying beast, with a proficiency of 1%. After a while, Eveline took off her clothes and flew over, then gently landed on the ground. In her hands were 2 wild boars she had just hunted. She was surprised and opened her mouth in awe at the strange scene before her, seeing Amber and Theo embracing. Eveline exclaimed, how could you do that? He has never been so open with anyone. Hearing your voice, I opened my eyes and responded, so you turned back. Iris, how did you do that? Theo explained, I was just taking care of his wounded heart. When his heart wavers, the gift now seals everything. Eveline glances at his face with confusion. Theo bursts into louder. Are you trying to make me eat that? It is okay, I already did. You can eat as much as you want. She smiled, pondering, just like the young master, not only skilled at charming people but also able to seduce the flow of air. After a moment, Eveline snapped out of her thoughts, surprised, and congratulated the young master, who had acknowledged her as his companion. A dragon extending its neck and back as a sign of trust. Suddenly Eveline panicked. Wait a minute. What are you doing all of a sudden? He sat there in confusion, telling her to get on, but she shouted that even though he accepted her as a companion, he still had not mastered flying. It would be very dangerous to ride a dragon without reins and a saddle. Taking off is the quickest way to death, the boy confidently reassures. It is okay, I have my own way. Then, after activating the flying skill, she tamed it to compensate for her lack of ability. Eveline stood there in shock, unable to believe what she was seeing as she looked up at the sky. The shadow follows and they soar together in perfect harmony. You are riding Ambra well, I see now. You want to show me something. Right, its face radiates warmth like the morning sun, and the happiness of having a new friend fills its expression. You realize something is wrong, that there is something off. How could a pure dragon like him become a terrifying demon monster known as the Dark Evil Dragon? Ambra leads them to a beautiful and romantic waterfall, where tiny dark shadows seem to lurk. A vast snowy landscape stretches out before me, with dragons still soaring through the sky. I step forward slowly and speak. I used to think I was a snow dragon. I know winter mountain paths very well. I did not expect there to be a crystal cave right next to the waterfall. You really like hidden places, huh? Amber agreed and exclaimed. You are stunned to see the flowers in front of you. Huh, that is it. Just by looking at this, I understand why you became a black dragon ghost image. You have been eating this all along, have not you? I did not expect to find a ghost image filled with demonic energy here. The information about the flower you are holding appears, the evil spirit flower, a plant that only grows deep within the demon sea, absorbs pure demonic energy soaked in moonlight and is an invaluable divine medicine for monsters and demons. If you make it disappear immediately, dragons and demons are opposites. So how could you absorb this? It is also extremely dangerous. We must burn it all. He along quickly shouted a few words, then calmed himself down and told him not to worry. He would not touch the crystals. Suddenly, he was startled by the scene before him, seeing a corpse hanging by ordinary ropes. The corpse is almost completely decayed, but the face still maintains a smiling expression. Theo quietly assessed. It is a human note. A corpse probably at least 10 years since death, he silently analyzed, but the corpse was still intact. The coldness was one thing, but this also meant that the person's magic power when alive must have been very strong. Kyo could not believe it, such a powerful person was imprisoned and died a miserable death here. It is strange. I will investigate more when I return. First, about the evil spirit flower. Suddenly the corpse cried out. Crying, Theo suspiciously looked at it. Kyo. Umbra quickly rushed in to block its attack. Theo, frightened, shouted loudly. Umbra still growling in anger, Sakshat still grinding its teeth in hatred. It kept howling and crying out. Theo them exclaimed. It is too dangerous. He quickly reached out to block, but it bit straight into his hand. The scream of the corpse still echoed. Kyo, Robor, I won't spare you. Theo suddenly realized he was not mistaken. This was the owner's name and the black dragon. Who is this person? A spear quickly thrusts toward them. When Kiet recognized that person, the white armor-long technique soldier, Eveline hurriedly attacked the corpse. She panicked and asked when she saw Theo fall down. Young master, are you okay? Answer me, you lying on the ground, smiling and saying Eveline. I'm sorry, it is my fault. Suddenly, you grit your teeth and groan in pain. The poison in the corpse is filled with demonic energy. I am gradually losing strength. If I do not get an antidote. Ella. Eveline quickly helped him up. I will take you back to the headquarters immediately. It might hurt a bit. Hang in there. Umbra suddenly attacked her, causing Eveline to protest. Hey, I am not hurting him, I am trying to protect him. It still stubbornly refused to let her touch Theo. Eveline angrily shouted, stop Umbra, if not even if it is the young master's mount. Wait. Eveline, hold on a moment. Umbra, do you have a way? Umbra quickly agrees. You also smile and agree. Fine. I trust you. Eveline still wants to stop you, but the young master follows. If you do not return immediately, your life will be in danger because you have already been contaminated with demonic energy from the corpse. Theo slowly explains. The demon poison has less than a 30% survival rate whether treated properly or not. I want to trust Umbra. The boy secretly remembers that Umbra had transformed into a level 2 demon dragon after eating the evil spirit flower, so it must have seen that corpse before, and as a result, it learned to absorb demon energy and deadly poison. According to the ancient decree, please just trust Umbra. Eveline was panicked. Young master, and Umbra quickly plucked a flower, then shattered a piece of crystal and placed the fragments in front of Eveline. She stared blankly at it, thinking you want me to mix them together and feed him. She remained silent for a moment, then focused on the broken pieces before turning to look at him suffering. She closed her eyes tightly and let go, deciding to take that pile and just do it. Eveline then used her power to mix them together. She quickly put it into his mouth, and he remained silent without any reaction. Eveline and Umbra both watched him closely, their expressions gradually improving. His strength is gradually recovering. Eveline can't believe her eyes. She can't believe it. He is truly healing, and his power seems to be growing stronger, shining brighter every day. Eveline opened her eyes in shock. He is really recovering. I have never heard of this before. What is happening? Young master, the system notification sounded, starting the body purification process, absorbing the traits of the black dragon in the photo. At Julius's command office, Julius asked nervously to the person behind him, has Black Snow approved this report yet? The soldier hurriedly corrected him. Yes, sir. After verifying the facts, they said this information is 89% accurate. Hearing that, he slammed the table in half. Damn it. I can't believe it. I also thought we would hear bad news falling on us. Well, this completely caught me off guard. On Yizvim, captain of the 5th Squad of the White Armor Dragon Regiment and his 15 men, all perished on the battlefield, and they transformed the body to accumulate mana more easily, an ancient secret technique. However, it requires many users with strong mana and several days of pain to perform. Even so, it has only been proven effective for children under 5 years old. The purification process occurs because countless efforts converge perfectly, as the extremely negative death toxin infiltrates the body of the advanced mage. The positive energy monster gradually accumulates in the body to strengthen the muscles, with mana condensing from decades of consuming toxic obsessions and the aid of Umbra, who has mastered the difficult process of detoxification. Everything fell into a strange balance instead of being destroyed or expelled as demonic poison. Theo's body absorbed the pure essence of the toxin's inner power. Evelyn immediately opened her eyes wide and hurriedly asked, "Are you okay, kid?" She muttered as she sat up. "Eveline, I am sorry for making you worry." She and Umbra let out a relieved sigh. The system displays that Jiangna, 17 years old, male, with the title Tiger Speed, the greatest genius of a millennium, talent genie, player, observer, guardian dragon, rebirth purifier, blue dragon. Access denied. Feeling dazed from an unexpected encounter, the demonic energy he absorbed created the first illusion dragon. If not controlled well, he could become the second illusion dragon. As he read and frowned thoughtfully, he considered the power of the illusion dragon. You continue reading the notification. Level 16, Strength 112, Agility 62, Stamina 38, Magic 238, Intelligence 36, Luck 21, Skills Yi Long Synchronization Baby Dragon Taming Flying Dragon. Access denied. Secretly calculating, a total of 85 attribute points added. Truly crazy. All the crystals in this cave are pure energy condensates. Their power has diluted the toxicity of the shadow poison and even acted as a kind of cure. Luckily, I trusted Ambra, and Jiangna's perfect physique now also possesses regenerative and purifying traits along with the illusion dragon. His rate of growth from now on will be unimaginable. He suddenly spoke up, but more importantly, she asked, "Who is this old man?" Suddenly Eveline runs ahead. I ask her in surprise what is going on. "Eveline," she gasps in shock. "Something is engraved on the wall." You wonder and ask again about the diary. Eveline confirms yes, but to carve such exquisite lines into the wall, they must have been someone who defeated Kyo and Robert. The inscription appears on the rock wall. They must have been someone who defeated Kyo and Robert. Now I have to hide here to prepare for revenge. But my body now, recalling the screams of the dead. Kyo and Robert. You are even more shocked. You continue reading the words on the wall. My body is deteriorating at a dizzying speed. Is it because Robert damaged my core demon crystal? The sinister echo I absorbed to survive might actually be what is killing me. My consciousness is fading. My demonic nature is taking over. Damn it, I have not even begun my revenge. Why is this happening? I am losing my mind more and more. It is time to make a decision, and I have to admit, I have no hope left. I will abandon everything and melt it into my beloved sword, the Jade Sand Sword, to seal myself away, hoping someone will find this place. I hope they will fulfill my wish. I hope they will complete my mission, praying that my successor will overcome them, and I leave my legacy here. Both of them looked at us in surprise, looking up at the cliff. The drilling, the next part, this is the illusion of swordsmanship and the thunderstorm wind god. Evelyn also looked up in confusion. So that means this person is the one, a legend who mastered wind power and was the heroic tragedy himself, fought for the throne against the current king until the very end 40 years ago. King Feng. I heard that he died, but it turns out he has been here all along. Evelyn lost her footing and quickly knelt down, seeing her look up in confusion. What is she doing? Evelyn also respectfully replied. Even though she was defeated and exiled by the Lord, Feng Wang still remains a legitimate heir of the Jiangna bloodline. An underling of Jiangna attempting to harm a rightful successor is a grave sin that must be punished immediately. So get to the point and stop talking nonsense. The day she killed was no longer a Jiangna, only a madwoman. To save my life, was there any other choice? She sweat as she looked at him. But, according to the law, she turned her back calmly. Everything that happened here will forever remain a secret. If you still care, take Feng Vong's secret techniques. Evelyn, you keep them? Evelyn asked confused. The secret of the King of Wind is as powerful as the skills of the dragon style. So why did you give it to me? The boy looked at her steadily. Become the heir of the King of Wind and stronger, inheriting his legacy. Then King Feng can finally rest in peace. Now that you have become his successor, no one can call that a crime anymore. Didn't you say you would become my sword? Evelyn. Evelyn smiled and looked on. I also kneel down. Evelyn Narovo, senior swordsman of Jiangna, I pledge my loyalty to you as a subordinate of Jiangna. I humbly ask the great and noble ruler to accept this oath of loyalty. Watching her with a smile, she truly is someone who strictly follows the rules. Following Zheng Yi, quickly draw my sword and say, following the declaration of the enemy, I accept Evelyn Narovo's oath, engraving it into my heart and soul. and on the long road ahead, I vow to make her my first sword. You look at Evelyn with satisfaction, and she also smiles contentedly. Amber was also delighted by the scene before her. The Snowland has returned to its original peaceful state, at the headquarters of the White Armor Dragon King. Everyone is still training. Hukos chuckles and looks up. The guy still has not arrived. Maybe I am the most talented among the White Armor Dragon King. He slowly descended to the ground, staring in amazement at your appearance. He exclaimed in shock, following Zheng Yi, who was carrying that strange thing. The whispers of gossip spread. What? Do not tell me. That is Ambra. How could he make that beast his companion? So this is why he is considered a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Even this is a talent. What the hell? Evelyn quickly approached. High-level swordsman Evelyn Narovo, an apprentice swordsman following Jiang Ne. We have completed the skill test and returned. But where is the captain? Michael replied slowly. He just received an urgent letter and has gone back to the office. Miss Nigo asked again. A urgent letter. Suddenly a strong gust of wind appeared, like a huge tornado scattering everything. Julius and his steed appeared. He declared firmly, I know you just finished the induction ceremony. But sorry, everyone will be dispatched to Banki Fortress. Whispering to himself, the mobilization for battle has finally arrived. The hostage crisis at the Sirus Merchant Guild in Banki, a conspiracy of betrayal, chaos, and rebellion, orchestrated by this chained wind manipulator pulling the strings. Julius quickly ordered that everyone present be sent to Banki Fortress. Immediately, murmurs erupted everywhere. A confused soldier asked him, Commander, what is going on? What kind of mission is so important that we have to report even the new recruits who have not completed basic training? Julius tightened his grip. The leader of Squad 5 in Eastbourne and 14 of his subordinates are missing. Reflecting quietly. In Eastbourne, the oldest knight of the White Dragon Cavalry, even Julius listened to his advice, and he is not someone easily defeated. Could this be part of the butterfly effect I caused? Julius recounted and analyzed that according to the report from Black Snow, there is a 89% chance they are dead. And even if they are alive, they are not in a condition to continue the mission. The current forces will form Team 5 temporarily to carry out their task. The temporary squad leader will be Evelyn Narovo, since the mission will be carried out within 3 days, so complete basic training during that time. I do not believe they are dead, but we still have to avenge them. Done. He immediately left and fell into deep thought. The event of the Black Skull bandits kidnapping the Sirus Merchant Guild was initially believed to have no casualties thanks to the efforts of the White Dragon Armor Special Forces, but it turned out not to be the case. The real goal of this event is elsewhere. It is the theft and transportation of the Satlong Keem Ban Mung. Ed Koivan used the Ban Mung sword he stole during the coup, but everything has changed from his previous life. If it is all his fault, he needs to see it with his own eyes to believe it. The system appears. Hidden mission. Collect the Ban Mung sword. 3 days later, a guard on the thick tower wall. It is so cold. I can't get used to this climate. Why does the moon look strange? The dragons quickly burst through the night. The man panicked. It is the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. The hands swiftly cling to the city walls and climb up. The soldier shouted loudly, like a bird. It is elite cavalry. The soldiers below quickly came under attack. Evelyn loudly orders everyone to drop bombs. The bombs are quickly thrown down and explode. The commander hurriedly ordered to retreat into the city and hide. Do not die in vain. The team quickly descended and launched a series of attacks. Fire everywhere. Evelyn commanded fiercely. Kill them all. Show them the price of daring to attack the White Dragon Armor Cavalry. The continuous rain poured down, engulfing the entire city in smoke and white mist. A white-haired man ran through the night with a sword in hand. Damn it. But they said they would handle the white armored knights. If I hesitate even a little, I am doomed. Whatever. Once I deliver this, my mission is over, then I can just relax and enjoy myself. Suddenly, he was quickly stabbed to death by an unknown figure, who coldly turned away, causing him to fall instantly. He silently raised his sword, and his master spoke. The item. He respectfully offered it up. Yes. The usual trial. The master quickly confirmed. Good. It is the right item. We have achieved our goal. Preparing for the next step of the plan, the remaining soldiers quickly responded. Yes, sir. The owner heads towards the fortress, now only left to eliminate the pests. A soldier near the fortress is quickly subdued. Hookus reports. The capture is complete. It is way too easy. Even Twin confirmed it. You are right. It is too easy. Your eyes turn dark. It is hard to believe that the 5th squad was wiped out. Moreover, the system notification indicates that the synchronization of the hatchlings is active and reading the target's memories. According to them's assessment, this guy also knows they stole the Ban Mung, but he has never seen it with his own eyes. The shrimp are one thing, but even the commanders are like that. Did I miss something? Irene looked on curiously. What is wrong? Is there a problem? I mumbled back. No, I am just pondering. Michael chuckled and put his arm around him. Even if you are called a tiger cub, you are still a rookie. Just honestly admit that you are nervous because this is your first mission. Irene quickly spoke up, saying the hostage has been rescued and urging everyone to regroup with the rest of the team. Michael sighed in relief, saying all right. I want to get home quickly. I smell like gunpowder. Suddenly, Theo's eyes widened. He suddenly surged forward and ran away. Michael grimaced and asked, "What is wrong with him?" Irene guessed, "Probably hates his smell." He looked annoyed as he judged her, while Theo charged with his sword in one direction, his slash causing rocks to fly everywhere. Theo stared intently ahead, and Irene wondered what he was doing, asking him what he meant by that. She could not believe her eyes and suddenly exclaimed, "Explosives. Those bastards. They plan to retreat and blow us up." Theo quickly warned everyone there was no time to waste and they had to escape immediately. Irene agreed right away. "Okay." Michael also nodded, and the sisters began evacuating as a large bomb headed straight for them. Everyone looked at it with fierce determination. The scream turned terrifying as a loud explosion quickly rang out. The mysterious figure in the distance continued to speak. Reloading, he raised his hand again to give the order. Another explosion rang out, shaking the surroundings, though Kyo smirked and ordered fiercely, "Wipe them out completely. Not even a single ant should escape," because that day, in a castle, the figure of a woman still sat by the window. She muttered crazily, "Soothing. Soothing. Mother's horn. Does it hurt? My child. Mother will bring your head back to you." On the tower, the fierce battle continues as Evelyn fights crazily. She orders her troops not to let a single enemy escape, and the soldiers respond. Understood. She silently watched the enemy troops, led by China, being defeated by these guys. "No, it can't be. There must be some mistake." "Captain." Evelyn gasped in shock, her eyes wide with panic. A bomb was thrown at her, making her scream out, "This is truly crazy." Evelyn quickly dodged and realized it was an artillery attack. Defensive positions. Everyone. She saw an enemy running away to avoid the bombs. The continuous bombs hitting made Evelyn frown, and the explosions grew stronger. Loud noises came from the only nearby door as the team rushed toward Evelyn. The team leader, Evelyn, quickly spoke up. "Everyone arrived just in time. This is a large-scale bombardment. We need to get out of here fast." "Follow quickly." Understood. Head to the outer wall in the opposite direction of the cannon attack. System notification. Open the mine gate, unlock the safe protocol brain function. He quickly looked at the display screen, the notification system, increasing the speed of his thinking process and eliminating doubts. Theo's eyes suddenly lit up as a series of images appeared before him, and he began to examine the screen. Evelyn pats your shoulder and says, "Why are you just standing there? Follow me. We need to escape now, so wake up. We have to get out of the fortress immediately." "What are you doing?" "According to the decision." "No, we have to go inside." She could not believe it as she looked at him, while stones wildly hurled towards them. The others are furious and oppose it, saying, "You want us to go back into the place that is about to blow up. Our lives, all 21 of us, are in your hands. Damn it. Should not we just run outside?" She shouts to them that if we run outside now, we will only fall into another barrage or explosion, which is exactly what they are planning. Using the display, she synchronizes to read this person's remaining thoughts. Suddenly, he froze in place as the stones continued to rush toward him. He quietly realized that they probably think we can't survive inside the fortress. He scans the surroundings with the system and quietly calculates that, with this ability, we have a real chance to survive. The system reports that with the mental gate now open, synchronization has spread quickly. Theo quietly recalls that the left side is equipped with surgical supplies. The right side is under artillery attack. We will head down the ancient passage below. Everyone quickly rushes down, with rocks falling around like a sealed entrance. They suddenly hit a wall blocking the way. It is a dead end. Everyone starts questioning. "Hey, you told us to follow and trust you. Right, you have a plan, do not you? We can't turn back now, it is collapsing." All the artillery has already expanded its range of fire. Everyone anxiously watches the falling rocks around them, all holding their ground bravely. Everyone watched closely as the surroundings moved. Theo also angrily looked at the rocks. They seemed to block their escape, and the entire tower was engulfed in flames. The mysterious voice outside warns to always keep this in mind. This is Arsen's young master's revenge, so be careful not to provoke. Though Kyo quietly drew his sword, not caring if they were crushed or not. "Just bring me their heads." Theo muttered in the rubble. "I thought I was about to die." The land and rocks are everywhere. The group quickly escaped death, piling on top of each other, catching their breath. Just as predicted. "Theo, you really have a plan. You destroyed the floor in the last seconds before the cannon fire hit." Suddenly, a group of soldiers with spears charged at them. "What? Who are you? And how did you get here?" Based on this, they are watching them cautiously. The black skull emblem. Why are they here? We investigated here before as if nothing happened. Seeing Isvan chained up, captain of Team 5. Channel Isvan. The prison door was quickly opened, and Okut and Erica subdued the soldiers. Evelyn respectfully said, "I am glad you are still alive." Channel. But this is truly astonishing. I did not expect the mastermind to be the spy Ran. Sichsak quickly burst into laughter. Isvin asked her suspiciously. She said so, but everyone else does not seem too surprised. Evelyn responded sadly, I suspected that already a place full of jealousy like this would definitely have internal strife, but I did not expect them to stab their own allies in the back. Irene angrily declared this is a treacherous betrayal. Michael also agreed, yes, we must take revenge. Isvin quickly reminded them not to let emotions cloud their judgment. It is best not to act too impulsively right now. Now we have to inform Black Snow outside about this. Suddenly intervened. That is impossible. The truth is we had no support from Black Snow earlier, which means they must have wiped out Black Snow's forces outside the ambush. That is why we entered the fortress without daring to go outside. But we still have a chance to win. They have buried all their comrades under that barrage of explosions, which means they are trying to win quickly without dragging things out. For that reason, they will definitely come back to check our bodies down here, and the moment they let their guard down, victory will be theirs. If we ambush them while they are hiding in this ruin, it could lead to a victory for us. Ispin stared intently. He silently assessed him, even opening his mind at that age. He muttered to himself, probably because I am old and thinking of giving up my life in a place like this. It seems we have a few new outstanding people in this campaign. He tapped his staff on the ground. He quickly agreed. You are right. The White Armor Dragon Cavalry won't sit idly by and accept this. We will proceed as planned. White Armor Dragon Cavalry, gather and prepare for battle. Theo and the soldiers entered the tower. He kicked the distant rocks with his foot. A struggling soldier below shouted, help me, please. Just this once. Help me. Tokyo asked a subordinate if they had found anything. The soldier immediately reported no. Still no sign. We have searched to the west and are now looking to the east. He fell into deep thought. The ambush team has not reported anything unusual, but how is it possible that they have not found any of the White Dragon team's corpses? He hurriedly asked them. Wait, stop. Has anyone seen the members of the White Dragon team? The surrounding commotion caused the soldiers to panic. A sword suddenly thrust up from the ground. Catching Tokyo off guard, he quickly blocked Eveline's attack. The sound of weapons clashing echoed as they engaged in a direct confrontation. Tokyo quickly retreated from her attack. Eveline's strike overwhelmed him, and she decisively continued her assault on Tokyo. Then she gently lands on the ground. He screams in horror. It is an ambush. The opponent is the White Dragon team. Ready to fight, Eveline grips her sword to face him. I hoped it was not an intelligence operation, but according to Jiangni's law, traitors are executed on the spot, and Tokyo kept facing her. He could not believe it. How could they have survived those explosions? No matter what happens, Eveline still fights bravely without giving up. She continues to strike at Tokyo mercilessly, her attack sending him flying backward. The sword in her hand clenched even tighter as a warning alarm sounded in Tokyo's mind, and he was pushed back once again. That power made him quickly retreat and take a defensive stance. Eveline declared straightforwardly, the intelligence agency's resistance is futile anyway. The moment the ambush succeeds, you have no more chances left. But if you surrender, we will spare your lives. Theo grimly ordered everyone behind him to use secret techniques. Eveline's group was confused. What kind of secret technique is that? Theo also looked at them. A loud explosion spread across the area. Tokyo clenched his teeth and unleashed his power. Realizing the truth, this is a catastrophic explosion, a forbidden spell that consumes all vitality. Another loud explosion echoes as Theo drives his sword into the ground to unleash his power. He stared at them with intense hatred. As Tokyo seemed to use a split attack technique against him, a man quickly blocks in front of Theo, who is pushed back by the sword. The man hurriedly speaks. Ruki, run, go. Staring in shock at the scene before him, you grind your teeth in hatred and scream wildly. You bastard, how dare you? Long claw triple strike, your eyes wide open. System notification. Unleash the Demon King. The soldiers quickly fell, and he continued to unleash his move, the three-clawed dragon strike. Attacking as streams of light kept appearing. Not only the enemies but Erika was also surprised, and the others were no less shocked. Tokyo was also attacked again and became frantic. Dust and rocks soar into the sky, turning the area into a desolate wasteland. Tokyo can't believe his eyes. How could he have easily neutralized the deadly explosion? I can't let that guy live. He is starting to attack again. Everyone seems unable to comprehend the scene before them. Michael suspiciously looked on. When did that guy start doing that? Theo gritted his teeth and tried to stand up. I used the Thunder Gate to strengthen my power through force, but it seems to be too much for me still. Tokyo attacked you from behind, and I will drag you to hell with me at all costs. While observing and thinking to himself, Theo noticed that his mana hole was deformed. Impossible. He is about to self-destruct. Then a surge of power suddenly appeared in front of him, causing Theo to panic. Eveline unleashed her power, pushing Tokyo back with the Storm and Thunder God technique, her fierce gale and lightning skills continuing with a series of rapid, chaotic storms. Theo was stunned as the explosion from the mana hole stopped him. Eveline quickly finished off Tokyo, and he failed quickly. Theo, exhausted, sat down on the ground when suddenly a voice spoke beside him. You are beaten now, Theo. Everyone cheered and praised you, truly living up to the reputation. Don't even think about taking Lord Theo's #1 sword position. It is mine. Thanks to you we survived. I thank you very much. Theo glared coldly at their expressions, and you also smiled calmly at them. Michael quickly pulled you up and asked curiously, when did you learn that skill? Captain also survived. You casually brushed it off. If you know, you will be in trouble. Everyone rushed in to celebrate with Theo, and Ispan affectionately watched the joyful crowd. He muttered as he looked into the distance. The dark night had passed, and once again a dawn was breaking through. The sword that Theo stuck into the ground was swept away by the wind. The sky shifted to a sunset of orange and purple. Right at the pink palace, in the cramped room, her battered face mixed with tears and sweat, her eyes filled with rage and despair. Ed looked at her trembling hand clutching her arm with disgust and contempt. Cursing her, you damn bastard. How dare you act like that? I pushed her away, causing her pain as she fell to the floor, and I hurriedly called out in alarm. Master. He placed his hand on the decree on the table with a cold and detached attitude. Where did you get the guts to steal my seal? Killing that bastard Jiang Na and the White Armor Dragon team. Is that what you are saying? Do you know what you have just done? How dare you interfere with Troy's grand plan? Woman, she clutches her head and screams wildly with sharp eyes, her eyes wide open in a truly terrifying way, tears streaming down her face. She looked up and shouted, I just want the head of that bastard who caused arson to end up like this. Is that so hard to do? That enemy. Everything related to him. I will crush them. Burn everything to make my anger, so Arson's soul can rest in peace. That is the only way I can feel a little better. His palm clenched tightly as he slowly spoke in a probing tone. Arson. Is it because of a brat like him that you forgot your role? Hearing it say that. She gaped, her cloudy eyes wide and tense. Arson. Ad's face contorted with bitterness as his deep words reminded her that she had lost the dragon-slaying sword, the key to the entire plan. From this moment on, she was no longer Chopin's daughter, and she stood there stunned and pained, whispering in her heart, Father. That bitterness seeped into every fiber, making her eyes hollow and her head hang low, unable to face the truth. Soon after, he calmly stepped out the door and ordered, She is useless now. Lock her away where no one can see. Remove all the pests related to it so no news leaks out. Tara respectfully replied yes. Master. He stepped out the door with a grim face full of sinister intent, and behind that door, desperate pleas kept echoing. Please reconsider just this once. If anyone spares me, I will do anything. Spare my life, no matter those pitiful screams. He still crossed his arms and calmly walked over the blood pooling from the bodies. The rebellion plan I painstakingly prepared has fallen apart. It is all because of that bastard. According to Jiang Na, I swear I will personally send him to the underworld. The scene shifts to a spacious bedroom where he sits relaxed on the bed, attentively watching the system screen. Suddenly, the massive sword appears in his hand, accompanied by the system sound, revealing the Long Slayer sword. Bai. Mung, a heavy sword, mysterious 82, with unclear requirements and effects, currently sealed and needing to decode its secrets before it can be used. He observed the sword in his hand, carefully examining the dragon-slaying sword. At that moment, a mysterious glowing energy suddenly emanated from the sword he was holding. He felt the pain it brought and hurriedly dropped the sword onto the floor. It fell sharply and quickly, echoing loudly throughout the room. Following the gaze along the sword, he raised his painful hand and pondered. As expected, it is not a meaningless dragon slayer. After a gentle friction with the sword, his palm turned fiery red, and he slowly withdrew it, clearly suppressing the trap entirely. Just as I thought, I won't be able to use it unless I unlock its secret, a legacy from ancient legends. Like an illusion, it is not easily in the hands of mortals, but if someone can decipher its mystery, it will grant legendary powers. There is a place in my mind that, until I unlock its secret, is just a useless piece of iron. Suddenly, at that moment, a strange sound came from outside the door, and I quickly turned around with suspicion. She stepped forward to open the door wide, then suddenly pushed it open, placing her hand in front of her chest and bowing politely, apologizing for the interruption and asking if she could have a moment. As the commander wanted to see him, the scene then shifts to Julius and Thomas talking, with Julius saying it is good to see him alive, but do you want to retire from service? Thomas's face bowed sadly as he spoke slowly. It is truly shameful to have to say this, but as you can see, I lost my legs along with my steed Rosinante, my noble steed, in the recent battle. Moreover, this ancient assassin cannot hold out much longer on the battlefield, and I plan to spend the rest of my days in my homeland to honor my fallen comrades. Hearing him express himself like that, Julius laughed loudly. Who could stop the stubbornness of the old man? Do whatever he wants. Thomas replied. Thank you. Commander, I know this is not the right choice, but I have something to say about the bodyguard following Jiang Na. Julius allowed it. Go ahead, he immediately spoke up. At his age, the gate has already opened. Julius was amazed by this event. The gate is the boundary between ordinary people and the extraordinary. He slammed the teacup down on the table, causing the liquid to splash out like his current restless mood. And then he spoke. At first I was also shocked when I heard it. Clearly, he was not a natural genius who had possessed it from the start. It was as if he had forcibly opened a door that was firmly shut. That feeling was very clear, and the door was forced open violently. Anyway, his capacity suddenly expanded, and compared to what he holds, it is unreasonably vast. Then, Julius interrupted loudly with a serious attitude, saying we must fill that expanded capacity. He half closed his eyes in apparent fatigue, speaking calmly that is all a senior can say to a junior. From now on, Yuan will have to learn and grow on his own. The scene shifts to a fierce battle filled with the smell of guns, with your sharp eyes glaring intently at Julius. On the battlefield, they stood far apart, but the intense tension in the air was unavoidable. Julius slowly spoke, saying that the person playing a key role in this mission was someone he knew, and he gently bowed his head in response, saying it was all thanks to his teammates. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Do not be too modest. So how far along are you on your path of martial arts?" Julius just finished speaking, causing you to bow your head, intense sweat running down your cheeks thinking about the path of martial arts. "Are you talking about my combat strength?" You reply that fighting now is much easier than before. He raises his hand to signal a pause and slowly says, "No. I am not only asking about your fighting technique, I am asking the world of swords that you are trying to portray." You are so surprised that your eyes nearly pop out. After a moment of thought, you softly say, "If anyone wants to talk about that, I am not sure anymore. I only train with one desire, to imitate the swordsmanship of the master." Julius confidently grips the sword behind him and subtly reminds, "That is how everyone starts." Immediately after, his sharp eyes and decisive action of drawing his sword plunged the surroundings into tense silence. The boy was stunned to see Julius swiftly draw his sword toward himself, so shocked he could not even speak. Then suddenly a surge of blazing red energy erupted and gathered at this moment, revealing the fiery domain of Malong, different from the domain shown by Sword Dragon during his second awakening. What you just said, could it be because this is a world formed from personal martial arts? Suddenly, he widened his eyes in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Julius with a terrifying energy storm roaring ahead, my sword representing the demon. Filled with fear, I raised my arm to bite lightly and looked forward with bloodshot eyes in horror. He stands firmly holding his sword, with sharp eyes ready for battle. His swift sword movements and piercing gaze always focus ahead. Then he unleashes a circular aura of energy above his head, causing the heavens and earth to tremble and shake. His sword attacks are always executed swiftly with precise movements, my cloak fluttering in the wind, with his sharp eyes in the space shrouded by blazing red energy, half of his eyes glowing with a fierce red light and his hand gripping the sword tightly, making the entire atmosphere tense and overwhelming. His sword moves and madness leave everyone wide-eyed in amazement. At this moment, watermarks appear on each stone, revealing a strange light source behind them. The violent whirlwinds are occurring right above the central area due to his powerful internal strength. Theo, holding the sword with a stunned expression, watches the stream of wind soaring high into the sky across a vast distance. Immediately after, the fierce whirlpool created by Julius surrounded everything. At the same time, Malong's sharp sword, held by Julius, was falling rapidly from the center. He lands on the ground then walks away casually, splitting the sword apart and speaking slowly. "What do you think? What have you seen in Malong's martial way?" With sharp, slightly lowered eyes, he replied that it is strength and destruction. The man sheathed his sword behind him, smiling with satisfaction and confidence, "Because that is the essence of my intuition and directness. Even if it ultimately shatters, it remains a straight line, piercing through and destroying everything it touches. Violence, destruction, power, death. So what do you think of the flower plum sect master's sword?" Sweat dripped down his cheek as he bowed his head in tension. It was elegant and beautiful. The old man crossed his arms, half closed his eyes with curiosity. Beautiful indeed. The swordsmanship of the flower plum lord carried the essence of beauty, so it made sense. This seed of a flower grows and blooms. That is life, progresses slowly but gently, constantly transforming, never ceasing to develop. This is the way of martial arts. The boy touched his chin thoughtfully, suddenly recalling that this was the martial way he mentioned. Even though both of them are sworn enemies, his explanation of swordsmanship is like this. Suddenly, he curled his lips into a big smile filled with sinister implications. Crossing his arms, he seriously explained to you that life and death, existence and violence. Do you think the meaning of the two swords is entirely opposite? You wonder, is not that right? He gently flicks his robe, causing it to flutter in the crimson space. He turned around with a low voice and said if I said it straight there would be no more fun. The boy stared blankly at the ancient book suddenly appearing before him, his heart filled with suspicion. You wonder what this is? The old man hesitantly responds. It is a dialogue between us and the Peach Blossom Lord about the sword. Following the bewildered and startled reaction after hearing his words, he stammered and spoke. Then he looked at the vast sky and explained together. This is extremely rare, according to the person who has become a disciple. The image of two backs leaning against each other as an explanation for his answer. His eyes widened in disbelief as he heard the voices of him, the dragon demon, and the sword dragon echoing, while in the quiet space of the mountain cliff, they each pondered separately, creating a moment of silence. The sound of closing a book echoed firmly through the quiet space. His face lowered slightly with a hint of hesitation. His lips pressed together as if he had something difficult to say. He folded his arms in slight annoyance and slowly said, Hey, You are being a bit too strict, forcing someone who was already destined to be with us to become a co-heir really. Oh, you are just jealous. Still, you can't deny that this will be very helpful for Theo. Right, he slowly said. You also know very well that currently Theo is a promising successor, unmatched by anyone. He is developing at a pace matching his talent and will eventually hit a wall. She held the notebook in her hand, looked at him, and spoke. When that time comes, this will help him get through it, he mumbled softly. But if by any chance Theo becomes an enemy of the leader, no, an enemy of Gina. What then? That statement of his also made her so tense that sweat dripped down her temples. He looked at the natural scenery before him and continued. You know, people who develop that quickly mostly do not end well. He replied, yes, if we continue down that path, carefully given to him, it could lead us to find Jiangnai in blood. She smirked slightly and slowly spoke. I did not expect that. I thought you simply cared for that child, but thanks to what was just said, I am certain of one thing. This is definitely Julius's style, so it is best that he keeps his word. Whenever you follow the one you have watched over for so long, who has grown without being consumed by greed, and when you are sure that he has become a true Jiangnai who values every moment, then give it to him. Julius only bowed his head without replying. As if pondering something, he slowly lifted the secret technique book and looked at it intently, as if entrusting something into it. The scene shifts to this moment, and Theo's face is covered in sweat and tense, thinking to himself the two dragons of Jiangnai, the top and second in swordsmanship, the dragon sword and the demon sword, two successors at the same time. I hesitantly spoke up, wondering if I could truly accept this, as his broad and steady back with his warm voice said, there is no need to be so humble. We give it to you because we believe you are worthy. Hearing him say that, he slowly nodded as a sign of trust. He watched their figures disappear into the distance, thinking to himself that, in the end, he was able to develop this far thanks to those people. I have never done anything for them, yet they always help me, lowering my head and showing my gratitude. From Rendon until now, I have only received support from those two, and I will definitely repay them. At this moment, the sound of bold footsteps approaching confidently echoes, as his imposing figure strides forward with his cloak fluttering in the wind, and he speaks one word. If you want to repay the favor, here's an immediate way. Let us go. Follow me. It has been a long time since we had a fun prank. No wait. Now there is a new disciple. How can I? The captain. Stay still. Now it is the real training. Oh my god. His words made me sweat so much I wanted to shout for help. Evelyn turned and walked away, leaving behind the explosion of their raging battle and the screaming sounds. Moving even faster, she calmly stepped to lock the door. A desperate voice from behind the door plates. Please spare me. Evelyn, her imposing stance blocking the large door and her loud voice say, sorry. Missing you. The scene shifts to a cool, clear sky with gentle weather. The cars slowly crawl across the ground, creating an atmosphere that seems to have just experienced something terrible. Under the warm sunlight, Evelyn gently pushed the door and stepped into the fairy sunlight. Suddenly, as she entered, her eyes widened in shock, and the blow to her face made her gasp in fear. Evelyn nervously looked at the emaciated zombie-like figure sitting listlessly on the steps and asked worriedly, Young master, is he going to be all right? His face was covered with bruises and bruises turning blue. Evelyn's cautious eyes and hesitant steps slowly approached. The captain was a bit too harsh this time. Then he lowered his head and spoke softly. At that moment, her voice rang out loudly, announcing that under the orders of the young master, we have imprisoned him in the dungeon. But are you sure it is okay to leave him like this? He is not the kind of person to reveal anything no matter what he does. But leaving him like this is a bit. Do not worry, I have a plan. Come here. Lean in and listen to me. After a few moments of whispered conversation, Evelyn was so stunned that he froze in place, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. The scene shifts to a vast sky with a beautiful purple hue highlighting the grand fallen palace covered in plum blossoms. Meanwhile, at the training ground of the Lord's mansion, which is spacious and features luxurious architecture, a resonant voice echoes from within, and with a bow and respectful greeting, the Mayflower Pavilion, Doza, with a calm and unwavering aura, slowly descends the stairs. Good. I have been waiting for you. Have you received the gift that Malong and I prepared? According to the mirror. Long then. Yes. Both of you have helped me a lot. She gently turns her head, spreading her hands to release a mystical flow of energy. The displayed sword moves upward along the flow of energy. In the training yard of the Lord's mansion, she gently moved her body up through a central point surrounded by floating petals intertwined with flexible lines. Oza slowly descended, striding toward the boy and smiling sweetly. Then said, that is good. What I am about to teach you is not some profound secret but a fundamental aspect often overlooked in swordsmanship, technique and skill. From now on, until the end of the journey, I want to teach you how to invoke life energy with your sword. I ask again, according to Jiangnai, do you want to become my disciple? Long then sincerely kneels on the ground. Then speaks. Before answering, may I ask you something, lady of the mansion? I wonder if this is an invitation from the sword of the heavenly dragon. That statement of yours left her stunned with amazement. Oza slowly smiled with satisfaction. Not many knew that name. Yet you managed to guess it. I won't deny it, I am the sole heir of the secret sword technique handed down through generations. And facing Longvan, one of my titles is indeed true. You asked that to gauge my true intentions. Right, after bowing his head, he said. I apologize, but she only replied, it is okay, I do not blame you, I have no hidden intentions. From the blooming of the apricot blossoms to the sword of heavenly dragon, I intend to pass everything on to you. Suddenly a voice called behind him, hey, you, stop right there, he said with hostility. Are you the new recruit of the White Dragon armor team? Are you following Jiang Ne? Jiang Dung Thang De Kai the, Sansang Chana Pan, Lan Lung Noi Othi So Mat Mio Mio Kung Lo Noi De Sat Kiwa Hanta Vang Len Goi Noi Chien Vuli Quan I Conchu Kip Hoi Ji. Now that you are a disciple of the Lord and a member of the Plum Blossom Mansion, you should at least show some respect to your senior. Theo tilted his head and sneered at him. So this is about territory? Huh. Senior. You are not my senior. What are you doing? The others gritted their teeth in anger. What? Not senior. What are you talking about? You are also a disciple of the Mayflower Mansion. So does not that make you our junior? I think you misunderstood. I already declined the invitation to become the master's disciple. That statement hit them like a thunderclap, and they looked at me with eyes full of fear and sweat. Surprised, she wants to transfer both the Mahoman Kai and the Heavenly Dragon Sword technique to me. Oza asked, is not that enough to be attractive? I calmly replied. Of course. But honestly, I do not understand why you support me so much. I have not done anything for you yet, and I have not. She asked you to stand up. There is no big reason. It is just you. It makes me think of Kyo. And unexpectedly, I remind her of the master. Oza confirms. That is right. You are like him when he was young. And I am not just talking about your appearance. He was too focused on his dreams and ideals in his youth. The lady hesitates. No, perhaps he still dreams of them. That is why he does not despair. He works hard to overcome any difficulty and waits patiently. Yet he has never once given up or gone against his own principles. When I look at you, how can the part of him I love sit still and just watch? If you understand, then it is time to answer. You reply, yeah, although it is an attractive offer. I decline. Her eyes darken, because honestly I currently have too many masters, along with Lady Meiho Funan, who taught me many things, Demon General Julius, my Dragoon, Eveline, Salford and Aaron, my friends and comrades, Remington, Hookers and Erica, my friends in the Alchemy District, including Arson and Toy Van. They are all my teachers. Oza was surprised to hear you call both Arson and Thean Long masters. I did not expect that. I heard you had disagreements with a Choi Van. You nodded. And that is the reason. The difficulties they caused are what shaped who I am today. After hearing that, she could only remain silent, her lips trembling without a word. As for me, my sword learned and changed, thanks to those who loved and hated me. But because of that, I am not confident I can uphold the school's traditions and pass them on to the next generation. Uza's gentle, but he cannot maintain the tradition because his sword is always changing. Both are admirable and unfortunate. You remain steadfast. But even I cannot become your disciple. I am honored to be your son. She was surprised to hear that, her eyes shining. After a moment, Oza sat enjoying wine under the banyan tree. She raises her glass to enjoy the aroma. Mina speaks up. The fairy seems to like him a lot. Oza confirms. Of course, because fate does not permit it. I cannot have children. And a boy like him wanting to be my son, why would not I like that? You are to be congratulated. It is truly joyful to see the priestess happy. She lowered her glass and asked if Mina could prepare a letter for her to send to the Lord. What should I write, lady? Oza surprised her with the promotion test for Theo. Mina intervened. Sorry, but he is just a new recruit who just completed the love ritual. If he attracts too much attention at such a young age, he could be in danger. The mage must know that. She gently taps the glass in response, which is why I need to act quickly, before the great storm hits Jiangna and consumes everything. I want to give it as much as I can. Inside the dark prison, there is a prisoner being held, Sierra, chained by a collar around his neck, slowly turns his gaze beyond the bars. Sierra speaks to the assassin. Finally arriving, Da said, do not hate me. Everything I did was for the wish of that day. He pleaded, I will never ask why. Now just kill me. The assassin immediately threw his spear towards Sierra in front of him, but suddenly a flash of light helped him dodge. The assassin, trembling with fear, could not believe what he was seeing. Eveline jumped down from above, her eyes locked on him. Landing from the foot of the building, Sierra shouted in frustration, I have been waiting all this time. He realized Evelyn Nerova was a damn trap. Then she rushed towards the assassin to attack, but he quickly dodged Eveline's sharp sword strike. The assassin looked at her, wondering how she was always so strong. It was humiliating that he could not fix Sierra, and if he got caught, things would be even worse. I need to get out of here and plan for the future. She is determined. I won't let anyone escape from here. Evelyn used the secret technique Thunder God Violent Strike to attack. The man was seriously wounded, spitting out a heavy amount of blood. The assassin is confused and can't be caught like this. He looks at her, knowing he must quickly erase all traces. After a long while, Sierra reproached him. Why does he always do that? Usually when plans fail, he sat against the wall, assuring himself that he would not be fooled again. Inside the tower at night, only the moonlight remains. The door to the study opens, revealing the remnants of scholarly pursuits. A report clip at 1:15 this morning confirmed that Evelyn Narovo captured her assassin sneaking into the prison. It was confirmed to be from the Evil Spirit Organization, powerful Eastern aristocratic family, the Choivan family. Julius comments that it seems they are connected to Qianlong's Choivan, which clears up many of our suspicions about there being a spy within the organization. She agreed. Exactly. We are meeting in a very remote place to prevent any information leaks. Based on our intel, Sequai is currently stationed at the ancient Kalam fortress. Within 3 hours from now, they will consider the mission failed, destroy all evidence, and escape. We must locate their base before then, find their members, and use that information as the target of this mission. I will prepare the clip for the snowstorm. This is my report. Reflecting quietly, I realize I might be facing a spy of the highest level of the snowstorm. He calmly raised his hand and spoke. There is one more thing to add. This mission is also considered a promotion test according to Jiang Na. You are surprised I am already qualified to take the test. Julius encouraged. That is right, but it won't be easy, he said, noting that the difficulty of the test has increased. As you advance to a higher rank, the increased difficulty of the test is expected. But what is unusual is that assigning a mission that could lead to civil war becomes a test for an intermediate swordsman. I heard you ordered Evelyn to scout the enemy's base because you knew the assassin was coming, and since you started this, you understand it well. Listening in confusion, then softly apologizing, Julius embraced you, saying that even as the Heir, it was disrespectful to plan without consulting your superiors. And since things have come to this, you must complete the mission perfectly, level up to an intermediate swordsman and gain the privilege to undertake solo missions. Understood. With a cheerful heart. Yes, I care for someone, but deep down, this matter is starting to give me a headache. I did not expect to become the center of attention like this. Suddenly, the system status screen appeared before him, showing a mission called Opportunity to Clean Up Relationships. Clenching his fist, he realized he had always been curious about what had bound him to them and caused all these problems. Cliff asked if you had any problems, and Jiang Ni responded no. Determined, I will complete this mission at any cost. Julius slammed the table and stood up. Well done, you have been explained. Now everyone fight together according to the orders. It is time to start the snake elimination mission. Outside the team's watchtower as night falls is when humans act. Cliff reports that to eliminate the possibility of internal snake infiltration, only the 3 of us will participate in this mission. The target is a deadly organization, and as Jiang Ni's swordsman, we have the advantage in skills, but clearly our numbers are weaker. No matter what happens, we must stay alert and follow orders. Inside the assassin organization, they are gathering evidence together. The assassin organization reports that most of the documents have been processed. They are satisfied, so we will depart as soon as he returns. When you get there, ask how long he has been gone. He replied, not even 2 hours, so he is probably almost back. Suddenly, a ball of fire sped into their room. A smoke bomb exploded, filling the entire space, revealing an ambush. The shadows swiftly moved through the white bones, and the assassin organization was quickly defeated before they could react. The assassin realized things were getting out of control and shouted. He clutched his bleeding wound on his neck and cursed. Damn it. Cliff quickly swept past them and then glanced back. A powerful foot stomped down on the papers. The whole room descends into chaos. Papers scattered everywhere. She declares that the target has been secured. Evelyn and I will handle this part. And you should go down to the basement. You think about taking down the 3 enemies in an instant, and in response, you move swiftly like a gust of wind forward. Immediately, your eyes widen as you sense something is wrong. An arrow is about to fly straight at him in shock. He quickly dodges the sudden attack. Right in front of you are countless traps waiting. You quickly brace your hands on the ground and lift your body to dodge. You use the synchronized data flow skill to scan the area, and according to the analysis, not only traps but also ambushes were detected. You activated the dragon lightning shield to move to the other side. Countless black lightning spear projectiles are shot out into the graveyard, with remnants of the fierce battle still scattered across the ground. Many members of the Snake Demon organization have been killed in the fight. The assassin's body is emitting flames. He can't believe it. How is that possible? After killing him, he sighed tiredly. He pondered quietly. With this level of protection, there must be something hidden in the basement. Suddenly, with astonishment, he gazed at the strange scene here. Red liquids are flowing and soaking into the house. A man with his back turned curses. Damn it. The full stench of this evil rises all the way here. The priest condemns, harming others and desecrating the sacred ritual. You really are an impatient believer. Startled, I looked at the person in front of me. The Holy Demon Society. Holy Ghost Society. A doomsday cult claiming the end of the world is near and that chaos will follow. A fake religious organization that deceives the ignorant. It is also the main cause of the great disaster and the collapse of the regime. He arrogantly raised his hand to confirm, so you know who I am. You remain silent. System. Synchronize and circulate mana in the area. According to the assessment, it is impossible. Not only was the inner gate opened, but it was also completely destroyed, and mana spilled out uncontrollably, defying any rules or mechanisms. This is what low-level priests call a blessing. But unfortunately, it seems you still refuse to believe. You claim to be devout, but he simply folded his hands together. But that is okay. I will grant you the honor of becoming the sacrificial offering to the true God. The priest charged forward, the crimson figure denying his blessing. Theo was stunned, frozen in disbelief. Could this really be a human hand? They charged into a direct battle between the two factions. He stretched out his long arm to grab him. Theo quickly drew his magic sword to counter, swiftly stabbing into the giant hand of the priest approaching. The place and the sparks flare up with faint flames illuminating the space as his hand gently rests on the sharp sword. Theo is stunned that a full-force attack filled with mana can be blocked so easily. The priest punches with all his might, slamming you against the wall. Theo spits blood and flesh. He is just a low-level priest of the Demon Holy Society. But if I use the 3 treasures dragon here, I will be buried with him. A normal slash infused with mana won't cut it. So what should I do? You grip the sword tightly. With this sword, what can I do now? Destruction. Power. That is the true essence of swordsmanship, and sacrifice is the foundation of sword techniques and skills. In the end, what I want to touch is to create life with this sword, to survive and to vanish. Understanding the situation, the two swords seem to be confronting each other. The priest rages wildly, commanding someone, this little lamb shedding sacred blood on your face. He prays, begging you to accept it as an offering. The priest tried to land a blow that would break the ground, but he missed his target. You had already left that position long ago. His eyes became unusually sharp and serious. He scolded. You really are a knave sheep. You conclude that yes, those two swords have never matched each other. Life and death are one path, with death always at the end of life's journey, and life itself is born from death. It is not two but one unified entity. If the source of this power can be gathered into a single beam of light. The priest waved his hand. Why are you still so foolish? Your sword strike can't do anything to me. Have not you realized that yet? A demonic spell shot out from his palm. He quickly blocked it with his sword, executing a move called the Dragon Wrap. You suddenly reappeared behind the priest. He is going crazy. Looks impressive, but it is no different from before. Before he could feel triumphant, the priest was suddenly wounded. He remarked that the attack moved as if it had a life of its own. The priest was kicked into the large wall, leaving a huge water stain, as blood dripped down like a stream soaking into the ground. He said, in the midst of the bloody chaos, you are truly a seed of disorder. Before you tarnish his world even more, you use the advantage of the system. The remaining thoughts of the target. Confused. What should I do now? The true origin of the strange powers possessed by the church. His hand slowly feels his memories. Suddenly, the entire space becomes faint right before his eyes. Both gradually drift into a strange space existing separately, hovering in the sky. Sue is excited about the scene before him. What is it? This is completely different from all the mind-reading experiences I have had before, as if they have devolved into a child. You stare blankly at the incomplete content of the system. A series of warnings sounded out as a high-level enemy appeared. Theo stared in horror at that. What the hell is that? Suddenly, his gaze became stubborn and tense, his small body overwhelmed by the incoming information. A giant eye retracts, revealing Theo's silhouette. Colossal being with blue eyes roars. Awakening my sleep, based on the judgment. This is the entity that the Demon King worships. The eyes in the darkness question. Answer me who you are. You observe that the demon before you, their bodies, and the blessings the followers always speak of are not lies. It widens its eye and stares intently at you. According to Jean, you look confused when your name was mentioned. It is you. The Nameless Lord announced that I have investigated you. It confidently declares that it is the disaster of this world. When suddenly a gust of wind sweeps past, the Nameless Lord slowly moves his strange body, fitting each piece of cells together tightly. Suddenly, a light emitted from the gap in the Nameless Lord's body, and Lord Brock revealed himself with the brilliance of the sun. You look at it in confusion, calling out Lord Brock silently. It speaks, boy. That is not an entity you can confront. It is an entity that even if you reach Sigurd's level, I cannot guarantee you can defeat it. Looking at Lord Brock in surprise, unable to believe it. My dear, it rises high and demands, so just let me handle it. Your body gradually drifts downward. Lord Brock, a moment later, after regaining consciousness in the basement room, Min's trembling hand finally calmed down. What is this? Lord Brock intends to face something like this alone. As he touches the bloodstain, he suddenly hears a murmur. Impossible to believe. How could an outsider like him? I have dedicated my whole life and I was never granted the blessing of that day. So how could an outsider like him, with his face severely disfigured, then fall to his knees? According to that, I do not need a god like that. You think so, but more importantly, the god that the Demon King worships. It is the Nameless Lord that Lord Brock claimed for himself. Lord Brock once said, I have been here for 1,000 years, with the duty to protect the world from it. She said calmly that since Lord Brock had lost his heart, she would not live for more than 3 years. In 5 years, a great war will unfold, centered around the battle with the Demon King. The death of the Divine Guardian and the rise of the Demon King are hard to prevent, led by the chaos and causing the entire continent to fall into turmoil. My head aches the most, as they are all closely connected. At this moment, Evelyn stepped forward to support him. Well done. young master. Cliff watched their backs from afar. She thought that they had been reckless because one of the targets was a blood mage, and Cliff's gaze fell as he looked down at the distant house. She looked at his body, thinking that it was true he had taken down one himself. The two of them heard and turned to look at Cliff, truly impressive according to Jiang Na. Defeating the blood mage himself proved his worth. Later, they moved to another room, and she reported this as all the documentation. Everything is circumstantial evidence. There is nothing here that is concrete proof. I found this under the basement while retrieving the item. Please check it. Evelyn looked at the box with unease. It is a secret exchange record between the Sears Merchant Guild and the Koivan family, collected under the order of the young master of the ritual faction. I wondered why he still had not used it. Turns out his vision was that limited. Cliff flipped through the records of the Sears Trading Guild's transactions. There is also a record of a transaction with Koivan, bearing their official seal. Good job, Theo. With this we can prove that Koivan conspired to commit treason and was involved with the Demon King Temple. You listen quietly as she speaks. Now we have enough evidence. Evelyn's expression also becomes unusually serious. Cliff leaves, and after quickly submitting a report, we will immediately launch an attack on the Sears Guild. He told himself to wait. Koivan, your time is finally up and you will be overwhelmed. Inside the room hanging the flag representing their team, Julius was angry. Knowing right away that the rotten Choivan was there, I knew one day he would betray us. Sinnoh calmly spoke. We still can't be certain. Although there are suspicious things, he is still just a suspect. Mang, you think I am an outsider, with the high authority sharing this information with us. It means this matter goes beyond mere suspicion. He is flying away, so stop wasting time guessing. Julius thinks that based on your reaction, it seems like you know about it but let it happen anyway. Sinnoh clenched the teacup in his hand and called out his name, saying, based on the report from the clip, he defeated a monk by himself. Let us not talk about that anymore. He commented that he is a talented individual more suited for Black Snow. Hand over the kid to me. Julius shouted. What is wrong with you? Sinnoh speaks with excellent reasoning and awareness, able to see the bigger picture from the smallest clues. His way of acting is similar to ours in Black Snow, as if he has prior experience. He protests. Stop exaggerating. I already chose first. Do not even think about touching him. Hey, your big brother and Oza really do look like bandits. Put down his glass in surprise. It has been a long time since you called me that. Big brother. It feels so good. Kyo, Oza, you and I. Julius. It feels like just yesterday we became brothers. Julius shouted. Your heartfelt story won't work. You will regret trying to steal her away from me. Sinnoh's voice grew serious, as if he still had not realized. He teases that stealing from your brother is normal. Sinnoh leaves. Next time bring something more expensive. He happily leaves, ignoring Julius's shouting behind him. Sinnoh thinks, but it is a relief to know there are no bugs in the White Armor Dragon mechanical corpse, and to find out how to avoid the claws of the Celestial Dragon. I do not think giving this task to him was a mistake. His body is gradually dissolving. They will be here soon. Today will be the day to attack the Sears Guild. There will be a lot to do, and everything is becoming quite exciting. At the Sears Merchant Guild, in the central branch of the wedding cathedral, everyone is gathering in a lively crowd. Naven stepped forward and said, I am Naven Bacchus, the second son of the Bacchus family. Quadrach continued, and I am Quadrach Sears, the head of the Sears Merchant Guild, and I formally propose a marriage alliance between our two families. That is my daughter Lily Sears, the fourth daughter of the Sears family. From now on, the two of you will become husband and wife, and the Sears and Bacchus families will become in-laws. He smirks to himself. Finally it is all mine. He leans forward and bows with perfect decorum. Quadrach, proud of my noble title. This is just the beginning. I will make the Gianna family pay for underestimating us. The elder from behind watched with disdain. How dare that merchant call out a name equal to his own family in front of the Bacchus family, one of the 6 great clans. But I must hold back. With the dowry from this marriage, I can save this family. Who cares about what happens to the beast-human members of that family? Nava pouted from behind. I see through his intentions now, and I almost could not hold back from laughing. Those greedy merchants really think that way. He glanced at Drag. Do they really believe they will help us? And once again, they do not even realize that the assets they hold are also in our hands. Nava chuckled softly, knowing he did not have much time left and was determined to see this noble family fall before he was gone. He kneels gracefully on one knee and says, It is a pleasure to meet you, Lily, the daughter of the Sears family, and her husband. I will dedicate myself fully. Lily stands silently, observing Nava's actions. Then she spoke up, and he was about to prove what he said. Then he heard that and sneered with a triumphant smile. Nava stands up, seeming to be lost in thought. My family went bankrupt and they sold me off. If my bride wants it, I am ready to give her the entire butcher's family seal as well. He got angry when he heard that clever little brat. Lily touched his arm. If he is willing to go that far, so according to Zhang Ne, the one who did this to my arm, bring his head here for me, he muttered to himself, in broad daylight. Yet he is asking me to assassinate the heir of the Zhangna family. This woman has really gone mad. The villagers started whispering in awe after hearing this. Woodrock stepped in to stop them. Lily should not speak like that during an important ceremony. Suddenly Nava spoke, startling both of them. I understand now. If my young daughter-in-law wants it, then I must do it. Everyone looked up to the sky in awe when they saw the dragon flying. What is that? It looks like a wyvern. They were stunned. Who the hell just jumped down over there? At this moment, Evelyn and Cliflin land on the ground. Someone notices the symbol on the flag and panics, recognizing it as a banner representing a major family. Zhang Na, she stepped forward and held out the paper, declaring in the name of the Zhang Na family that justice would be carried out. From the Hidyat of the Zhang Na family, we have uncovered a close relationship with the Saris Trading Guild, and therefore we are about to conduct a search to verify the suspicion of treason. Anyone who interferes or tries to block us will be considered an accomplice in treason and executed on the spot. The crowd is in chaos, calling for immediate execution. The Saris Guild accused of treason. Amidst the commotion, the leader confirms that if you claim innocence, so step forward and cooperate with the Zhangna family to investigate. Quadrak muttered to himself. Damn it. Do not let them find out. It can be like this. I will try twice as hard here instead of taking the blame, the elder said. Why are you rebelling like this? Lord Saris, she roared fiercely. Quadrak Saris, come out here now. His subordinate beside him looked worried, asking leader what should be done about this. Quadrak shouted, do not be so pointless. That pathetic scrap of paper can be easily dismissed by anyone. Someone must be scheming against us. No matter how dirty their plans are, they want to succeed in harming us. The Saris family has long been a loyal vassal of the Zhangna family. Your lies will soon be exposed, and the soldiers of the Saris family will cut down anyone who dares to draw their sword against the Zhangna family. The elder placed his hand on the shoulder to stop him. Listen here, Lord Saris. You are saying you won't cooperate with the investigation. He scoffed and pushed his hand away, ignoring the rest of the words. If that is the case, we will cancel this marriage. Quadrak. You idiot. Do you think I would let your side get away unscathed? This is treason. At Winterer, you know what treason really means. You, one of the 6 great clans, should understand that better than anyone. Do you think I would go alone? If they truly have solid evidence, they won't just send 3 people, but an entire army covering our sky. Don't you see? They might not even be sure of the charges against us. If I stop them just this once, we can fix everything. Naven interrupts, thinking about what he is doing with an old man who can't even go to the bathroom alone. Am I right, elder? He is furious. You bastard. He waved his hand and turned away. After all, is not this also a good thing we have the chance to give the wedding gift early like this? The elder looked at that action in horror. Since when had that brat? Naven ignored everything and jumped down from the building. He hates that damn royal brat. As soon as we drew our swords, we became accomplices. The elder orders us to join the fight and support the Saris family. Soldiers in chaos. Yes, sir. Then the sharp weapons officially entered the battlefield against the soldiers. Cleef warned, this is your final warning. If you do not retreat, we will execute you on the spot for treason. The subordinates under the control of the 2 clans began to tremble. An intense atmosphere arose between the 2 factions. Suddenly, a rebellious guy appeared above everyone's heads. Naven said sarcastically. Honestly, the Zhangna family really likes quick and clean executions. To immediately and the team are stunned by this person. He instantly launches a direct attack on everyone. Naven speaks. It is a pleasure to meet the guests from the Zhangna family attending the wedding. Especially you, Theo. I did not expect our first meeting to be in this situation. Who would have thought we would meet here, during the great battle, alongside the Saris and Koi Ban merchant guilds, causing chaos for the Zhangna clan? It is the demon sword Naven, he said. I will take that head of yours. Immediately, the ground was torn apart by this battle. The look in your eyes quickly became complicated with everything happening. Naven kept pressing forward with his sword. You pondered that if you used knowledge from a past life, you might have a chance to turn the tide and gain great power. With a firm voice, I will accept this. Evelyn was stunned to hear that, but the young master. The man, Cliff reassured her, it is okay, let that day handle this. But those people are probably destroying evidence right now while we are talking. We can't wait long. Let us finish quickly. According to the plan to counter the spells, I will do my best. Naven laughed. If you do not interfere, I would be happier. Are you sure you will be okay? Though I look like this, I seem quite strong. You seem to enjoy this, so I will say the same words you just said. I asked you before if I could, and he nodded. Go ahead and ask. According to observations, joining the Zhangna family with a sword is considered treason. Are you declaring yourself a traitor to destroy the Bachos family or to avenge your mother? Naven, hearing those words, fell silent in thought and clenched his sword as he replied. You are truly noble, young master of the Jianna clan. You have rekindled a memory I had long forgotten. Now I have another reason to take your head. I will cut you into 100 pieces. Theo said calmly and gently. Listen to me first. Let me help you revenge and overthrow the Bachos family. Just as you said, Naven is the third son, wielding the strongest sword in the Bachos family. The reason he is not recognized by the family, even though his strength is comparable, is because he is an illegitimate child born in a brothel. The system constantly updates his information and ranking stats. Because of his overwhelming talent, his mother had to leave this world. Deep down, I believe that is why he probably harbors a desire to avenge the Bachos family. If I can exploit this, I might be able to bring him to my side. You open your hand and smile broadly. Let me help you with your opponent and the fall of the Bachos family. He bows his head, touches his hair, slowly closes his eyes, and then reveals a wide grin. Well, I do not know what pain you uncovered about my mother, but one thing is certain. Suddenly, he drew his sword forcefully, as if ready to destroy at any moment. In a fit of rage, he stared blankly with wide eyes at the sword pointed directly at his face. As the sharp blade released a blinding burst of energy that lit up the entire space, his arrogant and fearless demeanor, always clutching his sword as if ready to fight a deadly enemy, now shows cracks with deep chapped wounds, making the distance between them almost unbearable. His sharp eyes looked straight at you, and his faint tears widened. I have no reason to accept your proposal, even if I cooperate with you. The Bacchus family will still fall apart due to rebellion. Hearing him say that, you had to part your lips to speak. Yes. No need for my intervention. The Bacchus family will be wiped out along with him. He sighed, glanced at you and warned, unnecessary worry already. Anyway, I have no regrets left in this life. I do not mind disappearing with that damn family. In the quiet space, the questioning voice echoes. It is because of Ezra fever. Right, a disease that strikes when the young body cannot bear such overwhelming talent. If treated actively from the early stage, there is still a chance of cure, but if the golden moment is missed, it will become an incurable disease and significantly shorten your lifespan. The Bacchus family did not treat your illness in time, so your remaining lifespan is... Before he could continue, Nabin suddenly raised his voice. 5 years indeed, a noble young master who investigated my sordid past, but knowing that changes nothing. Right here, the Bacchus family will disappear, and I will go to meet the king of hell with the name Nabin. Their two swords clashed, emitting a beautiful golden glow, but the root of the problem was tense. With a sly smile, I said ambiguously, if I could cure your illness. What then? He crazily poured all his murderous intent into his eyes as he looked at you, shouting that there was no cure, that the fever was inevitable, and the two of them then fiercely fought with swords. The atmosphere tightening like a noose, he gazed softly but with deep contemplation. Yes, in my previous life, the cure had been found, just a few days after he passed away to serve the king of hell. So now, only I know the cure for that illness. The beggar confidently told Nabal that no, it could be cured, 100%. Her unwavering, determined attitude made him impossible to believe, sweat constantly streaming down his tense face, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Just as he said, the Bators family will disappear even if you refuse to cooperate with me, but if you take my hand, even after the Bators family vanishes, you can still live as a hero, the one who helped the Xangna family. Trust me this time. The scene shifts to the martial arts training ground with Kung Tian, where they are in a flexible offensive stance. A sharp voice rings out loudly, giving orders to fire, and the spear and sword are launched fiercely in a single furious arc. The continuous sword attacks aimed at the two of them, matching their precise defensive techniques. Evelyn sighed. This is really complicated. She wondered. Yeah, that is right. The fight is not over yet. She watched their conversation closely. Evelyn spoke with a hint of suspicion, then angrily dropped her sharp swords to the ground with a chilling sound, secretly pondering why she could not just defeat them. The messages from the memories flash in the clip's mind now. If possible, do not cause trouble. Sinnoh gently shakes the bottle in his hand and slowly speaks. Our priority is to analyze his potential, and we should recruit him soon. She wondered why I was told to observe him. Sinnoh replied, yes, he did capture the priest, but you did not witness it firsthand. She answered, that is right. Sinnoh placed the gun-shaped device that made a loud noise on the table, which is why we need to confirm our mission. The Black Tower is to accurately analyze the individuals who will lead Jiangna's future. Remember that collecting more evidence is Theo's task in this campaign. Clip, focus on evaluating Teddy's abilities. She replied, got it. But what is the limit of that? If possible, what did Yuan say? Sinnoh stroked his chin, pondering for a long time before speaking. It is related to the demonic sect. Right, I will allow you to intervene up to the level of bishop or higher. Returning to the present, the spears and swords keep flying toward her. Clip thought to himself, if I intervene at this level, he will complain about me a lot. But if the mission is delayed, my end of shift time will also be postponed. Suddenly, at this moment, the spear and sword are launched with relentless precision. That also made Evelyn widen her eyes in amazement, always watching the path of the sword. After his appearance was revealed, Evelyn was stunned. Naban was mistaken. Thiu Ra, who lost to him, immediately saw a rushing figure charging forward, but they quickly abandoned Evelyn and rushed behind her. Weapons whirling, His determined appearance and unyielding aura blocked the fierce attacks from the spear and sword strikes. The battle against the terrifying attacks from the spears has made the atmosphere now become suffocating. Naban politely apologizes for the rudeness just now. Ladies. With this, can you forgive me? We are on the same side now. The system announces new information. The hidden mission has been completed, and you have successfully made Naban's sword a companion. The scene shifts to a space where black streaks stretch across the central hub, detonating to cause a shockwave that shatters the entire area with these watermarks. Naban shouted loudly, ordering to stop them, no matter what. Stop them. He decisively uses his internal strength to shoot straight up to the central zone quickly. The guards below shout loudly. He is doomed to be caught up there. Suddenly, the sky turns pitch black, causing them to panic as dust and smoke swirl around, and the terrain's natural advantage allows Naban to easily maneuver and defeat them. Each rope stretched tightly and shot straight down to the ground with force, making the guards feel a deep sense of fear. The explosion occurs as everything suddenly erupts into fragments and flies into the sky, with the guards floating above the clouds. Naban's fierce stance against the crimson sky makes them hate and fear him. He shouted loudly, Naban, you brat named Nan, how dare you betray the family that raised you? How dare you point your sword at our family? He coldly said with sarcasm. My family. That statement made him stunned and shocked. Naban firmly grasped the tip of his sword and coldly asked, is there any family that would claim a filthy illegitimate child? And his sharp, narrow eyes wildly attacked the protective barrier of the weapons of the others. The three of them waiting outside are also amazed, their weapons destroyed. Eveline looks ahead with a hint of admiration and says, he truly lives up to his reputation as someone who can stand toe-to-toe with the young master Thokio. How did the young master persuade him? He replied with a smile, I only promised him what he wanted. Stop hesitating, follow him quickly, and capture Draxaris again. At the same time, in the warm-smelling room, a hand was placed angrily on the table. Vegas hesitated before announcing, Master, our forces are being pushed back. He is too reckless. Do not you think I know that? He shouted loudly. There is no more time. We must destroy any documents that could serve as evidence. First, burn all the documents related to the chain of words. Vargas's twisted cat-like face and bloodshot eyes scream in fury. No, do not touch those documents. His sinister expression makes him break out in a sweat. What is going on? Master, please think rationally to minimize unnecessary casualties. He viciously and brutally clenched your arm. The sinister smile of him pressing close to Vegas' face widened. If we burn it, how can we recover the money we have invested in them? Are you suggesting we should give up that money because of those bastards? Suddenly, a voice came through at this moment asking if we should give up that money because of those bastards. The man hesitated nervously before speaking. Perfectly timed. I need your support. You arrived just in time. Right outside. At the same time, their guards kept falling after being shot, blood splattering everywhere, following the gaze toward the gate ahead. Excellent. I see the destination now. Let us continue into the entrance. Suddenly at this moment, the door slowly opens with a line of guards stepping forward, and a cold voice rings out, saying that uninvited guests are causing chaos. We watch in amazement as everyone stares in shock at the man's figure in front. The voice rang out, pointing at their followers. Followers, rejoice. It is time for you to put what you have learned into practice. A few minutes earlier, just as he was about to curse Vegas, a deep voice echoed, Hey living creature, poisoned by greed, you cannot see far ahead. He hesitated in fear, a large sweat bead forming on his temple. Oh my. Just when I needed to retreat, he arrived just in time, walking behind Quadrak, with Boros' two bloodshot red eyes glaring terrifyingly from afar, while Quadrak's confident demeanor and arrogant aura strode purposefully toward him. Vegas' face showed fear as he looked at the man and spoke cautiously. It seems you really can't go to the king's court alone. You even sent the bishop of the Devil Church. So now that you are here, please help us. You and the others are not on the same side. Which means you and us are on the same side. Right, please help me right now. With those sharp eyes and fierce aura of Boros watching him from afar, Boros speaks in a deep, calm voice. I will help you because I might need you for the judgment day. Why did you look for him? That is my source of love. Do not you think I hid it well? If you need money, do this well. But before he could finish speaking, a giant hand grabbed his face, making it turn red and bloodshot with terror. Quadrak's terrifying face was hidden behind a flickering curtain, reminding us once again what a foolish and arrogant fool. Are you really planning to oppose the grand plan of the Lord of Gods? You damn traitor. Enough. Send him to hell. The ones ready to fund are lining up. His face was twisted in pain from Boros the demonic bishop's grip, with bloodshot eyes filled with terror, unable to move. His chubby face was squeezed tighter and tighter, as if about to burst like an overinflated balloon. He had to muster all his strength to break free from Boros' huge hand and then shout loudly, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. I have been extremely disrespectful to you, Bishop, and if I go to see King Yama now, the chain of events will only become more suspicious. This statement from him also made Quadrak hesitate, deepening his suspicion. He gently raised his arm, letting his cloak slip to reveal his pale hand and terrifying black claws, then softly waved goodbye. Immediately, his chubby body was thrown far away, causing Vegas to collapse to the ground with a deafening sound that tore through the space. Then the two of them turned and left quickly, leaving Quadrak to remind him to burn all the files related to this chain of documents. Don't even think about running away because the God Lord is watching everything. If you want to live, hurry up. Vegas's words made his eyes widen in panic, sweat pouring down and soaking his cheeks. That fear seeped deep into his bones, prompting him to quickly stand up and run out of the huge room. At this moment, outside the entrance, the four of them are loudly shouting together, "I will break through the entrance soon." Suddenly, at this moment, the door slowly opens with a line of guards approaching, and a cold voice echoes out as the uninvited guests cause chaos. Watching the man in front, everyone is amazed. The voice rings out, pointing at their followers. "Followers, rejoice. It is time for you to put what you have learned into practice." His sharp eyes lock directly onto Vargas as he thinks to himself, finally he has appeared. Vargas's fearless demeanor, standing tall above everyone else, turns to face them, the bishop of the Kwai religion, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "From our blood, the God will descend. The God will come through our blood. Worship the Lord." Immediately, his followers rushed straight to the door and shouted in unison, "Worship the Lord God." Seeing the situation unfolding before their eyes, your people also frowned in astonishment. At this moment, thick streams of bloody mucus burst out violently, and as I follow the layers of crimson slime with my eyes, I realize that the Kwaijiao priests are behind this. But what surprises me is that they are all in unison. Bishops. His pupils contain the terrifying images of the worshippers of the god king rushing forward wildly. The same style of hats follow in unison, revealing only two pairs of huge, round eyes that are truly horrifying. You boldly draw your sharp sword and cut through their ranks, each decisive slash causing bright red blood to spurt out violently. Your rebellious look as you wield your sword decisively slicing through their massive bodies, causing fresh blood to spray wildly everywhere. Evelyn grips her sword tightly, rushing forward at a terrifying speed, cursing crazily at the madman. Nabel's fierce sword strikes kept coming, and as they surged forward, could we really handle this? While the three of them desperately fought against the fanatical cultists, Clip stood quietly in the back, watching with suspicion. One sharp eye was fixed directly on them, as if there was something she wanted to say. The continuous attack from the released believers made her doubt, has the bishop really stepped in? This is more complicated than I thought. Wait, but it turns out that is actually for the better. With her fierce appearance and determined aura, she is ready to swing her sharp sword now that I have a reason to step in. Right now, I am watching the attack of those followers, thinking to myself that we are still standing here, surrounded by chaos and thick smoke. The three of us are desperately fighting against these demonic followers. Soon, streams of bright red blood soared into the air, showing the fierce fighting spirit of the followers still fighting on. At this moment, a clip shot from above swept down with a mystical aura, shaking the entire space. She gently lands on the ground with a stream of purple energy light and a clear voice. "From now on I will lead. We cannot sit idly by while they block Jiang Na. I will destroy this place." Hearing her words, his anger surged inside him, and he shouted, "Wait, do not forget why we are here. We have to get the files before they destroy them." Her response was a sigh and a knowing remark, "Fine. Maybe I underestimated you. Because now, the Kwaijiao has appeared, so we do not need any more evidence." Immediately, we rush forward, passing by her, and slowly speak to remind her, "No, on the contrary. They interfere to such an extent that it means they have something they absolutely do not want us to get." The eyes of the clip flicked up to glance at you, and with a questioning tone, "I know. So what do you want to do? No matter what our priority is, we have to get past them first. Right? You observe the situation unfolding right in front of you and speak up." "Yes." But by then, the evidence was already destroyed. At that moment, your fierce resolve was always ready with your sword in hand and sharp eyes radiating terrifying aura amidst the chaos of dust and smoke. The continuous attack from them keeps coming in waves, moving with incredible speed. I have a plan. Connecting with the Thunder Gate, the synchronized range of the young beast increases significantly. Using the synchronized young beast to sweep the surrounding terrain, groups of people rush in, causing the atmosphere of the neighborhood to become tense. Even she herself begins to doubt, but she thinks, no evidence. But since it was said by the Black Dragon, she just observes. Suddenly, the man with a pale face was rushing straight down from above to attack her, shouting loudly, "Who dares to attack like that?" Unfortunately for him, he was blocked by the protective barrier that Theo had created to prevent such high-altitude assaults. In the midst of the thick foggy space, Cliff turned around with a sharp voice and said, "This time I will believe you. We will handle things. Here we must obtain that evidence." Astonishingly, they used the believers' heads as stepping stones to leverage their gravity and shoot straight up. He fought fiercely, soaring into the air with a clear voice, saying, "Leave it to me," as large hands of the cultists appeared below, as if trying to swallow him into their mouths, while his sharp eyes contained a fierce determination to find the so-called evidence that these demons are hiding. Your sturdy appearance overcomes all dangers. Rushing through the dark crimson chaos of the demons amidst the thick smoke and glowing eyes that illuminate the entire space. as Nabel speeds through the air at the speed of light toward the midst of the chaos, and Evelyn is no exception, as if she is skillfully observing the critical situation right now. Hearing that, Evelyn shot him a sharp, mocking look and said, "I have never called the young master owner when I meet him." Each stream of energy converged to form a tremendous destructive power. The two of them continuously swung their swords at the rebellious followers, staying close behind to eliminate any threats and gather evidence, loudly expressing their gratitude. Then he unleashed his ultimate move, the Dragon Speed Shield, the Dragon Spirit. Watching the crowd, he thought to himself they would not casually hand over top-secret documents to just anyone. If someone was suitable, it would have to be a high-ranking commander. At this moment, observing the situation, the crowd continues to pour out densely, filling the space entirely with people, and you see that round face of his, looking quite comical. This is it. Dark Seers. At the same time, the system sounded an alert, revealing a mission to confront the evil from the past life. This is your chance to avenge your previous life. Stop their conspiracy. The two clashed fiercely, blood splattering in a crimson spray. He slowly tilted his head and spoke, "I am the #1 sword of the commander." Nabel Bacchus. Eveline furrowed her brows slightly, a bit skeptical. "The #1 sword? That is a bit of an exaggeration." Nabel slowly spoke. "If you react like that, it seems you are indeed the #1. So I have nothing to worry about. If that person is the #1 swordsman, then I am very happy to be the second." His words made Eveline suspicious, implying that he was stronger than her. He rushed toward her fallen comrade's body at a swift speed and quickly replied. Of course, at this moment, the furious attacks from the advancing crowd are rushing toward them. Before Eveline can react, a sharp sword slices straight through her face. Nabel, holding a blood-stained sword, casually suggests that since we are on the same side, maybe we should settle this here. Whoever captures the most enemies wins the title of the #1 swordsman. Eveline helplessly watched his childish actions and reminded him, "I am still on duty and do not have time for such nonsense. Are you provoking me because you are afraid? Are you worried you might lose?" He immediately froze in surprise when he saw Eveline charging straight ahead with such confidence. Seeing the situation unfolding right before his eyes, Nabel had to open his eyes wide in astonishment. And so, groups of them continued to rush forward, soaring into the sky with huge amounts of blood spraying everywhere above his head. His frantic dash to take down each advancing group made him grit his teeth in panic. Eveline speeds through the air and loudly announces, "Let me show you why I am truly the #1 swordsman. Do not regret it." He tilts his head, watching her every move, and unconsciously a smile forms on his lips. Nabel also sped up to match Eveline, his voice deep and full of anticipation. The scene shifts to a dense space with scattered houses surrounding the neighborhood. In the room dedicated to mixing drink formulas, everything is immersed in an empty space. Just behind the mixing station, there is a hidden underground tunnel with a staircase leading down that is currently open. Kodak strides toward the secret door ahead. In the thick, suffocating space, the sound of the lock being pressed down onto the ground breaks the silence with a sharp noise. He gently lights the torch to lead the way inside. The door opens softly, revealing a secret study room with a large safe placed right in the center. He opened the safe, saw the neatly stacked documents inside, and thought to himself, "All I need to do is burn these, and we will be free from being labeled as traitors to some extent. Do I really have to burn it all? This place is too valuable. These things won't be easily restored. Moreover, considering the deal we made with Thean Long, I must get everything back at any cost." He remembered the dark, devilish face of Vegas appearing with hollow eyes. Well, it is better than having to face the King of Hell. At this moment, a streak of black energy shot into the room, and as he turned his head and stepped forward, he smoothly grabbed a torch and entered the study. He looked at you examining each document, making him so tense that his voice trembled. "Jiang Inga, how could you?" His sharp eyes flashed with a fiery red light as they swept toward him, and he said, "It seems like the arm of your fourth daughter is not enough." Your threatening words made him tremble uncontrollably, his face constantly covered in sweat from fear. I hurriedly opened my eyes in shock, apologizing and promising to do anything. "So please forgive me." You showed no mercy for him and helped lock onto his energy, firing directly at his head. The red-eyed gaze of Jianga's follower fixed on his head as he warned, "A traitor to Jianga must be executed." 2 minutes later, the room was silent, with his lonely body lying in a pool of blood, and the once full secret document box was now just an empty shell. At this moment, the system announced that the mission, the tragic fate of past lives, had been completed. You stare intently at the document in your hand and ask, "Is this really worth mobilizing the entire Holy Demon sect?" The secret is in the clip. Just that alone is enough to capture the entire chain of documents. However, the Heavenly Dragon is still just a tail that can be cut off. I need to capture not only the Heavenly Dragon but the entire chain of evidence. And with these documents, the entire chain can be apprehended. Each document here is important evidence, and I still do not know what to take first. Suddenly, at this moment, a glowing book on the shelf catches your eye. Gently taking out the book, I realized it was the investigation report of Tong Vikung. After thinking for a moment, I suddenly made a surprising discovery. Be careful of Hack Long's surveillance before collecting the relics. As you read each line in the book, you immediately recognize that the handwritten text is by Ed Choi Van. So far, 2 relics have been collected, and he has deduced that the unrecovered relics are located in Tong Vi Kung. Ying clenched her teeth in anger. What does it mean that the relics are in Tong Vi Kung? So the discrimination, false accusations, and suffering that happened in my previous life were all for nothing according to our plan. Cecilia and Jiang Ni will be eliminated. Ying widened her eyes in horror. All just because of a relic? Maybe its existence is just a myth. Ekol Sutuk Jian Kuathio the Hin Kwa Ban Tate Lan Dang Hanat Tunku Tuje Gay Chep Kyo Wang Ta. Kosalin Tuxanung Trang Jaidu Koi La Tilio Chep Te Mang Da and Kua Wang Tamat Catch Dut Coat. I fold the book with a snap. Sighing softly. Even if I report this now, it won't change anything. I just need to take my time and seek revenge. To do that, I will take the relics that the gods have discarded and obtained. Above the bookshelf are 2 glowing boxes targeted by the system, which also sounds an alert, indicating you have discovered the relics of the ancient dragon. The crowds of believers formed a long line stretching across the entire street, standing firm and waiting to be destroyed. The aftermath of the battle was a frustrating sight for the 2 swordmasters, with only charred corpses lying in ruin on the ground in a pitiful state. Against the clear blue sky, with bloodstains all over the ground, Evelyn slowly spoke. I remember now, I was wrong. At this moment, the crowd of believers kept rushing forward to attack the 2 of them. She just brutally crushed them while shouting that the heretic had surpassed the awakening ritual from 7 years ago, reaching second place before disappearing. He laughed loudly. It is truly an honor that you still remember someone like me. But do you really have time to think about that right now? At this speed, I will take your place and become the #1 sword. Suddenly, at this moment, he sensed a strange green aura appearing above the middle section, forming a whirlwind that decisively tore through the crowd with devastating and terrifying destructive power. His dazed eyes follow the thunderous energy source, using the wind as a force to sweep and shake the heavens and earth, with dust flying everywhere. Evelyn's face keeps twitching, sweat pouring down in exhaustion, her nerves tense with secret techniques. Thunderous energy. After witnessing the raging tornado, he smiled blankly. And now fire. At this moment, the large man wielding a sword rushes toward Nabel's position, his eyes slowly lifted, sweat continuously streaming down his cheeks as if he had just witnessed something shocking. Immediately, the large man used his inner strength to slam down forcefully onto the ground, causing the earth to crack and break. While Nabel escaped safely, the man spoke in a deep voice. You are right about that. The sharp, commanding voice rang out repeatedly. You lowly beings, dare to interfere. He sneered with a malicious smile, his narrow eyes filled with provocation for interfering with the great god's plan. Evelyn's sharp voice rang out. End him now. I am glad we share the same view. Immediately, Evelyn rushed forward with lightning speed, her anger burning deep within her. Nabin was no less fierce, determination shining from his sharp eyes as he charged forward with unstoppable force. At this moment, the sound of Kolong's continuous wing beats echoes through the sky, causing the heavens and earth to shake. As dust and smoke fill the air, Kolong approaches with blazing red eyes, as if he intends to swallow all his hatred in one gulp. Immediately, they both stop their fierce stare at the thick smoke caused by Kolong himself. Kolong's massive feat caused him to collapse face down on the ground, writhing in pain and despair. Michael with bright eyes like shining stars and a cheerful smile. How about it, squad leader Evelyn? I arrived just in time, did not I? Why? You touched him. And seeing them shouting like that makes him look so confused and full of questions. Suddenly, a flock of birds appeared in the sky, seemingly a sign of an upcoming increase in power. And right at this moment, Bollet was leading the bird squadron into battle against the believers in the vast sky. She shouted out the order, White Dragon Guards, all male sergeants, to eliminate the Seers Merchant Guild and the Holy Church forces. Waves of wild beasts and vermin relentlessly devoured the Holy Church followers. Michael leads the group with the ancient dragon in continuous attack against them in the chaotic sky, with the loud roar of the ancient dragon echoing fiercely throughout the area. And so, the believer's head was severed from his body, his teeth gnashing and screaming as blood splattered everywhere. The scene shifts to the area of the fortress, with its classic Russian design now burned and scarred, covered in disgusting stains. Outside that glass window, a fierce battle is raging with desperate screams begging for mercy. Let blood guide the way and bring peace to those involved. Cliff's dazed look as he droops his head, as if all the overwhelming things are closing in, but she lifts her head in relief, thinking that kind of scheming really does not suit me at all. After going crazy like that, it felt like the weight in my heart had finally been lifted. The scene shifts to a peaceful blue space with people lining up to receive their goods in exchange. Somewhere in the corner, they shouted, Can I go now? Evelyn replied, holding the paper. Yes, yes. Just show me your guild membership card and you can leave. Next, for the compensation claim, the receipt is located at the bottom left. Michael leans his head so much that he breaks out in a cold sweat in fear. Captain Trung, do you still need that report? His voice grew more fearful and trembling. Bring it to me right now. The loud shout from his mouth made water spray everywhere. Who the hell stole from the cargo plane? The people in the Merchant Guild only bowed respectfully without complaining. He crumpled the paper in his hand and spoke. Captain, our mission is receiving special funding. Right, a series of questions keep pouring in at her. Sergeant, I am tied. Captain. Sergeant. 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 What should I do now? Sergeant. Sergeant Evelyn. Sergeant. Sergeant Evelyn. Sergeant Evelyn. Sergeant. Is that correct? Sergeant. Evelyn. Sergeant. Sergeant. Those words kept passing from hand to hand, making her eyes clouded and her face veins bulging with anger. Evelyn shot into the sky and shouted, "Figure it out herself. I have torn up a bunch of papers too. Oh my god. Little Black. Little Snow. Where are you now after we finished our mission here?" At the same time, inside the vehicle loaded with important weapons, he said in a commanding voice, "This is the document set that the chairman tried to destroy. There is evidence linking information and assets from Jiangna, even including details of a conspiracy to overthrow the country, all recorded somewhere." Cliff continued to praise him, saying he did a great job, an intermediate swordsman following Jiangna. The boy was confused for a moment then slowly spoke. "Thank you." Cliff expressed, "You work really efficiently, as if you have been part of the Little Snow House for a long time. What do you think about Haklong's invitation? I am afraid I have some good news for you. The operation to capture the Heavenly Dragon is underway, and the previous record book is enough to prove their treason." Her eyes widened slightly with suspicion, and she spoke, "So you mean she explained everything in detail?" "Yes. The Black Snow Band's capture team is on the way." "Yes. The Black Snow Band's capture team is on the way." At this moment, a masked guard with covered eyes rushes out shouting bad news. They quickly turn their heads toward the curtain, their faces filled with dread. At that moment, the expression in the man's eyes, constantly using thick, bloody mucus, was terrifying. He shouted, Ed Troybent, the one who had hidden his strength all along. Without hesitation, he decisively drew his sword and cut across the man's head, blood splattering everywhere, while around him, corpses lay in pools of bright red blood, and Ed sneered, "Only fools reveal their true strength." Congratulations. According to Jiangna, his slow steps cross the bloodied remains of the guards on the ground. His footprints are imprinted on the pristine snow, along with the scattered remnants of the garden, as in, the Dragon Sword Master, Sears, and everything we have struggled to build, leaving no trace behind. His face appeared scarred and contorted as if he wanted to crush everything. His narrow eyes radiated terrifying hostility as he spoke. "Go ahead, be as crazy as you want, because Chivo's plan is still in motion. We may have lost the Dragon Sword, but I have this, and that is enough. The moment is near. Father, the moment we must endure the soul." Han. The crowd of servants outside the courtyard and the tea flower pavilion are happily chatting. "I really like this design. It is truly beautiful," the owner replied, thanking her for waiting to invite her this way. Kirsten listened, wondering when it would be our turn. "It just came out recently. We still need to check the quality. The place is getting busier and busier." Eason approached to chat. "Is your mother here?" Kirsten sighed. "What is wrong with these tailors?" She was excited. "We are starting a new kind of business, a high-end brand specializing in luxurious fabrics and accessories." Kirsten's lips unconsciously curled into a proud smile. She happily recalled old memories. "It has been a long time. I just saw you smile so brightly, brighter than any jewel." Eason took Kirsten's hand. "So do not worry about the price. Isn't that the reason I am here?" She turned away. "You are quick to understand things. But that is not the only reason I am here. I also came to share some news. You wonder what it is?" Kirsten replied, "About Zo's palace." And the news startled Eason. She sat up and said, "Do not tell me something has happened to my son. That cruel woman Ammon hit him again." She pondered. How worried has that girl been during this moment? Karen pats her head to comfort her. "Stay calm. It should be the other way around," the lady casually advises. "Do not be too surprised." Eason gasped in horror. That woman Ammon, the luxurious palace, under the night sky, was now only faint moonlight. The remaining drops of blood on her shiny black hair and the splattered bloodstains on the floor made everyone's faces tense as they all stared at the closed door. Eason collapsed in pain to the ground. Kirsten worried. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I'm sorry, Mom. Thinking that everything is over has exhausted my legs." "Sis." Toon used both hands to lift Eason again. Eason's hand trembled as she got up. "It really did happen, did not it, Mom?" Kirsten gently said. "Have you ever seen a demon lie?" Eason's tears began to fall during all these moments. "I have not shown it. But every day I feel like I am walking on a razor's edge. Constant schemes, baseless accusations that I can't ignore, and the threat of assassination. I have never told anyone about this, but I have died countless times. Each time I kneel and beg God to at least let my son live." Eason weeps. "It is really, truly over, is not it?" Hearing that, she could not hold back her tears. Kirsten patted her head comfortingly. "Everything is truly over now. You have endured so much during this time. You have done well, my daughter." Naven stands upstairs. "You have become quite famous now, have not you?" According to the reply, "I have waited long enough for you. Have you finished everything yet?" He explained, "I already told you clearly not to reveal it. But you already know about it," Naven said calmly. "Yes, the Baytrat family will be disbanded. From the head of the family to those who signed the trade invoices. They will all be stripped of their titles. At least that is how it is. They are just reaping what they have sown. With this the Batrat family will be completely. You cut in. Do you think that is enough? He wondered. What do you mean? According to the explanation. But let me tell you this, become the head of the Batrat family. Naven hesitated. Are you sure? If everyone except those who lost their titles, you will be the only one able to lead the family. Furthermore, cooperate with me in the upcoming war against Choi Van. He listened but fell into silence. Confused, Naven burst into laughter. A war with Choi Van. He thought to himself, this guy has been aiming for this from the start. You remain calm. But the issue of strength between us is now out in the open. The war with Choi Van is unavoidable. Choi Van and the involvement of the Holy Demon Church in the Heavenly Dragon Rebellion have been proven. So the real question is, what are they planning in the north? Everyone's faces are turning pale. This is clearly a declaration of war to start a conflict. He thinks, yes, if they are already exposed like this, Choi Van and the Holy Demon Church won't leave it alone. But Naven calmly replied, a war would not be a big problem for me. Someone with little time left. I also need to get something in exchange. Right. Hearing this, he suddenly slammed an item onto the table. Startling him, Naven was confused and said, as I explained before, I can cure your illness. The formula to make the Ezzer fever medicine and its main ingredient, a type of Ezzer. Right now it is not widely known, but Ezzer fever is caused by the chaos of the mana flow inside. This type will neutralize your mana flow. He was surprised. I did not expect this. I thought you would only show me enough so you could exploit and imprison me. What if I take what I want and then run away? You answer, I would not care if you did that. Right now, Zangna's obsession with power has many issues, and we are both victims of that. His gaze turns dangerous, and I do not want to dominate with strength. His next words made Naven stop being hostile and lose trust. What I want to build is not oppression or pressure, but trust. He remained silent after hearing those wishes. Naven sighed. I have tried my best not to look down on you because you are too young, but a heartfelt yet immature statement like this, So when asked directly, you do not want to cooperate. He raises his teacup to hide his emotions, then slams it down with a loud crash. You are surprised to see Naven slowly stand up, and when you see him draw his sword, you gently smile. Naven is serious. Naven Bachos, head of the Bachos clan, I will serve as a sword for Jiangna. He smiled with a hopeful look in his eyes. Teasing, is that enough for you this noon? Following Nangli's response, it was more than enough. After a long while, the teacups on the table, the office became silent with no one around. You stand up with your thoughts, fighting against the chaos. Everything is unfolding faster than in your previous life, but I am not worried. Everything is still proceeding smoothly so far. So, let us touch the object and open this treasure chest. The system reports that the side quests involve conquering the entire area. Based on my thoughts, the ancient dragon relics I have absorbed so far are the lesser drake and griffin, both of which have become key strategies for me. Looking inside the box, I see a ring and I guess this relic will also become one. System response. An ancient dragon relic. A withered ring has been equipped. Then it led me to a strange place. Moving into a dungeon, I traveled across the desert. Judging that it was all just rocks and sand, this must be the desert I saw in the book. More importantly, it is much hotter than I expected. What am I supposed to do here? System report, you have entered the Guardian's territory. Strange creatures appear high in the sky. Annoyed. What the heck? 72 hours later. In this scorching heat that feels like I am about to melt, I have to survive for 3 more days. Suddenly, you feel the ground shifting. Sandstorm erupts unexpectedly. A monster is slowly emerging from beneath the sand, sweating from the scorching heat. Cursing loudly, he is going crazy. Now in front of you is the sandstorm that has appeared, its voice cold with faint smoke. The intruder. The snake's head opens its deep maw. Finding the person inside, the boy hurriedly runs away. Gripping his sword tightly, he quickly counterattacked with the Dragon Thunder body protection technique. Dragon Gate. An intense explosion erupts, tearing through space. The ground suddenly cracked open, creating a huge pit. The boy glanced thoughtfully, still unable to master the Longman technique. The bright lights fiercely shine everywhere, and the light hits his face as he stares in surprise. In front of me is a dark cloud with lightning flashing. Is it because of the lightning attribute that it is like this? Fiercely chases after, the intruder will be finished off. Then a series of explosions occur, and fragments of rock scatter everywhere. An earthquake caused the mountains to collapse violently, blocking your path and your escape route. The quick swarm quickly closed in beside Theo. It swiftly launched its first attack. Your body is thrown quite a distance away. You quickly stop and use your foot to kick and slow down. His eyes grew tense and beads of sweat dripped down. Theo looked at the clock. Only 5 minutes had passed. I can't hold out like this. It keeps burrowing into the ground so I can't attack accurately. Suddenly, strange marks appeared in the sky. The fog clears, and you realize it shares the lightning attribute with you, so even your techniques are useless. Feeling frustrated, Even the terrain seems to favor it. Suddenly he remembered, wait. The terrain. Theo became excited with his thoughts. Could it be that he used his hand to touch the space to retrieve something? Theo took out a gem, the remaining relic he received from the previous mission. He looked into the distance with curiosity, wondering what would happen if he used it now. Theo clenched the treasure in his hand. This is a gamble. He gently slipped the protective layer onto his own arm. With determination, but worth a try, then came the series of system notifications. Suddenly, a warning symbol appeared. As you are floating and watching, your nerves suddenly tighten. The system reports that you cannot undertake another dungeon mission while one is in progress. He leans on his hands and legs, trying to understand carefully. He stares in shock at the tier mark and sighs. As expected, things are not as easy as he thought. The shattered fragments of space are spreading wider and wider. The system keeps appearing as two dungeons try to invade each other. The ice crystal of the frozen dungeon appears, revealing a pair of eyes, as concern grows over being trapped between two high-level monsters. One side is the beast from the newly revealed ice crystal dungeon, and the other is the slime that has not been dealt with yet. Longteen's guardian. By his words, the chosen one has not been seen in a long time, and that was quite a risky move. The dragon with butterfly wings and snowflakes emerging from within. It appears with shards of crystal debris. Its eyes cold, let the arrogant pay the price. After finishing, Longteen immediately shot a crystal toward Theo. It created a continuous magical storm heading straight for him. Theo stands ready to fight with his sword in hand. He feels uneasy and unwell. Never expected things to turn out like this. Theo looked down at the orb, his face covered in wounds. He became desperate. Realizing that this was how everything would end, he looked up at the monster opening its mouth as if to swallow him, and Theo muttered, 72 hours. I should have just gritted my teeth and endured it. Now that it has come to this, the only thing I can do is to stop running and change my strategy to attack. Longteen is suddenly attacked by the sea monster. Furious. What are you doing? Guardian. The sea monster becomes berserk. Intruder. Will be destroyed. It agrees that the two guardians cannot coexist in the same place. You stand still, not understanding their conversation. Longteen quickly wipes and attacks. Go away. Parasite. It fights back. I will correct the intruder. The two ancient dragon relics are fighting over the right to dominate. The black insect angrily opened its wide mouth, trying to swallow its opponent, then wiped and bit down hard on the Longshin guardian's body. From afar, I only thought that just being there was terrifying enough. Suddenly, a large amount of darkness was drawn into the sword. You seem excited. Maybe someone wants me to use the white sword of light. Theo faintly smiles. She can endure a little longer. He glances at the distant battle and comments. They are doomed. The centipedes use their lightning magic to attack. It spewed out a large amount of lightning from its enormous mouth. Longteen refused to back down, unleashing a surge of dark energy. Then it quickly fought back against everything the Treporm had caused. Longteen stood proudly above, growling fiercely to show his power. Below, the chaos monster is losing control and trying to swallow it. Suddenly, Longteen's eyes flash with a dangerous light. It uses its light power to counterattack fiercely, causing the heavens and earth to tremble from this intense battle. Fragments of crystal quickly thrust into the mouth of the monster as they tore each other apart to reclaim the throne. The parasite tears apart Longteen's body, spilling out a jumping fluid. Behind its teeth lies Longteen's energy. The parasite was quickly attacked from within and glared at its enemy with a determined look. Longteen's eyes are also filled with the ferocity of a boss. They tear at each other, flesh and bone. Longteen's eyes shine like the sun, claws slashing fiercely and sparks flying, a direct confrontation between the two rulers of the two sides. Longteen devours the body of the sandworm with all his strength. The insect refuses to give up and counterattacks, spilling a lot of blood. Suddenly, behind the insect, it rises high into the air like a shadow. The figure of him flickers in the monster's eyes, following then Gorm's fierce declaration. First comes the human. He quickly swung his sword like a storm, ending the enemy's life. The blade cut through the duel between the two guardians from two different realms. A surge of excitement rises within, ready to go crazy, and you keep swinging your weapon up and down on its body. Both the desert worms and Longteen roared in fury, filling the space with their rage. As Longteen stared in confusion at what was unfolding before him, it questions with a puzzled voice about the strange happening. What is this? Longteen gazes absent-mindedly at the purple blood floating in the sky, slowly stepping forward through the mist. The system notifies you that you have successfully hunted the desert insect. Then, the side quest to conquer two relics is halfway completed. He looked at it and sighed. Indeed, hunting bosses is just like conquering ruins. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. So what about the remaining one? Longteen was startled and asked. Wait, let us talk first. He stepped forward and asked what you want to say, and it replied, this is not how an ancient relic conquest should be done. Among the guardian gods, I am the wisest. I exist here to test your intelligence. If you can solve my riddle, then indeed I have proven my wisdom. Longteen was surprised. I have not seen it yet. You answer. I am the one who makes the two fight each other, it hurriedly said. Carrying stones, according to the hierarchy, if you truly are the wisest guardian, your eyes burn with fire, then accept the outcome. Longteen had not finished speaking before he vanished there. You have heard the riddle. Finally, A burst of light exploded on the mountain. The system congratulates you on successfully capturing the fairy line. Later, he returned to the room, where 2 new boxes were placed on the table, and he gently tapped the surface before the 2 objects. He let out a sigh, quietly sharing his hidden thoughts. According to the system observer, you have conquered both ruins. Dark veins now appear all over your face. And finally, I can now. The darkness of the shadows is taking over the sword. The boy swings the sword wildly under the moonlight by the window. Calling Griffin, the darkness gradually recedes in response, and it quickly closes in, saying it wants to eat your heart. You are clutching your hand tightly to stop its madness. That darkness gradually seeps in as if trying to take control of Theo's body. Veins bulge inside his eyes, and he curses inwardly. Damn it. I only suppressed it once, so I forgot that the white moonlight sword has become flesh and blood. Before I return, it has already absorbed the power of the Moon Guardian. A stream of evil black energy is constantly wreaking havoc. Theo's arm quickly loses control because of it. The darkness is swallowing you. It has devoured both of them, so now it is even stronger. At this rate, I will be consumed too. It announces that it will tear you apart right here. Theo suddenly sat up, his face full of confusion. You appear in the midst of a black whirlpool, surrounded by a hazy fog. You ask in surprise, "Where is this?" In the darkness, many eyes and sinister smiles appeared, echoing inside his stomach. Griffin finally, he even swallowed the whole person, the chosen one. It seems he is waiting for the right moment. He will swallow your heart soon, as he clenches his fist tighter. I understand. In the end I will be swallowed by him. Amidst the whirlpool, the evil dragon roars. This is the consequence of craving our power. While you still can't control Griffin, the foolish chosen one, he said seriously. What will happen after he absorbs my heart? It hears the sharp teeth answer. Death, of course, is only for you. Ulan opened his mouth in the darkness, trying to speak in a hoarse voice. We are guardians. Guardians do not die. The dead die alone. It looked down and said, he was right. Even though waiting for the next chosen one was quite boring, the evil dragon narrowed his eyes and also said that we would only become relics even if he died. He flicked his eyes and his cold voice rang out. You have forgotten the mission given by the primordial flow to the Royu. At the tense table, Ulan the evil dragon froze, their eyes showing clear surprise at hearing his words. Her eyes burned with a fiery red glow as her voice slowly enunciated each word. The guards must support the chosen one in fighting the nameless ruler. If I die here, this world will fall apart. Your sarcastic voice echoes. Aren't you two being too irresponsible? Immediately after, the evil dragon angrily said, Oh my, and you slightly smiled with a knowing expression. Slowly I speak, I think this is the end. You are just like Griffin, bodyguards who only care about themselves. Stupid. Right, the evil dragon roars. Fiery eyes. Behind the Guardian uses the name of the primal lineage to threaten us all. Its massive body erupts with a powerful aura. Shards of shining scales shoot straight like giant spears along the crack in the icy layer. Hearing the furious scream of the evil dragon, you are trying to die, are not you? It is my turn. We can only wait for the next chosen one. You coldly reply and tell it to go ahead, making it hesitate. He slightly tilts his head, the blade close to his neck but still calm. Enough with the threats. You have made your point, and then I will leave. You stare straight ahead with a determined look. A deep, husky voice echoes, if you want to see this world collapse. Hopeless. Inside, there is something of yours, that is all. The evil dragon silently watches, a mysterious glint flashes in his eyes, as if contemplating something unknown. Ulan also said nothing, only responding with heavy silence. Huge chunks of ice break off from above and fall down, crashing and creating deafening sounds. Ulan gently said, You are brave, the chosen one. The evil dragon also secretly praises with an annoyed tone. Very impressive. Its shining eyes flick downward. Your voice echoes with a hint of praise. At least I like your confidence. The massive body of the evil dragon shimmers like ice and snow. It roars loudly. I will open the gate that can help you leave here. A blazing golden light erupts. Its gigantic body like a living flame roars twice. Open. The swirling, glowing gate in the void, accompanied by the heavy sound of the evil dragon. But that is all we can do. Ulan also added. Van remains leaning on him in front of the blazing swirling gate. He stands upright. A deep sound echoes throughout the space. Go ahead. Through the swirling smoke, he slightly smiles confidently, speaking briefly but with firm rhythm. Don't worry. Keep heading straight toward the giant whirlpool gate. Your body is filled with strength and your strides are powerful and swift as you dive into the deep whirlpool of space. You slash down like an arrow tearing through the darkness. You cut through the darkness like an arrow. Go. Amidst the fierce swirling smoke, he gently smiles with confidence. Keep it brief but confident. Don't worry. She runs straight toward the giant whirlpool gate with a body full of strength and powerful strides, in the deep swirling vortex of space. He descends like an arrow tearing through the darkness. I speak with authority. The first thing I do is teach him a lesson. At the same time, Yu and Suma appeared amidst the flickering halo, a divine wing capable of helping the user unlock mana. A shadow emerges fiercely from the water and then utters. Finally, I believe it. Longteen gazes intently at the azure orb in his hand. Affirming, I just need to swallow this. Bright light flashes intensely as the azure orb is raised. It roars. His body will be mine. He streaked down like an arrow tearing through the darkness. His voice echoed. The body radiates a powerful dark aura and plunges down like a giant sword piercing straight into it. The deadly piercing strike made Longshan scream out. Purple and gold blood splattered across the space. The water exploded violently. With each divine wing capable of aiding the user in unleashing mana, a shadow emerges from the turbulent water and then utters, "Finally, I believe it." The dragon fairy gazes intently at the blue orb in his hand. Affirming. The body radiates a powerful dark aura as it plunges down like a giant sword piercing straight into it. A deadly piercing attack makes Longshan scream out. Purple and gold blood splatters across the space. The water's surface exploded violently. With waves crashing high and obscuring the entire space, it roars fiercely, with golden foam flying in a furious scream. Damn it. Longteen opens his eyes wide in disbelief. He screams wildly in his mind. How did he escape from his own belly? It lowered its head. Its eyes flashed with fury. The golden liquid splattered as it prepared to strike back. Longteen's sarcastic voice echoed. I knew it. The two of them helped him. That is the pride of a guard. It grits its teeth in anger and roars that if it is not him, then he is not him. He is not him. It is not him. It is not him. But when we are on the same side and one side has all the strength, it only makes us tired. Right, so let us. Ulan's intense gaze sees longing, and Longteen's presence make the atmosphere tense to the limit. Lin warns sharply, reminding everyone to be smart and not cause trouble for each other. The scene calms down, breath with calm eyes. He says, that was a smart choice. It rises up into the red light. Surprised, it asks Blake, you are here too, smiles as it makes its choice. Blake lies down on the water's surface, its expression calm. As they compete to control, and others also use this tactic, his gaze flickered with suspicion. Then he asked softly, the others meaning the other chosen ones. His eyes narrowed. Then he lowered his gaze, and he paused, still not needing to know. Blake lifts his head high, his voice echoing loudly in the space. Because now we will help you grow. His massive figure looms over, his glowing red eyes fixed intently. I will observe your next moves, with high expectations. The system immediately announces that the protective barrier is activated to shield the body from monster energy, while the insect-like enhancement is also triggered to boost attack power. The dark energy emanating and swirling signals the awakening of a dangerous force. Emerging from the twisting black mist with an enigmatic and terrifying aura, he clasped his hand on the sword in a calm space, then tilted his head back and chuckled softly, muttering, surprisingly, the guards I thought had perished when I took them are actually living inside me. His red eyes widened, shining with a fierce glow as if he had just realized something extremely unusual. In the gloomy scene, a giant sword with dark veins twisting from its blade seems to come alive. The cold tip is embedded in the ground, and a screeching sound makes the surrounding air feel heavier. In the spacious room, light filters through the window as a faint smile plays on his lips, a cold and calm expression. Then he clenches his sword tightly, showing a hint of confidence, thinking that perhaps this is better, as it helps him understand that the power of the primordial flow has grown stronger than before. Strong hand slams down firmly on the table, full of determination. Whether you like it or not, the vast scene appears through the glass window. As I stand firm in the room with a resolute gaze, I will rely on you. Out there, the snowstorm covers the land in white, with the shadow of the small boy standing firm in the foggy space, each step affirming an unshakable will, amidst the white snow and cold wind. Sino speaks. You truly intend to consider him a legitimate candidate for the heirship? Kyo with a tense face exudes seriousness and decisiveness. Of course. Right now, he is clearly capable of standing alongside 5 other candidates, but he worries because he is the preferred heir, amidst the raging snowstorm. Sino responds, yes, your highness does not dislike the preferred heir. The howling snowstorm rages through the cemetery filled with broken mirrors and stone stales. Gata coldly says, even to the point of killing all the false heirs of the Sangna family. Kyo calmly responds, yes, his firm hand gripping the icy sword tightly. Whispering softly, this time I want to test. Sino's red eyes suddenly widened as if sensing a terrifying aura approaching. Gata whispered softly, could it be? Kyo's commanding response echoed, yes. Everyone must follow the proper procedure to become an official heir candidate. The sword reflected his face in the cold light, revealing a hint of horror upon recognizing the weapon. But that sword was too dangerous. Kyo chuckled, his lips curling into a crazed smile. Yet there was nothing better. The fiery red sunset fills the sky as he stands tall in a black cloak, looking down calmly because it is the returning sword I wielded. The sword of the inner king, the former head of the family. Julius slams his hand on the table, his eyes cold as ice. Shouting loudly, follow Gianni, get ready to depart. A loud voice echoed through the space. The family head had summoned you to the control area. Sino's face briefly showed surprise. The swords all plunged into the ground as snow fell from the sky. His feet firmly and powerfully landed on the icy surface. Appearing boldly with a cold expression, he slowly moved past each sword, his movements heavy and breathless, overwhelmed by the oppressive weight of the fallen in the forbidden land. Feeling even heavier than before, probably because he was much younger than he used to be, he recalled Kyo's words. Do not think that is an easy answer. Will you really respond that way after enduring your son's hatred? According to Shitu, I finally understand what my father meant back then. The boy's gaze lowered as he spoke. I am here. The mid-level swordsman, according to Jiang Ne, welcomes the incarnation of the great dragon. Yem, The procedures are complete according to Jiang Na, so your master is a parasite. Right, then your brother Aizen. And Geo, the owner of the Rose Pavilion, has fallen. And that is not all. Is it? All branches of the Sears Trading Company have been destroyed, and most of the Central Intelligence Agency has been wiped out. All of these events bear your name. He raised his head and loudly protested, but a gust of wind suddenly cut off his words. The cold and silent assassin did not need to make excuses, because enduring that weight silently was the path of the clan leader. He disappeared, leaving the last words to you. A sword fell, the sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor. You startle, Konglongdim. That person is the former family head and also a tyrant who slaughtered hundreds of thousands, and a traitor who betrayed the family head himself. He asks. Your reaction means you know something. Right, according to the answer, it belongs to the former clan leader. Right, I only know that much. I need to be cautious in my heart. Any information about the crazy dragon emperor is still unknown at this time. Kaiho silently observes you carefully, then reveals that the person still lacks enough information about the crazy dragon emperor from your previous life. So Hong Hot raises his head to look at the person in front of him. You only see Keiho's eyes blazing red like blood. Theo becomes suffocated, unable to make a sound, his reflection mirrored in that person's eyes. I really hate these noble guests. They dare to change the world according to their wishes, greedy and foolish. They simply think this world is a chessboard that can be overturned at any moment. So I decided that every time I meet a hero, I will fix them myself. Worryingly, it is clear that this aura is not just used to threaten me. He is serious, even if you are as powerful as a father but not a spirit guardian. Kaiho orders him to draw the sword of the crazy dragon emperor. If you can overcome its hatred, I will not accept you. After hearing that, you fell into deep thought to find a solution. He continued. However, from that moment on I could only forgive people according to Jiang Na, and the sacred beasts according to Jiang Na would no longer be known, according to his straightforward perspective. What does your father mean? Keiho replied. It means all the relationships you have as a nobleman will disappear from this world. The people you were never meant to meet, never meant to save, never meant to have, I will erase all those relationships. Hearing those bitter words, he clenched his fists into a fist. The boy firmly objects, saying he refuses if that is the case. Keiho refuses directly, saying you cannot refuse. I told you I will deal with any of the old nobles. You only have two choices. Refuse my offer and die here. Either give up your dirty past as a noble and be recognized as the sixth heir, or choose otherwise. As he spoke, it was clear that the son wanted his father's recognition. His figure gradually disappeared into the snowstorm. But if this is the only way I can earn it, I want to refuse. He roared in anger. He took one of your arms and said, do you think that title is so easy to get? Tears slowly fell as Kyo continued. Do you think you can have it? You can resolve it without sacrificing anything. You are hurting, so why is there such a big difference between us? He was disappointed to see your reckless and foolish choice, making me think you are no different from other resurrection seekers. Maybe you think you can become a noble again. Right, as anger flares, your hand slashes fiercely across the ground. You speak out against Kyo. Do not get the wrong idea. Your revival, and how far you have come, so that I can take full responsibility because everything has fallen apart because of me. If you intend to stand in my way, if you plan to only acknowledge me when I abandon everyone, then right now. Right here. Theo Dung Vulo Len Toimbo, Kansa Vokwatra, Kobe Den Mat Tenlo Hongthang Vi Choang. Kyo gently and calmly raises his arm straight up to the sky. Then, with increasing speed and losing control, rushes forward. He quickly dodges past each obstacle, as if he were a monster stalking its prey. Suddenly a sword falls from the sky and pierces through his body in surprise. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth as his eyes narrowed. He was defeated before he even had a chance to hurt him. The sword is deeply embedded in Theo's back as he lies still on the snow. Kyo does not turn around, only glances at him one last time. His figure is forever imprinted on the pristine snow-covered ground. Sinnoh bows respectfully. I never expected him to attack from that direction. Kyo is indifferent. It has been a long time since someone directly faced me. He spoke. Surely he is very unusual. All the fake regresses we have fought so far are just people used as pawns and discarded. He glanced at the indifferent order and confirmed. But this one is different. Kyo smiles excitedly at what has happened and comments that a fake regressor fought with his sword to take responsibility for his actions. I am really interested in you now. Kyo draws his sword and calls out. The regressionist follows Jiangna. I now acknowledge you as the sixth successor, and to prove it, I bestow upon you the sword of the Dragon Emperor. It belongs to my father, who is also a returner like you. He is also someone similar to him, but he has taken a different path. And I do not know how he will be different in the end. He looks happily at Theo's glowing body, with a face full of anticipation for the future. I will be looking forward to it. Your body is being invaded by strange lights. A powerful energy streaming down from the sky to the foot of the mountain. Inside the bustling city are thoughts. Where am I right now? On the bustling streets where people blend with the moonlight. Towering buildings are built grandly. Theo places his hand on the glass. The scene he is seeing, he gazed at his shadow in the mirror, emotions swirling inside him. And he uttered every word, all of them. He became utterly hopeless about life. It is over. In reality, I woke up in my familiar bed, Theo. Exhausted. recalls what just happened. Oza stepped in and said, "You are awake now, son." You called out, "Mom," softly. "You must have been very tired to sleep so deeply." In confusion, "I hope you are okay, Mom. That you are not hurt." Osa replied, "That is the question I wanted to ask you. Last night, the master personally brought you here while you were unconscious, and your mother was very shocked. Seeing you worry about your mother, it is good she is okay, but I wonder if he told her everything. To check on myself, someone has entered outside." "Young master, you are awake. They called your name. Evelyn." "Lord Julius, he spoke and congratulated me. I heard that you passed the master's test." Curious about the test, Julius confirmed that yes, you are now the talk of the town. There is chaos outside. Breaking news that the 6th official successor of Jiangna has been announced. People are clutching the newspaper tightly. "The 6th successor," he said. "Now we have the youngest one. Is not that great?" The person on the tower is curious. The new successor candidate. There are also those who silently consider and do not rush to judge. Thokol's lonely shadow in the snow. Ayan runs in to take command. He has officially become a successor candidate to the Lord. Oh well, I should have invited him to perform the ceremonial song, and then I would apologize. Ayan comforts. She failed because the lady in the apricot blossom blocked her way. Remember that and do not blame yourself, Ayan. Thokol smiled with a mysterious dangerous grin. Following Zangna, he hinted that I only need to meet that guy once. Raiden was shouting, "No! You should dodge a bit to the right. I need to tell you this again." Muttering to himself, Raiden. "You bastard. What kind of backward and confusing swordsmanship is this?" He is finished. Just dodge a little and parry back. You are annoyed. As if someone in this world would believe it. Recalling the fierce battle that once took place in the past, confrontation with massive explosions, your eyes can't believe the reality of the truth, clenching the sword in your hand. You exclaim, "I did it." The scene shifts to the cold wind whistling through. A withered skull in the empty space. A truly horrifying sight. A large dark archway appears. Covered in bloodstains splattered across the walls and ground, ancient characters glow crimson, signifying the failure of the rebellion to protest within the allotted time. From this moment on, war is declared. In the large chamber of the Dragon Council, a voice echoes through the dark space. Perhaps the rebel forces have been preparing for a long time. The lords of the northern continent are acting suspiciously. A mocking laugh echoes. What does it matter if a bunch of rabble gather? Can you still laugh while sitting in your seat now? And although the head of the family remains silent for now, the matter of succession can't be postponed forever. Ravener speaks in a calm voice. Isn't it too early to discuss that now? Sinnoh replied, "You are mistaken. This is the best time. If right before the war, among those who plan to cause conflict, is not that when a peacemaker is needed most." A loud shout. He quickly shut his mouth, but he continued speaking. "The incidents must be kept to a minimum. Am I wrong in saying that?" An angry voice suddenly rang out. "How rude." The thin arm rises. The atmosphere seems to tense up. "That is enough, both of you." "Why?" A soft voice whispers. "Perhaps an official meeting is needed. I will arrange it." The conference room echoes with the sound of a nodding voice. "Just remembered, there is a suitable event coming up." Then, the voice still echoes. "We will decide after witnessing it ourselves." At the same time, Theo Siat Chat Song Kiem, Dungju Avongnen Kao Thap Laplo. His hair falls over half his face, but his determined gaze cannot be hidden. Flames burst out fiercely. An intense atmosphere filled the space. Theo lunged forward with his sword. The shining sword strikes down, creating a burst of sparks. The boy looks serious. He speaks softly. "Iora, your hair is a mess." Muttering to yourself, "Kill them all. Take their lives. Take everything." The giant sword swings down. Tense your muscles tightly, each word held back. "Seize what you desire." You hold the sword tightly in your hand. Standing among the candles stuck into the ground, he tightened his collar. Her eyes flare with fierce determination, radiating an endless coldness. A deep voice echoes. "You are still hesitant, are not you?" Rodbrock's voice is full of enchantment, carrying the lingering resentment of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Banda lifted his head and looked up. "Holong Rodbrock." He tightens his grip on the sword and speaks in a commanding tone. "Yes. It has been quite a while since my father bestowed the sword upon me, but that resentment still tries to torment me, as long as I can still bear it. But knowing it once belonged to the crazy Dragon Emperor makes me uncomfortable. Still, thanks to it I was able to catch a glimpse of the realm of the crazy Dragon Emperor." Rodbrock's hand clenched the candle tightly as he muttered softly, "The Mad Dragon Emperor. That is a name I will never forget." Her fist crashes to the ground, creating a blinding flash. She and the candle are burning brightly together. "Speak up. It was him who stole my heart." Muttering to myself along with my thoughts. "Yes, you told me before. That is why I forgive you even more." "Why did my father give me his sword?" Rodbrock chuckled softly. "Don't rush. Take your time. If you rush forward too far, you will face something beyond your abilities again, just like last time. By the way, don't rush in recklessly against someone who has not fully recovered yet." "Oh right. Thanks to your timely words." Rodbrock gently touched his arm. He then pondered. Are you worried about me? She said sternly. It seems you are fully recovered. Why are you staring at me like that? That is enough. Let us stop here for today. You can leave. It seems someone else is looking for you. Rodbrock still speaks firmly and do not cause chaos in my nest every time you come. He immediately froze in surprise and asked in confusion. What do you mean, sir? But she still answered angrily. Someone who flies recklessly and then makes others clean up after them. I have nothing left to say in my defense. Somewhere else. The sky is clear and blue. The Camellia Din Palace appears under the sunlight, with a single letter resting on the table. It has been opened. A voice echoes, so it turns out the one looking for me is a person. Saibin is furious again. What did you just say? Follow me. The voice responds. Nothing at all. I was just muttering to myself. Damn it, he said in surprise. An invitation card. He replied. That is right, under the cold gray sky. She stands with her long hair. Along with that came Theo's voice. But as you can see, invitation to the banquet at Dafoden Hall to celebrate Miss Jiang Ni's 18th birthday. Saibin speaks calmly. A banquet. Even if the war is approaching, it is for my daughter's birthday, and just at this moment. Really? Do I have to wait like this? He reminds himself to smile. No, because of the chaos, we must be even more cautious. He was surprised. What? He calmly and slowly said. Koi Van's betrayal has disrupted Jiang Ni's internal balance. Instead of Ixan, the one supported by Duk Choi Van, I became the sixth successor. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Koi Van's betrayal. It has disrupted Jiang Ni's internal balance instead of Ixan. Koi Van supports us. I will become the sixth successor. Thank you. Everyone is talking. Na Van, the only survivor of the Baychat family purge. Now you are the head of the family. Although the family once declined, it is still one of the 6 pillars. And now the head of Baychat calls the 6th heir the young master. Na Van, looking annoyed, raised her voice, saying all the gossip revolves around us thanks to the sudden appearance of that person. But Theo just chuckled softly. The atmosphere was already set. Looking into her eyes, his tone hardened. Now comes the important part. An unknown voice interrupted. So you are Theo Jiang Ne. Both Thokyo and Navan looked surprised when they heard that voice. Thokyo raised his hand and said, This is probably our first time meeting. Let me introduce myself. He chuckled softly and said I am the 5th heir. Meanwhile, Thokyo quickly deduced as I thought. He approached faster than I expected. Thokyo confidently introduced himself. I am Thokyo Jiang Ne, commander of the military band. The two sides face each other, creating a tense and ominous atmosphere as the hall remains filled with whispers and murmurs, and a voice echoes through the space, saying we have finally met. Thokyo with a knowing smile, the former leader of the succession, calmly responds, and the new heir rises, and Yen smiles to break the tension. There is no need to be so cautious. According to Jiang Ne, I just came to see for myself the one chosen as the 6th heir. Thokyo still appeared friendly, haha, and I was glad it was not that childish Anson gear, but I still thought, the impression of a truly good and proper person. My eyes remained sharp with my thoughts, but in Jiang Ne, only the strong are respected. His expression darkened but he still smiled as they whispered outside. Do they truly welcome an opponent with joy? Their clenched hands and the shining light made the moment feel significant. With a relaxed smile, I am honored to meet you, commander of the White Heart Army. Thokyo Janti. Thokyo immediately grinned maliciously. So this is how you draw the line. You are very surprised by that statement. A tense and fierce atmosphere arises again. He smirks triumphantly, with a sarcastic tone. This little brother cares too much about etiquette. No need to be so formal. Thokyo's eyes reveal his intent as he calmly says, Just call me Hin, with a face full of determination and excitement. Amidst the chatter, yes, that is truly the style of a Jiang Ne. According to Kung, it was unexpected, but he still maintained that calm expression. He suddenly changed his demeanor, with a cold smile, and replied, If you want me to call you that, according to the command, with a smug expression and a commanding voice, fine. Brother, inside the palace, the glow from countless lamps makes the scene look magnificent and luxurious. He kept complaining, saying it was uncomfortable and he wanted to take it off. Hearing that, Kull said, Just endure it, because of your reckless behavior. There are rumors that the Vanke family is savage. When he turned around, a voice was heard from behind, indicating everyone had arrived. Gon stepped forward, and someone asked, You are here already? He replied, Of course. How have you all been lately? Jian said, I hear you are famous in the West. Even Long has to step back. Gon laughed and said, Rumors are always exaggerated. By the way, has anyone seen him follow? I want to ask about the White Dragon team lately. He panicked, sweat pouring down as he heard the voice behind him ask, Follow? Gon hurriedly said, Sorry. Lord Day. I accidentally mentioned someone else right in front of the star of the banquet. She replied, It is okay. I understand the purpose of this gathering. Suddenly, the glass that Day was holding in his hand was violently shaken. Everyone stood still, eyes fixed on the red light appearing in the banquet hall. The blue light then appeared and clashed with the previous light. Kay asked in surprise, Do not tell me that is Theo. At the grand hall, Theo and Tokyo shake hands. Someone speaks up. Who else would dare cause trouble here besides Theo? The two face off, Unleashing incredible power, he smiles faintly, wearing a friendly face as if full of schemes. Immediately, two streams of blue and red light spiraled together, surging with power and clashing fiercely. Tokyo raised his hand in surrender and said, I can't fight this anymore. I give up. What are you talking about? You are the one who has been letting me win. He signals the waiter to bring the wine and arrogantly says, I won't deny it. Tokyo raised the tray with his drink and said humbly, but excessive humility is an insult to the opponent. He confidently asserted, but what I just said is completely true. Tokyo raised his glass towards you and said, if I were your age, I would definitely have lost by now. You responded with a contemptuous look and said, such a noble compliment. After hearing your words, Tokyo smiled knowingly and looked at the crowd, saying I am so mighty that it makes me incredibly happy. Standing in the palace hall, he raised his glass to the large lake, saying let us toast to the new Heir Jiangnam, for Jiangninga. With everyone at the party raising their glasses in joy, he turned to ask, so how was the new Heir's debut? Right, I smiled and said. Thank you. Brother, your eyebrows furrow even more and your eyes narrow as you look at him. Thinking to yourself, so this is why he praised me. He is using praise to showcase his skills, strengthen his position, and boost his reputation, while secretly gaining people's favor. Thanks to that, the atmosphere in Yixi was maintained by Naven and me, but now it is leaning towards Tokyo. Remembering his gentle smile and friendly demeanor at that moment, I silently confirmed that Tokyo Jianga should not be underestimated just because of his outward friendliness. Jiang and his friends approached to talk. He still remembers the promise that I will become his sword. Follow me. Continue smoothly. That source of magic really followed. Rumors about you have reached his ears. To think someone at that age is at that level. The lady covering her fan asked, does he have a marriage proposal yet? Maybe with our daughter. Someone interjected. Oh madam, on the palace's upper floor, decorated in a luxurious aristocratic style. Kwok Gang clenched the railing in fury and cursed them. Damn it. He looked towards the main hall, lost in thought, planning to use that bastard's behavior as an excuse to kick him out. Like Kwotho Kwok Ganga thought, yet someone foolish intervened. He turned away and glaring at the window, saying bitterly, a common bastard daring to run wild in the family. Do whatever you want, it makes me sick. As he looked down the corridor through the window, Lord Gang briefly hesitated, noticing two women appearing in his view, seemingly too familiar to him. It was Aaron and Evelyn, chatting and laughing together, both with smiles always on their faces. His face darkened, voice almost a whisper. How dare she do this here of all places at the romantic fountain in the palace gardens? With Aaron looking excited, she exclaimed, Captain. She kept praising her, saying it was a perfect day. Evelyn in a social dress accentuated her slender figure, and she asked, really? Aaron clapped excitedly, praising her. Have I ever complimented you before? You look beautiful and adorable. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushing, and shyly said, cute. Evelyn desperately ran and shouted inside, no, I have to change my uniform right now. Aaron had to hold Evelyn's hand and beg her not to worry about wearing the uniform to the party. Just follow me obediently. Suddenly, a glass of wine was thrown directly at her head, shattering into pieces. Evelyn screamed, her body grew more tense, her mood completely disturbed by the familiar voice. Just hearing that name made me feel nauseous. Evelyn almost panicked and ran away when behind her was the shadow of Gok Gang, and Aaron paused to look at her team leader. His face remained stern, his aura radiating intense hostility. How did he find out about this? Aaron's face turned pale, and she bit her lip, feeling utterly helpless. Evelyn held her hand to stop her from stepping forward, and Aaron shouted loudly questioning Kwok Gang. Even though he is a former dragon, such unfair treatment is unacceptable. She gently reassured herself. Ivan. Aaron's eyes showed indifference as she spoke, like a captain. I did not have time to let her finish. Ivan. Really fine, so I beg you not to do anything. She looked down in despair, her trembling lips trembling with tears. Please, I beg you. Aaron was terrified, seeing the captain scared like this for the first time. Wondering what could be happening between her and that monster, Kwok Gang slowly approached and stood beside them. I told you never to show yourself in front of me again. And this is it. He immediately snatched Evelyn's robot arm, and she staggered. Aaron desperately held her back. Shouting, Kwok Gang raised Evelyn's arm high, her eyes looking at her own arm becoming hollow and wounded. He threw the arm forcefully to the ground, the water outside almost gone, and the internal components all damaged. Evelyn looked at her missing arm in shock as Kwok Gang sneered, thinking she could just put it on and go back to how things were before. If you are a half-wit, then live as a half-wit. Trampled underfoot. Next time you dare to appear before me, I will tear you to pieces. She panicked and ran away, while Aaron shouted desperately for the captain behind her. The captain, grinning mischievously and mocking. Finally the full smell began to fade. My lead is too obvious. I will report this to the French consulate. The general calmly replied. The French consulate. How interesting. Just act as if you want to leave. He turned away, leaving a challenge for Aaron, who is about to truly understand what survival of the fittest in the Jiangna family really means. Winter snow covers the streets. Evelyn hurriedly ran away, leaving footprints in the snow. She cried and thought to herself, just as I thought, A place like this is not where I should be. Evelyn recalls her past, filled with nightmares. When she tried to endure, falling to the ground with injuries all over her body, he spat out cruel words, saying if anyone dares to call me father with that filthy mouth again, I will tear you to pieces. Evelyn cried as she heard her father's cruel words tell her to go away and never show up in front of him again. Understand, she used all her strength to run away desperately. She disappointedly said, in the end nothing has changed, the childhood and adult appearances. The past and present are both the same pitiful scene. Lost in thought, Evelyn bumped into a passerby. It seems familiar. He speaks. Evelyn. Where are you rushing off to? It is Julius, tall figure standing imposingly, suiting an incredibly powerful aura. Tears streamed down her face. But there was no more sadness, only happiness and joy. The grand celebration was now lively, with ladies dancing merrily. They are still chatting lively with friends, smiles always on their faces. Suddenly, a loud scream echoes in, and the atmosphere seems to freeze as everyone looks on in confusion, not understanding what just happened. Gok Gang's arm was twisted back so forcefully by Julius that it cracked, and he cried out in pain. You bastard, what are you doing? Captain of the Silver Dragon team, his face turned fierce, eyes radiating hostility. He shouted Julius Jiang Ni. His face looked extremely sinister, with his only eye glowing blood red. Julius Jiang. Gok Gang used all his strength to jerk his hand free from Julius. He clutches his shattered arm with a face full of pain, staring at Julius as he steps closer aggressively. The warning is clear. I told you I would make you wish you were dead. Gok Gang shouted in anger. So he truly intends to betray Jiang Na. Quickly capture this dangerous criminal. Immediately, a squad of soldiers swiftly surrounded Julius. While the guests step back to form a large circle around the hall, the sharp spears of the family soldiers are pointed directly at him. Now the encirclement is tight with no gaps. Fabdi has intervened, a person who seems to be the leader of the Fabdi team, the captain of the White Dragon team, Julius Gianni, who will be detained for injuring the elder. We ask for your cooperation. Julius interrupted. And what if I refuse? Fabdi remained silent, cold sweat streaming down his face. He continued, the rules clearly state that even Jiang Na, the vows made on the sword must always be upheld. The elders could not hide their fear at his words. 4 years ago, I swore on my sword in front of those traitorous foxes. That child. If you dare to touch him again, Julius keeps advancing, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura that surpasses Fabdi. I will make him regret surviving. Frowning in thought, the surrounding whispers buzz. What just happened? That Long broke the elder's arm. What? How can a single sword handle this? Should we run away? You just pushed a guest aside and pondered. This has never happened in your previous life. So why is it happening now? Following the line of sight and understanding everything, it turns out that Evelyn standing there with a complex expression was the key. Now everything finally makes sense. The scene shifts to an image of a child's hand clutching someone's sleeve, only to be roughly pushed away. It is young Evelyn chasing after Gop Gang. Evelyn narrow view. The illegitimate child of Gop Gang Zhang, who values pure bloodlines above all. Gop Gang sees her as a disgrace he wants to hide at all costs and plans to expel her from Zhangna. But his dark heart, realizing her potential, he put her in the White Dragon team. But Gop Gang's plan was shattered. Later, as Evelyn gradually gained fame and even became the team leader, Gop Gang feared his secrets would be exposed. He attempted to assassinate his own daughter, disguising it as an accident. She was lucky to survive but lost her left arm, unable to steer, and had to give up her martial arts. Since then, she only focused on managing martial arts school and was unaware of these banquets. And now, all of this is the result of my actions after I ruined time. Following with a serious expression, I must be the one to set everything straight. Returning to Gop Gang's perspective, Julius is still advancing steadily. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe this scene. The contempt of the demon's heart towards the protectors of Zhang Na, because of his own bloodline. Is not that act considered outright rebellion? Julius is furious. Damn it. Abusing his power, are those words really coming from his mouth? Suddenly a hand was raised. Both of you have gone too far, as you argue. What should have been a joyful birthday celebration for my friend has now turned into one filled with fear. Julius closed his eyes and bowed his head in resignation, while Gop Gang looked uncomfortable but dared not speak. Perhaps I should suggest ending it here. Following Janna's long-standing tradition, you drop the last sentence coldly, challenging him to a duel. Gop Gang retorts. Nonsense. But Long clearly hurt me. There is no need to fight. It is entirely his fault. Your words are true. But we cannot let the chaos spread further. You agree as well? Right. With each step the Lord takes, the ground keeps freezing. In honor of my daughter's birthday, Long kneels Zhang Nathan, the Lord of Dafroden, her eyes blazing with fury. What are you all doing? Sir, I believe you see clearly what Julius has done. I do not want to hear more. These disputes have nothing to do with me, Neil said dismissively. So let us end this quickly, as the boy suggested. The dragon's eyes suddenly widened with intense anger. That is, Long's final act of mercy, and my patience still allows for a one-on-one fight. Would not that be too advantageous for the leaders? Even after they have fallen, they are all high-level inspectors or above. Go Gang pondered. Yes, only Malong is capable of winning. But that is true. I am not at a disadvantage either. The rules state that the plaintiff and defendant will fight in the final match, while the 2 other matches are chosen by representatives to compete. He glanced to the left. His representative, Evelyn, standing there, while he only had a crippled old man. Then he looked back at the other side, and a young prince seemed to swallow his anger. Then Gugang heard Jiang laughing happily. This will never be my turn. He was very confident now. We will finish in the first 2 matches, which is good. A pure sword fight will clearly determine right from wrong. After hearing Gogang's words, the guests immediately started whispering among themselves. In front of that scene, Tokyo raised his glass of wine, then smiled mysteriously. He sipped his wine and thought to himself, this is more interesting than I expected. According to Jiang Niga, knowing Malong's temper, he is bound to explode sooner or later. If they do not interfere, the elder could have taken the opportunity to overthrow Malong. In that brief moment, he found a solution acceptable to both sides. And this could turn out to be very interesting. Now, outside the palace arena, everyone is present. From this moment on, under Fatih's supervision, the match begins. Then, they must vow not to seek revenge or harbor hatred anymore. As Fatih finished speaking, both sides declared in unison, I vow. I also vow. Fatih gestured towards the 3 fighters. Very well. The first contestant stepped forward. Follow the first match. He drew his sword and stood proudly on the arena. Kull sat up anxiously, asking if he was making too much noise, and I nodded in agreement. That opponent does not look easy to handle. He is very strong. The elder's right arm, beta sword style. Among the high-level members, his swordsmanship is top tier, but still easier than fighting directly against the elders. A skilled arm rests on Beta's shoulder. Beta. In this fight, Wu Gang is confident. Just unleash all your deadly strikes. I mean, kill him. But he is the heir apparent. Don't worry. You know full well that anything happening in a one-on-one fight is absolved of responsibility. At least bring me back an arm. Julius looked at Theo's back, his mind filled with thoughts. Theo, are you really okay? Let us go back a moment before the fight. Sorry, Theo, for my reckless actions that dragged you into this. More importantly, are you sure you are okay? You once said a champion can fight in multiple matches. But of course, trust me, through this fight, my goal is to end the years of hatred between you two. Theo, gripping his sword tightly with the fierce look of a warrior, stands amidst the cold, dark snow of winter. Theo, sword in hand, looks seriously at the enemy as the signal horn sounds, marking the start of the battle. Sibin holds his weapon tightly, tense and ready for the fierce fight ahead. The whistle blows at that decisive moment, and he grits his teeth before rushing toward the pole. Their 2 swords clash, sparks flying, as direct attacks send both of them flying apart. Sibin stepped back to steady himself, the ground trembling beneath him as strong gusts of wind blew. Snow continued to fall from the sky, shards of rock scattering around, and the clash of their swords created a space of shifting energy. He analyzes that he is almost no less skilled than himself. Even while we are fighting, I still can't believe it. Is this what makes a successor stand out? However, Sibin notices the opening during the previous movement. As dust and smoke obscure his view, he quickly covers his eyes with his hand. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashes a surprise attack, and Sibin assesses that he still lacks real combat experience. His sword avoided the fatal spot out of respect for the Heir's status. I will ensure your sacrifice is painless. But now facing him, you are smiling smugly. Sibin realizes something is wrong, and wonders how he deliberately revealed his weakness. He becomes calm in the face of what is happening. The 2 exchange glances, observing each other carefully. Sibin was tense. If he did not stop that strike, he would be finished. He wondered about that behavior. But why did he stop? At this moment, my mind is in chaos, driven by a voice urging me to eliminate them. The ones who mocked us. The ones who abandoned us. Take them all down. That voice keeps hypnotizing you. Take them down, one by one, constantly being attacked mentally. You grow tired and make strange sounds. Sibin observes that he is full of flaws, and he is about to use that trick to deceive me again. Underestimating others has its limits. Do you think the same trick will work twice? I will withstand your counterattack and turn it against you. The swords clash with a dramatic sound as he startles at hearing you mutter that endless whispering sound. I will handle it myself, so shut your mouth. Sibin was confused and did not understand what the bastard just said, so he charged forward to attack. His gaze gradually becomes vacant as if he is being possessed. His sword remains sharp with each swift movement. He fights on exhausted, teeth clenched tightly, as a fierce battle unfolds that leaves everyone stunned. From afar, Sanya gently raises his hand to signal the start of the match, his graceful silhouette emerging behind the misty haze. Sanya secretly admired. He is truly outstanding. Even without channeling mana into his sword, he still possesses such incredible power. At this moment, below the stands, Sibin has completely fallen and failed. The referee stands watching him for a long time, then declare a one-on-one duel with the winner taking all. Everyone turns their eyes to the last person standing, following Zheng Yi. What was that feeling just now? It was different from the usual resentment that haunts me, a strange sensation, as if something was guiding me. When I surrender myself to that feeling, I can unleash power at a completely different level. Surrendering to hatred is a dangerous idea, but if I can control it properly, I could become twice as strong now. After a moment, everyone cheers. So we will start match 2, with both fighters stepping onto the field. You are surprised, but the defense team declares they will continue fighting. The announcer declared that, according to Jiang Ne, he will still be the second round fighter for the defense side. Beth thought to himself, that arrogant bastard. This time I will wipe the floor with him. He slowly stepped onto the arena and stood in front of me. Beth spoke. I rely on Janie's young assistant, Kyle. Wondered if he could swing that sword without using mana. Someone replied, that sword is really big, I like it. Everyone was talking. She was curious, why is the old man so serious? Gon said, I just feel worried. In response, worried. You think there is nothing left to worry about, so you are just worrying for the sake of it. He might not win, but he can't come from nowhere. He explained, I think what could happen might actually happen. Unlike the first round where they brought in a high-ranking judge to save face, this time the elder himself stepped forward, which means they are determined to use him in this fight. Down on the arena, everything was unfolding quietly. Just as the referee was about to blow the whistle, a hand suddenly rose up high. I surrender with a surprisingly calm expression. Beth, upon hearing this, shouted with veins bulging on her forehead. What? You reply, how can an intermediate judge like me compare to an elder? Even if the fight is not hidden, it is obvious that the elder will win. Anyone, even a newborn, could see that. He slowly lowered his weapon in a relaxed manner. The referee announced the winner of round 2. Beth Grayson. The audience was stunned, and this time the council suffered a great loss. Just as Mueller predicted, now the council has no reputation left. Even when at full strength it is hard, but with an arm like that in the third round, he cursed bitterly. That damn bastard. Do not tell me he is calculated this far ahead. Evelyn stood far away, never seeing him so agitated before. She spoke up, sorry for the trouble, but it is all my fault. The boy interrupted, do not apologize. Supporting each other is only natural. Julius reassures her, that is right, Evelyn. This time watch carefully and we will crush them. Evelyn remains silent, but her heart feels warm. She recalls old memories. Evelyn's narrow view turns to the White Dragon heavy infantry. With such talent, she can't let her stay here. Julius says, I do not know how to free the dragon. Resting is not the solution. Go back and have the person who introduced you take responsibility. As for your words, did not you say you would become my sword? Evelyn, I intend to fulfill both of your long-held wishes. Back in the present, Evelyn pondered silently. Both of them cared for her so much. And yet, she was the one troubled. How could she keep being stuck in the past and not move forward? That is right, this anti-hero role. She looked at the closed people in front of her and called out, Captain. Evelyn was determined to cut it off with her own hands and requested, I have something to say. At this moment, a notification announced that the third round of the duel challenge would begin, and both competitors stepped forward, with Gokgan walking out fiercely and confidently. He was annoyed, finally reaching round 3, and because of that damn bastard, we have no dignity left to salvage. Even if I lose, I will take Julius' arm with me. The referee agreed, and the court accepted the defense's request to change the participant for round 3. At that moment, Evelyn stepped forward. Gokgan laughed loudly, half-heartedly. Daring has its limits. What is next? Are you going to kneel and beg for mercy here?